Can you imagine? They mentioned someone. What's your relation to them? Purely sexual, Your
was
Honor.
there anything about your having that child as a student that significantly differed from other students?
I don't think so. Her daughter also dances with my child.
Okay. Have you ever had an in-depth discussion with the officer about anything other than the child and how school was going?
Well, we talked about arrest in the city. We have done that because recently we were in the same
Okay.
for dance.
Okay. All right. Thank you, ma'am.
By the way, chat, if you want to get instantly trashed, this Boondocks cask strength whiskey is
Okay. Anybody
phenomenal
else in the
and very
back row?
strong.
Okay. Middle row.
Trust him.
Well,
I
middle
think
there's
some
four,
whiskey.
We'll the middle.
It's like
The
50
11 row
bucks
and-
too. It's
Okay,
really
great.
good.
How
And
about this front row?
60% liquor, which is too much.
We're at seat number 24.
I went to school with Brittany.
Okay. And at where? Okay.
Brittany is popular.
Now, Hersing's relatively
kidding.
recent, so this was fairly
Brittany's
recent.
been around a bit.
I would say,
Joke.
Okay.
Monty
Yeah,
Python
you
reference,
Did you have
guys.
extensive social contact with her?
other than Facebook, no.
Okay. Have you ever discussed business with her? Her business? Okay, thank you.
Oh,
ma'am.
good question from WCast says, isn't that teacher now identifiable as a juror?
Possibly, but 4 years ago, it's gonna be tough. Possibly though.
You'd have to know Brittany Bray's children's age, what child, if she has
Go ahead.
multiple,
What's right?
4 years
What
ago. I mean, you
school?
could narrow it
Front
down.
row,
It'd be a lot of
mini row.
work.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Kiwi Farms, get on it.
Next few
No,
dozen
just
names
kidding.
will be all from the Kenosha Police Department. Sergeant Dusty Nichols, Officer Brandy Valeri, Sergeant Daniel Bandy, Detective Matthew Hagan, Officer Heidi Neeson, former Officer Joseph Kozak, Sergeant Adam Jurgens, Captain James Beller, Officer Jasmine Sanders, and Officer James Caraway.
Anybody
don't
in the
know
back row
any of
acquainted with
those
any of the
people.
people who have been mentioned? Second row. Number 13.
Former Officer Joe Kozak.
Nature of your acquaintanceship?
My dad worked with him for a long time. He's on the same fire department that I'm on for
Okay.
a long time.
Okay.
gone.
Do you think that, well, did you ever discuss
No, I
his
talked to him
employment with him?
a couple of years.
Okay.
probably.
Do you think that would affect your judgment in this case at all? Okay. Thank you. Who else? Okay.
He'd be
Now
gone now.
this front
Too
row,
close to the
the front row.
If we call him.
And we have a hand up. Would you give your number, ma'am? 29. And what's up?
I am familiar with Matthew Hagan,
Okay.
Oh.
Nature of your acquaintanceship?
neighbor of my sister, a couple of years, probably about 5 years back. His name was Art.
Neighbor
Okay.
of my
Did you ever
sister.
get into a discussion about business or anything?
That sounds like a biblical term.
Do you think that your acquaintanceship
Neighbor
with
of
him
my
would
sister.
affect your judgment in respect to this case at all?
No.
Thank you. Anybody in the front row here, the mini row? Okay. Mr. Kraus.
Thank you. Officer Jeremy DeWitt, Officer Michael Gack, Detective Corey Brennan, Officer Carolyn Weir, Officer Matthew Eakins, Officer Amanda Franco, Officer Carlos Jurina, Officer Kimberly Voss, Officer Eric Wiedner, and Officer Keith Soderstrom.
That's
Oh,
one thing
anybody?
about this case. The potential witness
Middle?
list in this case has got to be massive,
Front.
right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Mini.
you got
Hundreds
all
and
the-
hundreds
all
of
the-
protesters. Tons of
Former
cops.
Officer Jacob Birch, Officer James Crine, Officer Jeffrey Van Wee, Officer Donald Rowley, Michael Payan from Joint Services, Agent Lindman from the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, Sergeant Daniel Cooper from Kenosha Police Department, Officer Saftig from the West Dallas Police Department, Officer Brian Koss from the Kenosha Police Department, and Dr. Douglas Kelly from the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office.
Okay. Anybody acquainted with any of these people? Back row, middle row, front row.
How unpopular do these
Mini row.
people feel?
Okay.
From
Right,
the
like,
FBI,
everybody
Special
knows
Agent
Brittany
Timothy
Bray. No
Walther,
one's ever heard of any of
Special
these other
Agent
people.
Daniel Gartland, Special Agent Mary Davidson, Special Agent David Kowalski, Officer Caleb Barkley from the
This shows you
Caledonia
how,
Police Department,
how
as
bad
well as
the court
Officer
system
David
can be
Beard
sometimes.
from the
They
same
could have just
department.
easily given a
From
list
the
to
Kenosha
everybody
County
when they walk
Medical
in. Here are
Examiner's
the
Office,
witnesses.
we have
Look at
Jennifer
this list
Schroeder,
and mark
Carrie
off anybody who
Matushik,
you know.
and Patrice Hall, and then Detective
agree.
Philip Brightshaft from the Kenosha Police Department.
Okay, anybody acquainted with any of in any row? Acquainted with any of those people? All right, would you state your number again, ma'am, please? 33, and with whom are you acquainted?
The medical examiner,
Okay, what is the nature of your acquaintanceship?
well, I work where I work, there's an interaction with the
Okay, Do-
some cases.
okay, have you had personal discussions with the doctor? Okay, so if he were to testify, that can I assume that that would not affect your judgment in this case in any way?
No, with that.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Just,
Go ahead.
just everyone. They have. There's a possibility of over
Heather
200
Williams, the
witnesses.
Milwaukee Crime Lab, Special Agent Brian Cooney from the FBI, Special Agent David Bianchi from the FBI, Gage Grosskreutz, Giovanni Garcia, Andrew Reeves,
What is he
Anthony
doing?
Burwright, Dominic Black, Mackenzie Rittenhouse, and Richard McGinnis.
Man, I hope they call
Anybody acquainted with any of
Huber's
the names
dad
which have been
to
mentioned?
the stand.
Okay, let's start.
But why?
with you,
Why would he
sir.
be
Number
relevant in the case?
26.
I don't know.
What's up?
My son is first.
I just hope they do because he flipped off the
Okay,
court that one
um,
time.
Oh,
So I imagine
had
there would
contact
be
with
some
Mr. Black?
fireworks that would follow.
Okay.
I would be pissed off
Have
too, though.
you
You know, his
discussed
son.
with your
You know,
son
his son
any
did die.
aspect
So
of
Yeah, no, I
this
know.
that
I
you would
just
not be able
that's
to
what I'm saying.
disregard
I'm
entirely?
not saying that he doesn't.
Okay.
He's not justified in feeling.
What did you
Look,
say?
because
33?
that's always the thing, especially as
20
a
what?
parent of someone who's deceased.
Well, I was pretty close, right?
You're going to take your kid's side most of
all
the
right,
time.
let's-
Like that's the default.
thank
Even
you.
if doesn't matter if they're in the wrong, like you're their dad or whatever. So he's going to be pissed off at this process, no matter what, unless Kyle goes to prison forever, he's going to be pissed off. But I don't care about his motivations. I just want to see the
There
fireworks.
was another hand in that row, ma'am. Number, please. 29. And what's up?
Andrew Reeves,
What is the nature of your acquaintanceship?
my son is friends with him and his brother.
Have you discussed any aspect of this matter with him?
No.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Anybody else? Okay, next segment.
Brittany Powell, Lopez McKinney, Samantha Mays, Robert Mays, Priscilla Anderson, Hanford Unaste, Walter Godbolt, Tyrese Crump, Ellen
these are
Kalick,
the
and Daniel
protesters.
Basovich.
Walter
Anybody acquainted with
Godbolt
any of
is a
those people?
strong name. That is a strong
Okay,
name.
Mr. House.
Whitney Leeming, Mark Garino,
This is
Carol
Kraus.
Badani, Tiffany Kusera, Nicholas Smith, Cassandra Albrent, Ryan Balch, Dustin Collette, and Kristen Harris.
Nicholas Smith is not a strong name. That's a weak name.
Go ahead.
Right there. Very
Joanne
generic.
Fiedler, Jason Lakowski, Danton Mertz, Alexa Safer, Kevin Glowicki, Joey Kep, Joshua Zeminski, Kelly Zeminski, also known as Kelly Dunn, Colin Doherty, Austin Gregory, Justin Hamilton.
Anybody acquainted with any of those?
No one knows
Thank
any
you.
of
Go
these
ahead.
people. They're all shipped in by
William
Soros.
Kurtzman, Tom Seeker, Amber
I think
Rasmussen
these are
from the
the,
State Crime Lab, Daniel
Okay.
Osenosik, former City Council Kevin Mathewson, Officer Sean Morton of the Kenosha Police Department,
Oh, that person was
Sophia
there. Give me a minute.
Pokonjak, Cameron Wisner, and Bijou Blaise DePriest.
Anyone?
Bijou, not Bijou.
You know,
Go ahead.
I was shocked to see that some of the people
Brandon
with Kyle.
Gudenschwager, Alyssa Vance,
Told him after this.
Officer Alex Wickets from the Kenosha Police Department, Officer Brian Ruha from the same department, Detective Joshua Schreiner from the Kenosha Sheriff's Department, Lieutenant Kenneth Urquhart from the Sheriff's Department, Detective Jason Melikar, and Officer Cypress, both of Kenosha Police Department, Soledad Juarez from Joint Services, and Detective Gerald Kaiser from the Kenosha Police Department.
Anyone acquainted with any of those folks? Get the mic over there.
Uh-oh.
Mm-mm.
What were you saying, Nate?
All right, your number again?
Oh, I forgot the point. I was
8, and go
now
ahead.
I'm interested in this. I forgot the point. I gotta remember.
What is the nature of your?
We do parents things with the
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Just parents' activities for the children.
Same type of thing? You know what? My sinus.
Parent things.
Parent things. Okay. Any discussion about the employment at all? About the person's employment at all? Or
Oh yeah, I know what I
familiarity
was
with
going to
this
say earlier.
case?
Yeah.
The people who were with Kyle
The
Rittenhouse,
general discussion
the
of unrest
people
in the
who
community?
were the other gentlemen who had the guns and everything, they
Anything
actually
specific
said
about this case.
in an interview that
Was there
Kyle
anything
was
that was
obviously they said
discussed
that Kyle had
that you would
self-defense,
not be able
but they
to put
also
aside
said that the person, the
and
Cooper
rely
guy, that attacked Kyle
exclusively on what's
with the
stated in the
skateboard,
courtroom here?
also was legitimate and had self-defense because they thought he was an active shooter.
Thank you.
And I was surprised at that because the media is not reporting that. How even the
Anybody
people who
else,
even though
from
they agree with
this,
Kyle, but
group
they
of
also
10?
believe the other guy who Kyle killed
Acquainted with any of these?
was justified in
Okay,
self-defense.
go ahead.
Thank you. From Kenosha Police Department, former Officer Todd Thorne, Officer Tanya
John
Kennedy,
Smith says, "Hey,
Officer
as a
Nicole
Smith,
Kopp,
I resent
Officer
that.
Joshua
Also, I'm streaming this in my
Fekas,
12th grade government
then
class.
from West
Public
Dallas Police
school
Department,
tenure is
Officer
the best."
Gold, Officer Musadi, Officer Benke, Officer Madden, Officer Corwin,
Make sure and
Officer
add more
Binter.
profanity to the stream for you.
Oh my God!
What is it?
I know it's Thorne.
Your number?
Oh, I'm sorry. 14.
14. Now, with whom are you acquainted?
Todd Thorne.
Okay. What is the nature of your acquaintanceship?
What's the nature?
We used to go to church together.
Okay. Have you ever discussed his police affairs with him?
Long time ago.
Anything to do with this case?
Nothing to do with this case.
Okay. If you were to testify in this case, would you judge his testimony by a different standard than that you would apply to any other witness? Okay, thank you. Anybody else from this group? Number 8 again.
Oh, so they have the Barnes reasons.
Cop reviews.
Yeah, I'll read them in just a second.
Okay, have you discussed any aspect of this case with Nicole Kopp?
Not specifically, no.
Okay,
All right,
thank you.
Peter
Well, let me ask
Bemis
you this.
says Barnes
If she were to
reasons.
testify in this
Number
case,
one.
would you judge her testimony by a different standard
Oh,
from that
this
of
is a
any
different
other
question.
person?
Hold on.
Probably yes, because I know her well.
Any reason this lady shouldn't be excused?
Yes,
Yeah,
of
she's
course
out.
she
All
would
right,
be
thank you,
excused.
man. I'm going to excuse you and thank you
Peter
for
Bemis says
service.
Barnes reasons number
Look
one.
at a
The
handout
team
from the
couldn't
bailiff
speak to
about
Rittenhouse or his mother. Number
future
2, the
service.
team wasn't
Thank you.
allowed in during jury selection. 3, the person in charge
And
of the
let me
money,
ask-
still the same guy who picked Pierce.
Number 30,
Barnes was told the
number
mom
36 to
was
come up,
in
please.
charge. There you go.
Yeah. Well, but the thing is that whenever you have a large team of lawyers, not everybody speaks to the client, right? It's usually
Right.
usually have one or two representatives
Yeah.
that speak to the client,
Before
and
you,
then they speak to everybody
run
else,
the
just like with the
gauntlet
OJ
there.
prosecution.
Would you have
OJ
raised
was
your
only
hand
speaking
in
to
answer to
what's his
anything
name
which
at
has
the
been
end,
asked either by me or by
directly,
Mr.
right? He wasn't speaking to all the whole team
House?
from your team.
Okay, thank you.
So,
Would you take
yeah.
that seat, please?
And if Barnes isn't on the criminal team, I don't know why he would need to speak to Rittenhouse and his mother during this time anyway, right? Maybe maybe for the PR.
Yeah, because
piece.
they're not bringing any civil cases at this point.
Yeah.
I noticed that you list an out-of-county address. But you live in Kenosha County? Yeah. You live in Racine County? Ooh.
How did you
live
get
in
here?
Kenosha County previously?
Yeah.
Okay, how long ago did you move? And where you're living now, is that your permanent residence?
Correct.
Do you have a driving license? What is the address there? In Racine? Are you registered to vote
There it
in
is.
Racine? Any reason this gentleman shouldn't be excused?
No, Your Honor. Yeah.
All right, thank you, sir.
He's in the wrong. He's in the
And,
wrong county.
Always nice
So
to
you
have
gotta
a
check.
visit from our neighbors to the north.
That sucks. It sucks for me to sit through all this shit this morning.
37.
Yeah, you had to drive down to a different county. You had to sit through all of this stuff. You want to just like, that guy's like, I'm not. I don't even live here anymore.
And number 37.
Like the whole day.
Ma'am, do you,
For
ma'am,
2 hours.
would you have raised your hand in answer to any of the questions asked so far? Okay, thank you very much.
Like, damn, I've been here for 4 hours. I forgot to tell you I was in the wrong court.
Anybody else
WHMW,
know
they don't
from the
have
last
to
group?
register to vote. He's just trying to figure
Okay,
out
go
the
ahead,
nature of how he got the
Mr.
notice in the first place.
Kraus.
Because if he's still registered to vote in Kenosha,
Teflon Koskin,
maybe that's where they got his
Edgar
address.
Costa, Jonathan
That's-
Ford,
That's
Justin
generally how they get the
Takeback,
jury. If you're
Deputy
registered to
Miller
vote
from
and
Sauk
you're a
County, South
citizen, and they
Dakota,
know you live in that area,
Gilbert
so they
Schmidt,
take the jury pool for the
Larry
voting
Collins, Mike Tobin, Brandon Childers, and Pat Case.
South
Anybody
Dakota.
familiar with any of those folks?
One of the closed captions
Thank you.
recorded the name as
Next
South Dakota.
I just correct the Deputy Miller's from Sauk County Sheriff's Department, not South Dakota. Anmol Kindry, Kyle Cook, Nathan DeBruin, Mary Mackenzie Waldschmidt, Juan Pablo, Hannah Giddings, Lucas Zanin, Monica Matta, and Officer Sturma of the Milwaukee Police Department.
Anybody acquainted with any of those folks? Thank you. Go ahead, Mr.
Wendy Rittenhouse, Faith Rittenhouse, Michael Rittenhouse, Ray Dickard, Charles Rosenbaum, Tamara Rosenbaum, Carrie Ann Swart,
We are
Thomas
so
Hazelton,
juvenile. We are
Joshua
so
Binninger,
juvenile.
and
Oh my
Agent Mims
God.
His
from
name
Alcohol,
is
Tobacco, and
Ray
Firearms.
Dickhard.
Yes. Yes.
he had to.
Go ahead.
He had
Oh my
Dickard
God.
first. He
Horowitz.
corrected it.
Karen Bloom, John Huber Jr.,
Ah.
Nick Dennis, Chief David Smetana from Pleasant Prairie, Carol Wilkie from Pleasant Prairie HR, Officer Noah Tarsky from Antioch, Andrew Ross, and Corey Washington.
Anybody acquainted with any of those folks? Number, tell us your number, please. 18, what's up?
I know Chief Smetana and Carol Wilkie.
Now, have you ever discussed any aspect of this case with them? If one of them were to testify, would you judge that person's testimony by a different standard from that you employ with any other witness?
No.
Did you ever discuss any aspect of this case at all with them?
No.
Okay, thank you. Next. Oh, another hand? Okay, yes, sir. I'm sorry. This is number 6.
Yeah, me and Corey discussed it. I was actually down there when all that happened.
In the area here. Any reason this gentleman should be excused?
I was there. You're
I think he was, sir. Let me
Yes,
ask.
he's got to go. He's got to go. If this guy's on the scene, he's got to go.
Number 38.
See, you know what? A lot of people seem to be confused on why, because on Civil Law mentioned it too in the chat about how the skateboard guy has a viable claim to self-defense against Rittenhouse and Rittenhouse.
And ma'am,
against
would you
him.
have raised your hand in answer to any question asked so
It
far?
seems like people are confused about that point.
Conflict of interest for me because I'm a caregiver for my elderly father who's an accident prone, and he does not have anybody currently sitting with him right now.
Oh,
Yeah,
is there anybody else?
The
who can do
reason he
this?
would be potentially
No.
justified is,
My two
again,
sisters
it's
both
the
reside
legal
in
definition of
my
self-defense.
Yeah.
Do you have an objective fear of imminent death or bodily injury, serious bodily injury, and do you have a
business,
subjective
let me
fear
finish
of
this.
imminent death or serious bodily
Thank you,
injury? And then third, did you provoke the incident which caused it?
Number
If
39.
Huber believed that Kyle Rittenhouse is an active shooter shooting protesters, then he potentially has a self-defense claim. I think one of the one of the mitigating factors of Huber's self-defense
And, Ben,
claim
would you
is
have raised your hand
is
in answer to any
well,
of the questions
no, I guess
asked
it's
so
part of
far?
it. Attacking him with the
Thank you very
skateboard in
much. Please
general
take that.
would be his
That's-
claim to. That'd be the self-defense against the assault. So,
Yeah.
Okay, anybody else from the last?
so yeah, I mean,
of
It's like
names?
it's like if you're in a
Go ahead,
building and
Mr.
somebody's screaming, "There's an active shooter,
Thank
active
you.
shooter!"
Corey
That guy
Washington
just shot
Russell
somebody,
is
and you see
Corey
somebody with a
Elijah,
gun
more
walking,
commonly.
and you have something you
Brandon
throw it at the
Beeman,
guy.
Drew
You
or
you
Frank
have justifiable
Hernandez
claim
goes
of
by
self-defense
both
as that
names.
guy would if he
Elijah
wasn't
Schaefer,
shooting people. If you were wrong
Julio
about that,
Rosas, Ford Fisher, Michael Lehman, Devin Bennett,
I
Alicia
interviewed a guy named
McCrae,
Andrew Branca
Brandon Utarte
from
Childers,
lawofselfdefense.com
Angela Aker,
about the Ahmaud Arbery case.
Sarah
And
Castelli,
his
and Alan
one of his
Castelli.
contentions that was
Okay,
interesting
anybody,
about that
on
case
those
is
names?
both that Ahmaud Arbery may have been justified
again?
in attacking
Okay, what's
what's
up?
his name, Michael.
The guys.
Yeah,
McMillan,
that he may have been
McMichaels.
Okay, so this
McMichaels.
is
yeah,
something
McMichaels.
that was actually
Greg
there was a
McMichaels
live
or
stream
whatever.
running that.
So he may have been justified in going
Okay.
after him, and
Can
that guy
you, even though
simultaneously
that
would still
is
be justified in shooting
claimed
him
to be a live
because
stream, I'm not suggesting it
one of
isn't.
the allegations is that
Can you,
Arbery reached for the gun.
Disassociate yourself
And so
from whatever
that's
you saw
that
on
becomes a
or any
complicated
commentary
question
may
there,
have been,
too.
and
But
decide
the
solely
only
on
reason
the
why I
basis
would
of
say
what's
he's
presented
wrong,
in the court.
and this one it's different from this one,
Okay.
is because you can't jump out of a car and try to stop somebody with the weapon. That's now you're the initial aggressor. As soon as he did
Any
that,
reason this lady
you've
should be
lost all
excused?
your claims of self-defense. And now Ahmaud Arbery trying to grab the gun. It's a different scenario because he didn't hear this guy's an active shooter or something like that. Somebody's trying to physically stop you with the gun.
Yeah.
Now you've
No, we
lost
were-
all, I think, your
And
claims of
how
self-defense with
about,
that.
And we were discussing this case,
number
I mean,
40,
like
would you come
9
up,
months
please?
ago, and a lot more has come out since it. So, but I was just pointing out, like there can be competing viable self-defense claims. Both people can be justified, and people seem to think it's one or the other. It's no, they can. It's the question is literally not at all about what the other person's justification for their actions may
Raised your
be.
hand
Yours
in answer
is.
to any of the questions
It's what you
asked
did,
so
yeah.
far?
Massive Damage Gaming says, if Kyle's defense fund gets completely drained, do the lawyers just stop working? You keep mentioning this over and over. What happens if Kyle's
Okay,
defense fund
what's
is
up?
drained? No, no, lawyers have to ask permission from a court to withdraw from a case. And if it's significantly far in the case and they say, we're not getting paid,
4-year-old
that's
in the
not
what program?
justification.
Yeah,
The-
you got
the
to
what program?
continue on.
In the 4K program.
Okay. So what's the schedule?
They go
You can get out as long as it doesn't negatively affect your client. If you can't get out like right at a crucial time because like he's not paying me. That's why you get retainers and hopefully try to make it so you can get past those
Okay.
points.
And,
Closing arguments
is
tomorrow.
there a
Your Honor,
neighbor
I'd like
or,
to withdraw.
close friend out there?
I'm sorry, that's free money for him today because you gotta continue on.
The worst case of that
How about,
ever is Miller, U.S. v. Miller, the Second Amendment case in 1939.
Does
So
he
what
live
happened?
close by where you would have
So
to
the
do his
guy
transporting?
died. Miller died,
I mean, if he
and his
you say he has to
estate,
get off work,
like a week
does he work here in
before Supreme
Is the
Court
school
oral
here in town?
arguments, the estate
So-
didn't pay the attorney, and the attorney
Okay.
withdrew
You would have to be sitting in this.
right before oral arguments. So the
Okay.
U.S. v. Miller, the landmark
I'm
gun
gonna-
case up until Heller, was decided by solely the state
gonna let that sit
making
for
the
now.
arguments.
Thank you.
There was no.
Oh, wow.
The Supreme Court
Um,
actually allowed the attorney
else
to not
on that
appear.
last one? Incidentally, was there anyone else who
That's
was
strange.
down here in
That's
the
very
area?
strange because usually
between,
they
let's
could have
say,
said no and
60
forced him to come.
65th
Yep.
Street and 54th Street between about 12th Avenue and 6th Avenue on the night that this incident is reported to have occurred.
Now this is why you need to
Okay,
have
thanks.
good jury
Go ahead.
questionnaires.
Thank you. Sarah
Was
Castelli,
anybody at the event?
Alan Castelli, Scott
Yeah.
Picard,
Seriously.
Brianna Garrison,
Were you there?
Sahil
Do you
Kindry,
literally
Elena
live in the
Fro,
neighborhood?
Brian Blake, Brandon Cramen, Susan Hughes, James Armstrong.
Guys,
from the
imagine
State
if
Crime
you were
Lab,
there
Chelsea
as the jury right
Dominguez,
now.
and
You'd be
TJ
so bored
Williams.
because you wouldn't have two dumb lawyers talking over everything.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Richards.
Court is boring.
You got more
though.
names?
Nicholas Gialvo of Digital Forensics, Peyton Engel, Digital Forensics, Dr. John Black, Force Science Institute. Evan Devlin, investigator. Dr. Jeffrey Jensen, medical examiner. Todd Johnson, private investigator. Steve Spignola, private investigator. Officer Jacob Birch, Kenosha Police Department. Former Officer Amanda Franco, Kenosha Police Department. Sergeant Jeremy DeWitt, Kenosha Police Department.
You already mentioned Jeremy DeWitt.
Familiar with any of those folks? Go ahead.
Jason Lakowski, Ryan Balch, Joanne Fiedler, Nicholas Smith, Jacob Marshall,
Nicholas Smith again.
Joshua Zeminski, also known as Alex Blaine, Kelly Zeminski, also known as Kelly Dunn, Monica Mata, Lucas Zanin, Nathan DeBrune, and Richard McGinnis. That's all, Your Honor.
There was one on your list that you didn't mention, or maybe I didn't hear it. It's number 12 on the first amended witness list.
I didn't list them because the state already listed
Oh,
them
okay,
here.
fair enough. Okay, anybody acquainted with any of those folks? Okay, thank you, folks.
Are we done
Do
with the
you,
witness portion
have
yet?
any interest, financial or otherwise, in the outcome
Oh,
of this
thank God.
case? Does any of you have any feeling of bias or prejudice for or against anyone involved in this case? Number one, I think I'm going to leave it alone. We'll discuss it in a little bit. Anyone else for or against anybody? Biased for or against anybody? Number three.
I saw that it was friends with family.
Okay.
I do not know them.
Okay. Do you have you discussed the matter with your daughter?
That's hard not to do.
Well, no, yeah, I'm not suggesting it is. It isn't. I'm going to leave it for further inquiry.
What? She's got to go. Come on. You still got 150 people there.
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay.
And
Is there
she's
any one
discussed
of
the
you
case with the daughter? Yeah.
What was the
who
daughter's
has any
relationship
opinion
to the case?
or has ever
Financial interest or
formed or
something?
expressed any opinion as to the guilt or
I didn't
innocence
hear
of
you.
the defendant? Let's break that up into separate questions. Once again, keep in mind that your decision is to be based on the evidence which is presented at the trial, but we do want to know if you've ever formed an opinion in the past, or if you've ever communicated any opinion as to the guilt or innocence of the defendant.
This is why you got to
in
get
this
your social media. This is why you need the social media.
case.
people
So
to,
let's
you
go
know,
with the
look at
back
their
row
stuff.
first. Anybody who has ever now has an opinion. Let's start with a now has an opinion. Anybody now have an opinion other than the presumption of our law, which is that the defendant is innocent? As I mentioned a little bit ago, that was another thing that
Well,
the founders
the
gave
daughter
us,
knew one of the
was a strong
defendants.
presumption of innocence. That's not true everywhere in the world. In some places
But
in
did
the
she
world,
like him?
there is a presumption of guilt, and the defendant has got to respond and prove his innocence.
Innocence.
That
yeah.
is not our case. We have the presumption that the defendant is innocent, and the burden is upon the state to prove guilt and must prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. So, is there anyone who now has an opinion as to the guilt of the defendant other than that he or she will indulge the presumption required by law and presume the defendant to be innocent? Did you have your hand up, ma'am, or not? Okay. Can you, let me ask you this. Whatever feelings you may have had coming in here, can you shed them and follow the precept of our law and presume that the defendant is innocent and refuse to vote guilty unless you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty, even if you think that he is probably guilty. Can you do that?
I'm not sure.
That's tough.
Well, you're telling us
Because
what
if you think
That's
he's
what
probably
exactly
guilty,
we-
I don't know if I want that person
So
on the
is
jury.
anyone who objects to the removal of this juror?
Yeah, she's got to go.
Right. I'm going to thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
But now
Excuse me, I'm
everybody
gonna
sees
thanks
exactly
and,
what I said earlier, right?
see the,
If you think
bullet.
he's guilty or you think he's
and
innocent
ask-
and you can't get past it, that's your quickest way off the jury.
Absolutely.
Number 41.
This is a high profile case. There's no shame in just getting up and saying, you know what? I don't want to do this. I think he's guilty. I've seen a bunch of news stories. Of course you have. If you're in the area of Kenosha.
All right, and ma'am, would you have raised your hand in answer to anything that's been asked so far? Thank you. Would you please take that seat?
This is the alternate.
Okay, I think did I have another hand? I've got several other hands. Go ahead, number 3.
Yeah, everybody's got to figure out something about this case.
At this point.
Okay. Is it that you're not sure that you can
Judge
put
confidently
aside
said he could panel this whole
what you
jury
may have
today.
thought or
Think he
in
does
the
it?
past? Or is it that you
I don't know.
not sure you'll be
That's going to be tough.
you're willing to do that?
Getting today is going to be tough.
Okay. Any reason this juror shouldn't be excused?
Morpheus, they're not going to sequester this
Thank
jury.
you, ma'am.
No, they're
Hold
not.
on next.
Okay, so this on?
Hold on. Bear with me a second. 41? 42. 42, would you go up, please?
No, Big Chungus, they're gonna be done with this by 4:30 p.m. today or 5.
Yeah. Would you have raised your hand
Yeah.
in answer? You're going to Europe on Friday? Okay, turn around.
Get out.
Any
yeah.
reason this juror
So,
shouldn't be excused?
what the hell's
Thank
he
you. Have a
like?
wonderful-
Why did he wait 4 hours
where are
to
we
say
going?
that? Right?
Where are we going?
Well, he was one of the alternates
well,
that
have
was
a
coming in.
wonderful time.
This is a problem with this
Um,
inefficient process that you're
would you
talking
come up,
about,
please, ma'am?
right?
Yeah, because you could have asked all these questions
Come on
already. Going to Europe, he's gone. Where you're at the day of protest, you're gone, right? All these
Okay,
things could have been
ma'am, would you have
hammered
raised
out
your
with the
hand in
questionnaire.
answer to any of the questions so far? Please take seat number 3. What was her number?
She was number 43.
43.
That's one thing I'll say about the Floyd trial. They had jury selection because they knew they were going to have a monster issue with jury selection.
All right, number 4,
They
I think you
really
had
made
your
it
hand
so
up.
efficient. And even they
Yeah.
still got a juror who was on who was with the Black Lives Matter t-shirt on. I didn't know I owned that shirt. That was funny.
I don't remember wearing that. You were at a giant rally. You
Now,
traveled
that's
1,500 miles to go to it.
And people sometimes think that they're supposed to
Who
come
knows
in
if
here
they
and
were?
not have been aware of what is going on, and that's not true at all. And there's nothing wrong with my watching a program about some incident that happened in Beaumont, Texas, and you can watch what the media reports and form kind of an impression about it. But I wouldn't think for 1 minute that I would decide upon someone's innocent or guilt based upon what I saw on TV or what
There's a lot of
what
people
I,
who've done that,
I had
Judge.
discussed with my family members. If I had the enormous power given to me by the founders of our country and the responsibility to be fair and impartial, I'd understand. That was all
ICF
fine
Dave
and
here.
good.
No, we cannot turn our
And it's all
voices
good when
down
I'm
so it doesn't
detached
tune
from
out
it,
the
but when I'm
judge.
right
It's an
at the core of
artifact
it,
of how Streamlabs works.
Um,
But you people
would
are
be like if
welcome
the
to go
judge
watch
had the
the
power that
streams
we
without
don't have,
commentary that are there
given
that
to
you
us
won't
by
offend me.
the founders of the country. They said the
But
judge
if
would
you're
try these
here
cases.
for
If I could
if you're here to
something on
watch Kyle
TV and
Rittenhouse
then
trial with
I
no
could slip through the
commentary,
tile
you're in
and
the
then
wrong
give a
place
verdict,
because we're going to talk
decision.
talk about things, talk
So,
over
there's
things,
nothing
explain
wrong
things.
with
You're here for the
having
commentary,
had
and if you're
prior
not,
opinions about it, we do want to know
Yahoo
about
is
it.
covering this on
if you're
YouTube
asked.
for free.
Uh,
That's
but
where I'm pulling the stream from.
if
It's from
you're
Yahoo.
confident and
So you
assure
guys
us
can go
that
check it out there.
I realize
and,
the very
and I
strong
get it.
distinction
Like if you want that, but
between
we're gonna
the
make
safeguards
commentary.
built
That's
into
why
our
we're here.
system
And
and what's out in the
and if you don't like that,
general population.
catch you next time. It's
And
cool.
understand that. If you can do that, then there's not a problem. So you needn't be concerned about.
Just imagine how
having previous
boring they are in the courtroom, like the jurors
long
are.
as you
You know,
follow the
they don't have any commentary.
Yes.
What do you think?
Yeah, people always tell me to like speed up things.
Well,
speed up things to get through it. And I'm like, no. Let's get the feel of how horrifically boring
And-
court is.
Let me ask it this way.
Can
And
you
this judge is
skip the
doing
pause?
a pretty good job of
You
it
are
too.
any less,
Yeah.
do you think you are any less able to be fair in this case than anybody else who's here?
Probably not.
Probably
These are
not or
deep
not?
philosophical questions.
Huh? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. How about next? Number 5.
We've got the 1,500 like drink happening. Oh my goodness.
Oh, that's nice.
Well,
So,
would happen
Protogen,
if-
we're not
if the
using
evidence
Streamlabs, we're
developed
using
and it actually was
StreamYard.
different
So can't do that.
from the information upon which you
Somebody put the
based
judge seems incompetent.
your
Well,
opinion?
why is the
Would
judge
you-
seem
would you be able to
incompetent?
set
He's
your
going
opinion
through this is
aside?
jury selection.
You couldn't? In spite of actually hearing from people who actually saw or even videoed what happened, you wouldn't be able to put that aside?
This woman knows.
Really?
I can't
Any
put it
reason this
aside.
jury shouldn't be excused?
What I tell
Okay,
you,
thank you,
boom,
man.
you guys should be
Paul,
charging
next,
us for this because we're showing you how exactly you get out of jury duty, right?
Yeah,
I
there
can't
you go.
be impartial. What you gonna do, Judge? Put me on the jury, but I can't be impartial. Any excuse why not to let this woman go? Boom. But this is not legal advice, and don't do this. If you can be impartial, tell the truth. These people are under oath, for God's sake.
Yep. Ma'am, would you have answered or raised your hand rather to any of the questions asked so far? Thank you very much. Would you take seat number 5 there, please? Okay, now that back row again, anybody else? I see number 7, 8.
I'll say this. Let's a poll. Do you think this judge votes for Democrats or Republicans?
Ooh, that's a good question. Chat, is this guy a Democrat or Republican voter? Do you know the answer?
I don't. That's what I thought was just interesting. I mean, because usually you can get a feel of it, but this is very. You really don't know. I just don't know. Sometimes he'll say something. I'm like, all right, so he's a hardcore righty, but then I'm like, he sounds like a lefty.
Well, it's a matter. We all encounter incidents.
Even a chat, Dem, Republican, DR.
Well, you know what you think.
Who knows?
We're talking about hearing the actual evidence.
Right.
And the funny thing is, that's how you know you have a good judge.
So if
you
heard
can't tell if it's
someone
an RRD, right?
Someone said Nazi Party of
directly
America.
contrary to, and let's say you heard 4 witnesses who are directly contrary to what you think the case was based upon what you've heard or what you seen, you wouldn't be able to disregard the okay. Any reason this juror shouldn't be excused?
No.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Juror number 45.
Ballotopedia says nonpartisan. I've never actually met one.
Yeah. He's appointed by somebody. If he's appointed by a D, then he's probably a D. Ds don't report, don't generally don't appoint R.
Is he appointed
Would you
or
have,
just
raised
Wisconsin
Is this
election
us?
judges?
any of the questions asked
If
so
it's
far?
an election, then
Thank you very much.
then
sir.
he'll
Would
be
you
on the
take-
ballot under
take seat
DNR.
number 8?
let's look.
He was put into office by a Democrat.
Okay, anybody
that
else?
was
in
50
the last
years ago,
question
Democrat.
Was
I'd be a different Democrat. What is it? Is it?
If you've
He's
ever
on a
formed or expressed any
lifetime
opinion, no,
appointments,
have-
though, right? He's had to be
or
reappointed.
express any opinion as to
Yeah.
the
Maybe the
innocence or
federal
guilt
or
of the
lifetime
defendant
appointments.
without
me
hearing the
see.
evidence. What's your number, sir? 17, and what's up?
My biases go back to 14 months ago. I've been commenting consistently on news feeds and Facebook. It also goes a little further to my belief in the Second Amendment, which comes from Monroe's writings in Federalism.
He's
I'm gonna
gone.
stop you.
This guy is gone.
I'll read your website. But here. No, I'm going to tell you. And you haven't done a single thing wrong. But
But you're gone. Get
as
out.
I said
Yeah.
before, if I didn't say it, I'll say it again. This is not a political trial.
I
The-
mean,
this one
it
of
is,
the
though.
problems with the way the media has covered this, and it's not just the media. It was mentioned by both political campaigns and the presidential campaign
Yeah.
last year. In some instances, very, very imprudently. They're important issues for those who seek to lead our country to discuss.
The difference is
the
the
innocence
judge
of guilt
doesn't
of an
want it to
individual
be
accused of a
a
crime is
political
not one of them.
trial.
And
That's what he's
also,
saying.
the trial is not
I'm not
about-
running this as a political trial.
to the extent the trial is about the Constitution, it's about the right to a fair trial. And I don't want you to take this as a lecture. My point is that we don't want to fall into the trap that many
I
of the
write
media
about the
have, a
Constitution
large
going back to the
percentage
words
of
of
the media,
Monroe.
and discuss this as a political trial, or
He
that
did
there
say that.
are bigger factors than this case at stake in this trial. We're concerned here in this courtroom to try this case in accord with our law, what our law provides, what our rules of evidence prescribe, which have developed over hundreds of years to improve the level of fairness. The jury system is a wonderful system that was given to us by our founders. It hasn't always worked perfectly. And in fact, there's some very shameful chapters in the history of juries' determinations in this country. But I've been in this business for 50 years, and it's getting better. It's a lot better now than it was 50 years ago. And if we keep at it and
50
try
years.
to contain our
Can you
feelings and
imagine?
decide
He
this
has
case
been on the bench
law
for
and
50 years.
fairness, it's going to get better yet.
That's crazy. That's
So
crazy.
I want this case to reflect the greatness of Kenosha and the fairness of Kenosha. And I don't want it to get sidetracked.
no, he
with other
hasn't.
issues. Now, I don't care about your opinion.
Morpheus says he was appointed in 1983 by a
that are
Democrat
directly
governor.
contrary.
I think he might be kind of centrist.
One of the beauties of the
All
jury
I know is I
system, although
respect
it's
his
not
ruling so
intended,
far.
is that it brings together
I'd be as
the-
kind to say
a
it varies on the
composite of
position
the
he's
community.
voting for.
And it isn't just a case isn't being decided on political basis. It's being decided
83 to 21
it's
is
done
40,
properly
well,
on the
38
basis
years.
of what does the law say? What are the true facts? That's what the jury decides is what are the true facts and how do they fit together? And that comes out as a verdict. So I'm sure you'll be questioned here when we go into the private discussions. I'm sure you'll be questioned about anything that you put out on the internet or what discussions you've had, but they're not disqualifying. The fact that you've disclosed them is fine, but anybody, if you've said something about the case, we want to know about it for sure. But I just don't want to get into a discussion now where we're talking about the Second Amendment or anything like that, because this case is not about the Second Amendment, like all the constitutional provisions, have a role in this case, but they are not the focus of this case. Okay? If I'm
He's
going
right,
on,
yeah.
bear with
He
me.
got his law
Okay,
degree
so
in
do you think
1970. That's why he
you
says in this
can be
business. He's
fair-
been on the
50
bench
years.
for about 38 years,
No,
but
I
he's
do
been
not.
a lawyer for 50.
Do you think that there are other people here who are going to be fairer than you would be?
I have no idea how to answer that.
Okay.
I would hope so.
You think you're
Wait,
biased?
what?
I do, and it goes back to the politics that you told me to stop.
No, yeah, okay. Any reason this gentleman shouldn't be excused?
No.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Gone.
Mandy Carvicka says, "Good morning, Nick and Nate. What's for breakfast? Whiskey for me.
Yeah, I've just had this big cup of coffee.
I
Going
usually
through
don't
jury
eat until
selection.
like 6, 7 p.m. because I'm busy.
Juror number
Yeah.
46.
That's late in the day, though.
I know. Trust. It's not what I choose. It's what I end up doing. Do you know? Does Wisconsin do sentencing by judge or by jury?
I'm not sure. I have to look that up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Because I know in
Ma'am, would you
the
raise
Texas
your hand
case they had that
if any of
weird
the
piece of
questions
it
answered so far?
where after they found her guilty, they didn't have to find
You don't have to be bashful about
how
it.
much time she served.
I just voiced my opinion about this.
Yeah, in Minnesota,
Okay.
judge does the sentencing, not a
No,
jury.
number one,
They use the jury's facts
Is it
and they
possible that
apply
your
the
opinion,
law because
whatever
we have
it
a
is,
sentencing
could be changed
commission and a guidelines and all
if you
that.
heard the evidence in the case, which
But
has
this-
the safeguards.
Bushmaster
This is in Wisconsin,
937.
too.
Do you think you could put
Yeah.
aside
Yeah.
what you've said
Bushmaster
before and
937.
decide
Thank you for
solely
the
on the
for the
evidence?
donation. Very much appreciated.
Do you think that you'll have to, once
Sam
you're on the
Walter, I'll
jury,
read yours
you
in a
might have
second.
to swallow your pride and tell your friends, I actually heard all the evidence, and will you be able to do that?
Yeah.
I'm going to put you in that seat then, and we'll see what happens. Number 17, please.
They're close though. They're close to 20
Okay.
because then the
15,
questions
hand
start. So
up.
if you hear get a seat 20, then
15.
the lawyers start questioning.
I've had extensive discussions with my husband, with him. However, I've sought it out for the video and review it. I am partial, only given that the facts presented were given to both sides.
What?
What?
So, just as you stated, so often facts aren't presented to both sides. And
Look, he looks
even though I
confused.
sought out
Tudney's like, what is she talking about? They didn't want to strike her for being a weirdo.
Yeah.
So all the clips that were showing up were not favorable for him. And what I'm definitely afraid of right now is, yes, I have somewhat of a preconceived notion, which I could overlook, but if given through the trial, you're starting to see that it's a one-sided, I would have problems.
Well, this is what the Constitution says.
Very weird.
Both sides have the right to question the witnesses. Both sides have the right to force witnesses to attend and to present evidence. Both sides are going to be given the right to argue the case and present their views and interpretations of it. We try to do everything in total balance. When you see Liberty up there on the
Well,
wall,
are you going to make me waste a
she's
challenge on this woman though?
show
I got 7
why
challenges. You're going to let me waste a challenge on her?
Yeah, that's
You let
annoying.
her go for cause. Yeah, you let her
The,
go for cause. The
When
defense
every
is
judge
happy to
takes
have
an
her,
oath
but
from the Chief
prosecution,
Justice of the
you
United
gotta
States
go.
right to the municipal judge of the smallest community in the country, every judge takes an additional oath, not just the constitutional oath, but also a judicial oath, which includes the pledge that I will administer justice fairly without respect to persons. That means be fair to everybody who comes in. Don't be looking at who's involved without respect to people. That doesn't mean you don't respect people. It means you don't give an advantage to a bank president or a big executive or a teacher or a priest or anything else. You cover all that up and you decide solely on the evidence. And that's what is expected of the jurors. Now, you said you saw one and then you saw another and you formed a different view of it. And you didn't see anything that's evidence in the case because there's been no evidence. You have a field of a fund of evidence, which is absolutely nothing in the eyes of our law. When you have heard all of the evidence, both parties being fair to produce evidence and to challenge evidence and argue.
He's talking to now.
evidence,
He's not just talking to
would
her.
you
He's
be
talking to
able-
all the crazies in the crowd.
Yeah.
But she's got to go. Come on, Judge. She's not going to
Do you
go.
have your hand up? It's number.
Oh, he didn't dismiss her.
Come on. You're going to make them waste a challenge on that? She's if you're the prosecutor.
I didn't hear what
Oh,
you said.
wait, she's got to go.
I verbally admitted that I thought he was guilty, and I figured, okay, well, I'm sitting here and I'll listen to it. the explanations the last couple of times here. I kept asking myself, can I honestly do that? And I keep coming up with a thing. If there's evidence there that would be indicating innocence.
So this guy's saying that he believes he's guilty.
I would be fair to think to the court. I'm making a specifically change of mind.
Yeah,
So his
this
problem
guy
is
has a
that he-
prejudice of guilty, and he can't. He's not sure if he can change his mind even with evidence. Go, get out.
Yes.
I hope I'm understanding you right, but it sounds like you've made a conclusion early on.
Yes.
And even when you consider the injunction from the founders of our country that you should decide solely on the evidence, you're not going to be able to abandon that opinion? Is that what you're saying? Okay. Any reason this jury, this jury should not
Gotta
be-
go.
Okay, thank you, sir.
See, if I was the prosecutor, I'd be like, the one before that, we don't gotta go either. Come on, Judge.
Who's next?
Do you hear the pew 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 that happens, right? Like you
Yeah.
hear that? That's not
I
my
hear
head. Every time it happens, I'm like, what is going on?
I'm like, is this something I have open? No, but I don't have anything open.
No, I
Just
think it's the
random.
court. It's whoever's
All right,
running the
number
court is some
47,
alert. that's like,
would you
pew,
have
pew,
raised
pew,
your hand
pew.
in answer to any of the questions asked so far? What's up?
I'm a self-employed tile contractor, and I have a job in a house that is closing next Friday that isn't started yet. And it's not done, those people move into a house without a bathroom.
Do you have people work with you?
Just me,
Work for you?
just me.
How much of a financial loss would you take if a competing contractor were to do that work?
Oh shit!
4,000-ish.
That's the gross, or that's your?
It would be the gross,
What would be the amount that you would be out of pocket?
probably 2,500.
That's a tough hit, though. Come on, Judge. You got 150 people sitting
Any
there. Come
reason
on, let
the
this
jury
guy
should be
go.
excused?
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
let him go.
It's like, come on. Like,
You
you
got-
can't be like,
I
too
got a
crazy
house
with it.
closing. Did the Yahoo cameraman fall asleep and pan up? What is he doing?
I don't
Let's
know.
remember the state seal of Wisconsin. Sam Welter
So-
says, if God forbid Kyle is
All
found
right,
guilty, how is
sir, would
sentencing
you have
handled?
raised your hand
Does the
in
judge
answer to
diss it
any of the
out? The
questions
jury?
asked so far?
Actually don't know. in
Would you have
Wisconsin.
raised your hand in
I'll try and
answer
get an
to any
answer
of the
for you.
questions asked so far? Okay, thank you. Would you take seat number 16?
So we got 16.
Thank you, sir.
So hold on. When we were at, you were 17. Now we're at 16.
Yeah, anybody, why, I didn't mention that. We have some devices here that for to amplify this the spoken voice, and they also decrease the ambient noises.
Now,
And
are
people
there-
use them. In fact, I've used
Is
them,
he
and they
seating
work
the
very
20
well.
jurors, or is he
And,
saying 16 of 34?
We have a schedule where
So
we
like
sanitize
16
them every
is just
6
gone.
weeks,
Now they're bringing
so
in a new
that
16.
there's no concern about putting.
Yeah, he wants 34
Okay,
that
we do it every
passes
day.
initial
Every
screening,
time they're used, we do
and
them. So,
then
Right.
each side gets
anybody
7
want
to knock it down to
hearing
20.
device? They work through this gadget
Yeah.
up here, behind they're infrared. I don't know. Anybody want one? Just tell the bailiff.
So I think what they're doing is they're going to go through the entire
all right,
jury questionnaire. Once they get done with the
Let's see,
jury
now, we were going
questionnaire,
through about people who have
then they'll have their
expressed
34
opinions or now
in the
have
room.
opinions, and I think we're.
And
in
then they
this-
use
what's
their
your seat
their
number, sir?
preliminary challenges to strike that
19?
34.
What's up?
Is 19.
Let's wait until the.
Oh, Bard just
Uh,
said he says there's 34 in
Yeah.
the box. Yeah, but that's
Yeah.
what they've been saying. There's the reason why there's 34 in the box. Each side gets 7, and after the strikes they whittle it down to 20.
Hey, what's up, Barnes? By the way, big shout out to Robert Barnes in the chat.
You know, I'm not trying to be obnoxious, although I can be. But I'm not trying to be obnoxious. But what you're telling me is that you have discussed with other people, and no matter what the evidence is, you're sticking with your opinion.
Yeah.
Okay, fair, no, well, fair enough. I'm not trying to diminish you in any way. All right, any reason this gentleman shouldn't be excused?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Now, I think this is a lesson for everybody. You see how simple it is? The guy just said, I come to the conclusion, I'm not going to be swayed either way. You're gone. All this whole, I got kids, I got this, I got a pot on the oven. That's going to be
Big
less
waste,
likely to work.
yeah.
If you really want to get off, I've already come to a decision. Damn the evidence. See you later.
Although, Your Honor, I just started a roux is a good excuse. Like, I just started a roux. I'm going to burn that. You can't do that to me. Have you ever burned a roux, Your Honor?
Sir, would you have raised your hand?
Guys, I don't
Run
want
up
to do
again.
this
Any of
for
the
these
questions
streams,
asked
but
so far?
I'm going to turn on
Thank you
subscriber
very
only
much. Would you
mode
take seat number 19
because some people are really
without tripping, I think she said.
really try hard in the chat. So
All right.
The free speech, huh? Free speech.
Anybody else now who feels that he or she now
their
has or
their
has in
free
the past
speech
expressed
ends
an
at my
opinion or
nose,
status of
and
guilt?
my nose
I'll
goes
give it a
far.
Number.
What is that line? It's like you're right to
25?
your
26.
fist
Oh, yeah.
right
And, what's
extends
up?
to the place of my
So the
nose
tip
or
of my
something
nose.
like that.
Whatever the
Your move,
opinion
if
is,
your
and
arms,
you abandon it
you can
after
swing your
doing-
arms up to
well,
my
to
nose.
have an open mind.
That's when you're
the
removed
I
the
have-
right to swing your arm.
and decide
I have an unfair
exclusively,
advantage in
no
this.
matter if it's everything you thought about the case is true.
Tip of
turns
my
out
nose
not to
is
be fact,
broad and
not to be
vast.
established. Even
You got a huge
no matter
circle
what
around you.
happens, you'll be able to decide on the basis of the evidence here in the court.
Absolutely.
Okay, fair enough. Anybody else? Okay, number 31.
31.
Uh-oh.
I have expressed an opinion. My nephew was a police officer and left because of the uproar. I will try to be unbiased.
Well,
Fine.
and let me ask you this.
What does your nephew being a police officer have anything to do with this case? There's no police involved in this case.
The uproar, as you refer to it, the unrest, whatever you want to call it, is related to this case only because it is the circumstances under which it occurred. The case, the focus in the case needs to be on the actions of the persons involved. So there were many aspects of what happened during that period that have really almost nothing to do with this
Sheila
case.
Aliens, I don't believe
So
in
I don't
slow
know what
mode
you
chat.
know what your nephew, what aspect of it might have upset your nephew, or whatever reaction he had. But when you see, you think you'll try to be fair. Do you think there's any reason for me to think that you are less likely to be fair than anyone else who's here? Okay, thank you. Okay, 32.
Now, if you're a good attorney, you're taking notes when he's asking these jurors these questions because you got to know who to target.
Very rooted in the city and have had my opinions. I think the problem I have is the amount and extent of people that I do know in Kenosha and how deep our opinions are about certain things. I think it would be very hard for me to not have outside influences during this time.
Okay.
Can you
number one.
seriously just restrain yourself from talking to those
hard.
people for 2 weeks as your civic
It's not
duty? Like,
in
can
the
you just
equation.
try to not
Just
talk
as
about
when I
this
was
case
started
for a minute?
talking about my pals in school. It was hard for many of them and frightening, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But they had to do it because that was their duty. As far as influence by others, one of the instructions I'm going to give those who were selected for the jury is they're not allowed to discuss the case with anyone, not even members of their immediate family, much less anybody else. And what I tell them is, you're welcome. You're okay. It's okay to say, I'm serving on a jury, but then follow up with, and the judge told me that if I talk with you about it, we'll both be in really big trouble. And that's such a perfect thing to say.
I guess
it's
his
the
lawyers
truth.
were kind of
And we
spoiled
don't
on
wanna go
this,
there.
right?
Believe
Because
me.
we're used to not talking
Neither of
to
us
people
does, but
about
especially you.
stuff that
You
that
don't
other
wanna talk
people
about
might
this.
have heard.
And in fact, what I sometimes will tell
But
people
it's like,
who get
just
funny about
don't. Like, just say,
Because
hey,
I'll
I
tell
can't
them.
talk about that right now.
They'll give me their
Talk to you
opinion
in 2 weeks.
about a case. I'm not talking about this one.
2 weeks
Their
we can
opinion
talk all we
about
want,
that
right?
case. And
Yeah.
I'll say, you have me at a disadvantage because I haven't heard the evidence yet. And of course, they haven't either, and they should feel like fools for even doing that. But as I said, it's a human tendency to form some impressions and all that stuff. That's all okay. But when you're coming here in the courtroom and you're on the jury, you're like one of the cardinals when they elect the Pope, they lock him up. And the reason they do it, if you
That's a good analogy.
research
Half the
history,
Cardinals probably
there's
should
some
be locked
really
up, to be honest.
fascinating theories about how people elections take place. And so they
Oh,
they
no.
cleaned it up. So we're gonna lock them all up in the room, and they're not coming out until they
Choose a
they're not
pope.
going to be subject to influences by this one or that one or anybody else. And so I know you're well connected. And for the record, I'm acquainted with this person. And she's well known to a member of my family. And but I don't see her even maybe a couple of times a year. Well, I think I see her.
You got 150 people.
more frequently than
150
that, but
people,
beyond that,
Judge.
I
Let this one go.
typically have discussion with her. But
Yeah.
so she's well acquainted and with people in the community.
He's got, like I
But,
said, he's got a story for everything.
juror is
Let
just
me
going
tell
to
you
have
about
to
this
who's
other
selected
juror I talked to
is
back
just
in
going to have to have a
1979. Oh
firm
my
bar
God,
to having
Judge,
discussions with anybody about the case.
Judge.
Do you think
He's
you
talking
have
through his
opinions
reasoning. He's
or
talking
have
through his
expressed
reasoning. That's
opinions
why.
We were
But you
discussing the
cannot
recent moon landing
discard
when
entirely and decide this case solely as you view the evidence in this case?
That would be difficult for me to do.
Once again, you're talking about difficult. Do you think that,
I'd be unable to.
pardon me?
I would be unable to do that.
Are you, do you think that there's others here who are more able to be
Oh,
fair
that's-
than you?
that's
I
like,
think so.
you're not
Any
helping,
reason
lady.
which this lady shouldn't
She's
discuss?
literally
Okay, thank you.
incapable of not
That's what-
talking to other people about this subject.
But she wanted to get off the case, and that was her way to get off. And her being that's difficult. You want to just hear her say, "I can't do it," so you're gone. You know.
Yeah.
She was just trying to play the game. She didn't want to go. She didn't want to be on. So she's trying.
Guys,
to
if you're
now.
trying to
All right,
get
so
out of
would you
jury
have,
duty,
raised your hand
just
in
say
answer
the
to any of the
thing.
questions asked so far?
Like, don't
Thank you very
pussyfoot
much.
around
Please
it.
take that
Like,
seat.
just say, I can't be
Okay, anybody else
impartial.
now?
I love drunk
Oh,
drivers.
yeah, excuse me.
I hope they kill more
Um,
people or whatever. Like, just say
And
the
you are
thing.
number 33.
I'm driving drunk
oh,
right
no.
now.
Okay, let's
Like,
deal
just
with the one
say
in the
it.
back. This is number 10. What's up?
I, for religious reasons, I really believe that thou shalt not kill. I don't know what else to say. It's my opinion. It's been the case for years.
Sincerely held religious beliefs. She's got to go.
I didn't do anything.
Get her out.
I'm just.
Yeah, she's got to go.
Get out and also get a better translation. It says "Thou shalt not murder," which has a
Murder,
different
yeah.
context.
Well,
than
I mean,
kill.
and I
Thou
understand
shalt not
that,
kill
and
is different than thou
I
shalt
don't
not
want
murder.
to
Yeah.
suggest that you should
Thou
do
shalt
anything
not
in
kill.
violation of
Ask the
religious beliefs that you
Canaanites or
hold.
whatever, how that, or the Midianites,
however,
or how that worked out,
um,
whichever one it was.
I think most religious faiths accommodate the belief in self-defense, and that's going to be an
Judge,
issue in
he
this
just
case.
said
The state
he's
is
guilty.
contending
Just
that
get
these
her out.
crimes were committed. The law provides.
But you know what
that,
though? He left the
self-defense
other
is a
crazy on
defense.
that the
People
prosecutor's
have
going to have to
the
use the
right
strike on.
to defend
So,
themselves. I think
He might be
most
trying to look
religious
for another
groups
crazy on the other side that they
believe
got to use the
that.
strike on just to
I
make
think
it
I
that,
guess.
When, for example, during the attack on Pearl Harbor back in 1941,
Oh, we're going back to Pearl Harbor now. He should obviously bounce this woman,
sailors,
right? Why
were-
did he
Yeah.
just bounce this woman and
on
move
the
on to the
ship,
next
and all of a
person?
sudden,
I don't know.
planes come,
Let me tell you a
start shooting
story
at them,
about
dropping
Pearl
bombs on them.
Harbor.
But you know why?
I think
You know
most
what? I
religious,
think he's doing this on purpose because
belief
if
would be that
another
they
juror who wants to get off may want to
yeah.
use the same thing,
morally
by forcing her
return
to go
fire.
through this
and try
this
literally to kill
interrogation, may
those
make the
who
next
were
person less
attacking
likely to use this same
to save their own lives
excuse.
and those of their colleagues. So I want to make sure
Don't
that
you want to hang out with Judge
you know,
Schrader and just like
those,
listen
I
to
think
him?
that a large segment
Like
of
outside of
group
the
here,
context
perhaps
of
everybody
court,
in
I want to just
here
be like, Judge,
would
tell
agree
me a
with the-
story
with the,
about literally anything.
with the
I think you're
proposition that
great.
Thou shalt not kill. But
You want to have a beer
be
with this
open
guy and just
to
hang
what
out with him.
moral belief is.
But not when the
more
Brewers
importantly,
lose,
because
apparently.
this
That's
we have
bad.
secular institutions in this country. In this court here,
Brewers.
we are bound by the law of the state, and regardless of your personal beliefs,
Yeah, I think
on
you're
the
right.
higher law,
subject of the morality
He's not debating the
of,
woman. He's
of
debating the crowd.
self-defense,
Yeah.
if it is self-defense. I'm not saying it is. If it's self-defense, it is our law that the jury is not to convict if the jury believes that the defendant acted in self-defense. And I don't want to get bogged down on that right now, but do you think you can follow our law, whether or not you agree that that should be the law, and that you think that it should be, you should turn the cheek? Do you think that you can follow the law in terms of making your verdict? And
I remember when God vibe checked the Pharaoh. The 11th commandment is thou
examine
shalt
the
not be
evidence
blue
and
pilled.
decide whether the case is self-defense. Can you do that?
I have to follow God's laws.
No, I have to follow God's laws.
Okay.
Get out.
Any reason this jury shouldn't be excused? Thank you, ma'am.
Bye.
Wouldn't it be great if the prosecutor's like, objection, Your Honor, she's great.
Yes. We want her on the jury.
Yeah. Your Honor, could she be the foreman, please?
It's lunchtime, Judge.
Yeah, no kidding. I
we
need
going
that
to lunch?
I need that hour break. I need to pee.
He's looking intensively into the.
All right, ma'am,
the
would you
crowd.
have raised your hand in answer to any of the questions asked so far?
I have a general and a specific bias.
Okay.
A general and a
and
specific
specific.
bias.
With the intensity with which you say it, it sounds like that you're not open to
She's
what the
prepared.
evidence shows.
In general, people are jerks, dogs are better, and specifically, my dad's funeral was
No,
supposed to be on August
stop her,
24th.
Judge.
That night, we had to reschedule because of everything that was going on.
Okay, now, nobody here is charged with
Being a jerk.
being disorderly. The actual crimes are very
That's true.
specific and they're a lot more serious than that. But whatever
So,
happened,
as a
in
matter of
terms
opinion,
lawful
Nate, do
dissent,
you think there's a risk in
unlawful
allowing
behavior,
jurors to express
those
their
are not the
specific
issues.
biases and
That's
tainting the other
frightening
juries,
that
jurors on
things
the
were
pool?
disturbed
Yes.
by
It's
people's
possible
lives.
if you have a juror, like someone like me, if I get up and I
What
give my reasons why I think
happened?
he's not
But-
guilty, that I think
Right.
is
Is
going to
that
affect a
something
lot of
that
people's
you-
opinions.
you
So
think should be
you
taken out
don't
on
want people to
somebody
get into
involved in
that. You would
this
just say, no, okay, you have a bias. Oh, we need to go in the back and talk about it.
Yeah, because
Okay.
like
That's
if I
not
got
in-
up and I'd be like, "Well, look, Judge, I think he's not guilty because of this and this and this. Here are the legal reasons behind
Okay,
it. This is
mhm.
Wisconsin law."
Is there any reason
He'd have to be like,
you're-
"Stop!
excuse?
No, we got to clean out this whole jury room."
Thank you, ma'am. Um,
Phoenix Lord Asterman, yes, we will still have a stream tonight because I'm an idiot. The Great White Dope says,
Yeah,
"Why
that-
the hell is this guy on the stream? He is so loud and abrasive." Do you mean the judge? He's the judge. That's why he's there. How dare you?
Sorry, would you have raised your hand and answered any of the questions asked so far?
He even fooled the camera guy. The camera guy's about to go for lunch.
the
He's like,
witnesses?
"Shit, we're supposed to be going to lunch."
Who are they?
2,000 likes. Oh my God.
Randy
guys.
Valeri?
Oh, this is amazing. Boom.
The chat is encouraging
What was it?
self-harm.
Okay. What's the nature
They're like,
of your
drink,
acquaintance
drink.
with those folks?
She even gave her full name. They should have beeped that out.
Okay, has either of them discussed any aspect of this with you? If either of them appeared as a witness in the case, would you judge that person's believability by a different standard from that you'd employ with complete strangers? Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask that you take seat number 10, is it?
Yeah, I didn't hear her name, but she definitely said it. Her last name is Leary.
Yeah.
I think 33 had an opinion. Yes, ma'am. Number 33.
I just feel that I formed my own opinion already before coming here.
Okay, and you're not, I gather from the comments which have been made, you're not unique in that. The question is, can you put that opinion aside
Can you overcome
and
it?
follow what the evidence shows as opposed to an opinion you have based on what you heard outside the courtroom?
No,
You can't do it?
no.
Any reason this lady shouldn't be excused? Thank you, ma'am.
You see, very simple, right? She just is no. That's it.
Yeah. I've
Now, but
formed
now
an
you're going to have a
opinion on
whole
this
bunch of other
matter.
jurors. Now you're going to have a whole bunch of jurors using the same excuse, and this is probably what the judge was afraid of. Like, now, okay, guess what? Guess what? Me too. I got an opinion. My opinion is
Okay.
I got dinner at 8:00.
Yeah. It took me a month to get
All
this
right, ma'am,
reservation.
would you have raised your hand and answered
The
any of
difference in
questions
this
asked
though is
so
that
far?
like this only works
Okay,
if
thank you.
you're
Would you take
I mean
seat
only
number
really
33?
consistently works if you're on a high profile case, right? Like
Okay, anybody else
this
now with an opinion?
this some unknown criminal vehicular homicide case. You're like, I've formed an
number-
opinion on this case. And you're like, how? The judge is like, what did you
don't know
even read
nothing.
about this?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I did not hear what she's saying.
I don't think the mic is on. Okay.
I have a sister that's in hospice that I take care of at home.
She's in hospice.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, at the moment. She's in a 24-hour.
You know what? I'm going to take a break now because I just got to pop up that the food is here. And so I'm going to take a break here.
It's got to pop. Food's here. We're out of here.
Yeah, right there. Take a seat there for the time being. Now, pizza is here.
Pizza.
And
Pizza.
Very
so, and I
Midwestern.
believe it's over in the other building as well. And we're going to take a break.
What did juries get for lunch in New York, Nate?
How realistic is it to start
Pizza
at,
and sandwiches.
at,
It's virtually the
1
same shit.
o'clock?
From what I understand.
Actually, I try to go.
I think it's pizza and
for quarter to 1, but
sandwiches.
that's probably pushing it. 1 o'clock.
I figured they'd bring in a Subway platter, right? Like,
Yeah.
well, you got ham or you got turkey. There you go.
1:15.
With the same toppings, it's always lettuce,
during the break,
onions, tomato. There's no mayo because you can put that on yourself.
If there's a
And then you got a
problem,
side of like pickles
see
and
one of the
olives.
bailiffs and we'll see.
I know from the
I mean,
ones
a
that
medical problem,
that I've
just
seen and been involved with, they usually just let them go for lunch.
a
You can go for
sauce.
lunch,
But,
and maybe they might have something in the back, but they usually go outside for lunch too.
And
they warn them you can't talk to any attorneys if you see them or whatever.
Talk about
Right. Don't talk
the
to
other
anybody
jurors
at
and
all.
that.
If
You
one
can
of the
talk-
attorneys
don't
comes
talk
up
with
to you and
anybody
hands you $100, please
but
tell the
if you
court.
talk with other jurors, you can talk about the Packer game. You can talk about the Bears game. You can talk about the Blackhawks haven't won a game yet. You can talk about a lot of other things, but don't talk about anything about the case, anything about the people involved.
This judge is a massive
anything
sports
about
guy.
other
Like he
jurors.
cares
Yeah.
about
And,
Wisconsin sports
we're gonna
dramatically.
Start at 1 o'clock. 1:15. And don't use any
Yeah, I know
electronic
I'm
equipment.
freezing
Don't
and
be going
pixelated.
online and
My
looking anything
upload, my
up
upstream
that
right now
pertains
is
to the
having
case
a lag spike,
or
so
might pertain to the case.
hopefully it'll fix soon.
Or any news facility of any kind. Please do that. And don't communicate with anybody. Don't mention that you're going to be eating in the courtroom. They're not allowed to leave. Okay, well, they couldn't. You leave to go to the bathroom. Whatever you do, don't make sure you go to the bathroom somewhere other than the courtroom.
Unless you're wearing a diaper. If you're a diaper fetishist,
But
you
anyway,
can just pee
don't,
in the courtroom. It's fine.
Don't leave the building. Don't talk with anybody not involved. Don't go on. Don't be sending messages. You can send a brief message to your loved ones about, I'll talk to you later and everything's fine.
I'll never
But,
see you
don't
again,
be
but everything's
discussing
fine.
the nature of what you don't hear or anything like that, please. And that's folks in the other building, same thing. And when you return from using the restroom or whatever, you may, you please take the same seat you're in right now. Any questions?
The jury plays musical chairs.
All right, bless you all. We'll see you.
Bless you all. This judge is clearly a Christian biased judge and should be excommunicated from judgeshippery.
You're crazy.
All right, we're on a break. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Is there anything? Are you gonna hang out for a while?
Yeah, I was gonna go to the bathroom. I'm gonna go to the bathroom too, because this was a long jury selection. But one thing I want to say is that I think the most interesting part of this is the fact that this judge seems to be such a down to earth regular guy. He's not the monster that the news media has been making him out for the past couple of days. And it's what's a shame is that this guy's been doing his job in this very liberal county for so many years and not a problem. And now all of a sudden he's a racist who hates all black people. It's like, really, does for those of you who've watched this whole thing with us, has the representations that the media have been making about this judge, is it even close to what you see here? You know what I mean? And that's what I think people need to really understand. Just how horrible we've been told this person is, and it's not that way at all. I wouldn't mind having a beer with this guy. You know what I mean?
No, not only would I not mind, I think it'd be great. Like, he seems like a fantastic conversationalist. He's full of interesting anecdotes. He's got a lot of experience beneath his belt. He could probably tell you just about everything about Wisconsin law that you'd ever want to know. And yeah, guys, if the media hit pieces on him say, oh, well, and he issued a ruling which was overturned by the appeals court. Yeah, he's been on the bench 50 years. He's going to be overturned a time or two. But in this case, how he's conducted himself so far has been completely reasonable. The reason this is something people may not understand. The reason the defense is winning the majority of these motions is the prosecution knows they have a bad case. They're bringing motions to try and improve their case, and the motions are based on the same bad information that the case itself is based on. And they're doing their job, right? They're trying to win. I have issues in general with prosecutors and how the state does things, but it is Binger's job to try and win this case 100%. And so he's doing what he needs to do, even if those things end up being unfruitful. They're probably just at least a hop away from frivolous in most cases, or in most instances.
I'm gonna respectfully disagree with you on Binger's trying to win. And the only reason why I'm going to say this is that my first day as a prosecutor, they take us all the new prosecutors and put you in the room, and they say, in this case, is it your job to win the case? And people raise their hand, yes, and they say no. Your job is not to win the case; it's to seek justice. And if justice is you winning, then we want you to win. But sometimes justice is admitting that this is not, that to end this particular case. And I think right now we are so close to that line where if he's just seeking to win this case and not seek justice, which I think is really wrapped up here, then I think this prosecutor has an issue. And there's nothing right now. Can you make an argument that he has a case and he can win it? Yes, but I think if you were really seeking justice, you wouldn't have the charges against the Rosenbaum charge wouldn't be there. And I think the other charges, yes, the Rosenbaum charge would definitely not be there if they were trying to seek justice.
Right.
Again, that's just my opinion.
No, and okay, let me mitigate what I said a little bit and couch this with your very wise commentary. I think you're right. The aspirational aspect, his job is not to actually win this case in that sense. But I think Binger believes that his job is to win this case because I think that there's a tendency to go from that first day, right, of prosecutorhood, where you do have these aspirations of we're seeking justice. I do think that there's too much incentive as people go on, that there's a possibility that they go to the point where I need to win this case for me. And so that's probably a better correction. I don't know if Binger is personally motivated to win this case, but I'm saying winning a case like putting Kyle Rittenhouse in jail is a massive stepping stone to the next step in Binger's career. And with the facts of this case, I think you're right. We're right on the line. Does he have probable cause, the lowest bar that you could possibly imagine to bring this case? Yeah. Yes. But should he have brought this case? When you look at stuff like Zimmerman and Trayvon Martin, where they didn't even, Zimmerman ends up winning at a pretrial motion to dismiss, I think, on that one. And you look at all of the police shootings like Jacob Blake. Heck, let's just look at the Jacob Blake shooting.
Yes.
In the same county the prosecution refuses to charge the officer who shoots Jacob Blake because it was obviously
Self-defense.
justified.
Yeah.
You've got a guy
that was
fighting
the
with
self-defense claim.
police. Yeah, you got a guy fighting with police. You got a guy stealing a car with kids that are not his in the car. He's not authorized to do any of this. And you got a knife that he's used in the tussle with police. You've got him entering a vehicle, and vehicles very quickly become deadly weapons. It's a justified shoot. The Kenosha County district attorney comes out, or whatever, not the Kenosha County, whatever county they're in, district attorney comes out and says this is a justified shoot. That could be done in this case, but it's not. So, hey, you want to take that urine break?
Yeah. Let's do it.
All right, I'll see you in just a couple minutes. To the chat, take a break, go to the bathroom, grab the food that you need. We'll be back in just a second. See you guys then. All right, peace. Oh, baby. We're back. We're back. Or I'm back. Sorry. When you have a million kids or 5, and you leave your office at any point in the day, you get bombarded with a whole bunch of questions. Oh my gosh. Hey, what's up, Nate? Welcome back.
Hey, that was one of the best peas I've had in the past 3 years.
Oh my gosh, it was beautiful. For me too. I was just sitting there like, oh, thank you. Thank
The
you.
Yellow Stream by IP Freely. It was good.
I'm right now sending my wife an Arby's order for later.
Oh. I got to cook.
Let's see.
Oh my god! You know what? One thing I think a lot of people fail to realize, and I know I'm going to take a lot of flack for this, for saying this, but I don't care.
Uh-oh.
The media is responsible. I think the media is more responsible for this Kyle Rittenhouse situation than anything else. Because
yes,
if they hadn't lied about the Jacob Blake situation, then you wouldn't have Kyle Rittenhouse. Jacob Blake had a knife. He had a warrant. He fought the cops. The shooting was justified. All of that, right? The media, instead of waiting 24 hours to verify, guess what? His wife was the one that called. Guess what? He had a felony warrant. Guess what? He had a knife. Guess what? He wrestled with cops. They tried to use tasers. They tried to use all this. They wrestled him down. And then when they pointed guns and said, put the knife down, he reached into the car. Now, as an officer, do you want the officer to see what he's going to pull out that car after being pointed with guns? Stop. Free. Of course not. So he was totally cleared. But the media, when they first said this, they showed the video, said he was shot in the back, and it made this big fuss, canceling NBA games, for instance. All this stuff happened, right? All this stuff happened, and it was the whole narrative was false. Then you have people now get up arms thinking, rightfully so, that if Jacob Blake was just shot in the back indiscriminately for being black, I would be out there protesting. And I'm assuming Nick would be too, right? If the cops are out there indiscriminately shooting people in the back for no reason, right? Then you got a different story. That's what
I wouldn't be out protesting because I don't
but you understand
do
what
that.
I mean.
But I would be speaking about it. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Like that's the whole deal. You and I get the luxury of not necessarily having to protest, right? Because we have
audiences.
Look, right now we've got 2,600 people. After recess, we'll probably shoot back up to 3,000 or whatever, where we were before. We have the ability to communicate directly to more people by getting on a video than we do sitting there yelling into a bullhorn and snapping our fingers or whatever. So we have that luxury, but yeah, outside of that, it's that's the main thing. We would be speaking out against this stuff. Definitely don't want people. I don't want police shooting. I take the extremist position. I don't want police shooting anybody, and then let's let that as the baseline, and then let's go backwards from there and say this was justified, this was justified, and let's be really critical about it, because I don't want the state executing people in general. So yeah, if the police are out there actually indiscriminately shooting people, Jacob Blake would have been a terrible example of this. Right?
Yes.
Like the Rayshard Brooks case is better than Jacob Blake case, and I don't think the Rayshard Brooks case is all that good either.
Yeah,
right.
Well,
like,
I think
he fights a cop, steals a taser, shoots the taser at the cop. Other cop shoots him. I mean, I don't want a guy to die, but okay, go ahead.
No, you're right. Rayshard Brooks is that cop was justified too. Right. And that cop was justified. But if you base off what the damn DA said the week before, just so everybody understands, in Georgia, a taser is a deadly weapon. And they've actually had cases where people have been tased to death. So they consider a taser as a deadly weapon, as a gun.
Like a month before Rayshard Brooks, the DA who prosecuted who brought charges against the police officer made this argument in court like a month before Rayshard Brooks. Sorry, I didn't mean to step on you.
Yeah, right. No, you're 100% right. And then Rayshard Brooks happens, and now all of a sudden the taser is not a deadly weapon. So, it's obvious that case should be thrown out. I mean, that guy lost anyway, but he was corrupt, so he lost anyway. But anyway, this should be thrown out. In this case, though, this is what I think a lot of people don't understand about how the media can drive people to be losing their lives, because I think if the media covered this case correctly, we don't have enough information, but we'll see what happens. And then people find out the real details. Then I don't think nobody's going to be in the street running around for this guy. Just like with Ma'Khia Bryant, the one that was going to stab the other girl. And now you have this the mass rally for her. And she was about to kill someone else. Like, the media has to start taking responsibility for some of these things,
Not only is she about to kill someone else, she's in the downswing. Like, I'm shocked in that case that she didn't incidentally injure the person she was after, right? Because like the fact that the cop was able to shoot her in a way which stopped her behavior is almost miraculous, because you've been a law enforcement officer and a prosecutor. You could see any number of times the bullets do not stop people unless you hit them in very specific places. Movies are fake. You don't go flying back from even a 45, right? It does not launch you into the wall. They just go through you, and people tend to carry on with their activity for at least a little bit. And it's a scary situation. So
it is. And go ahead. You're about to say something.
Oh, I was just going to say, no, I fully agree with your analysis of this. The media holds a huge amount of culpability because of the way that they're presenting this. And the reason is, the media is just as click whorish as any YouTuber. They've learned this from YouTube. They've seen the success of how you get clickbait titles, and the media has pumped this up. And following the summer of love, as some are calling it, but 2020 summer of riots and protests and Black Lives Matter, they saw dollar signs on the Jacob Blake story, and then they saw more dollar signs on the Kyle Rittenhouse story, and they were right. 100%. The media is right about how much money they were going to make. These were the Jacob Blake thing fizzled out when the prosecutors refused to bring charges, but Kyle Rittenhouse picked up the torch and ran with it.
Yeah. This gave them something up. And it's just, even the way they coach, it's funny because when I first saw the Rittenhouse interview, when he was on the street, he didn't seem to me to be some racist maniac who was out there to kill black people. He was some kid who wanted to get involved, who, got a gun, had some training, and was out there running around, playing hero, right? That's fine. Now, I do understand it's a dangerous situation, and maybe he was unprepared and didn't understand the gravity of where he was at, but that's what I saw. And even when you look at the event, you see this 17-year-old kid, 17 really, running away from a grown man who's throwing something at him with gunshots behind him, right? Think about if you were 17 and you were in that position, right? What would you be thinking?
Yeah.
And I think people have to really, and that's what I think this case is going to come down to. Was it reasonable for a 17-year-old kid running from people shooting at him and another man who's throwing stuff at you, and then you get cornered and that person lunges at you trying to grab your firearm? I don't see how you don't get self-defense with those facts.
Here's the crazy thing. So many times you see, well, Kyle shouldn't have been there. He shouldn't have been out there. If you're going out there, you're entering. Okay. Let me just agree with you. Because I got 5 kids, right? You're not going to catch me at a protest because I don't want to catch a stray bullet. I don't want to catch a knife, something like that. I don't want to get knocked down, hit my head. Look, protesting is a younger man's game, and that's great. I'm not besmirching anybody or shaming. You just probably won't see me out there doing it. But at the same time, saying he shouldn't have been out there, well, by definition of the curfew order that you're citing for he shouldn't be out there, neither should anybody involved. So we're still in the same equal legal footing for literally everybody out there. And when you have equally situated participants in an act, you don't get to say, well, one person's not justified because they were participating illegally. It's like, everybody's at an illegal poker game or something, and one guy was cheating, and the other guy called him on it. It's like, well, you can't call someone on cheating because it's an illegal poker game. That doesn't make any sense. Like the bounds of what they're doing put them on an equal legal standing. And again, should Kyle have been out there? I think Kyle would be the first to argue, I wish I wasn't there, right? Like, I wish I didn't have to go through this. I wish I didn't, I wish I hadn't had to shoot these people. But at the same time, go ahead.
No, you're right. I don't think there's any way that you can say that this kid wanted to shoot those people. But I think people have to be, I just think people have to be reasonable and understanding with how self-defense works and the situation it was in. If you really think of it as a 17-year-old kid playing hero, it was, and that doesn't excuse him from what happened. But, and I know this is going to be tough to say, I think the kid used some really amazing restraint in pulling that trigger because, from what McGinnis said the first guy reached one time, Kyle moved back and pulled back. The guy reached again, and then he lunged like this. And that's when Kyle shot. I would have shot that guy as soon as he came kind of close, right? It's and maybe I'm just too scared. But it just didn't seem like reasonable to expect this kid to allow this guy to. And what is this maniac going to grab the gun and do to you? I don't know. It's just, and I don't know why the media is spinning it the way they are. Check this out. I'm gonna screen share something. This is the New York
absolutely.
Times. I'm gonna look at this. This is the fatal night in Kenosha, right? This is what the media. This is what happened. For the first shot. Check this out.
Too, but let's check it out, right?
Rittenhouse walks towards a parking lot where cars are being vandalized.
So this is Rosenbaum behind him. So he's just walking away from
He
Rosenbaum.
passes Joseph Rosenbaum, who was fighting with the armed men at the gas station earlier.
Who is fighting?
Now here it is.
Rittenhouse. And throws a plastic bag that holds his belongings from the hospital.
Now, mind you, he just got out the hospital too for some mental issues. So,
right.
Close behind them, a man holds up a handgun and fires it. We don't.
Now, I'm just stopping it here just for that. Rittenhouse is under those circumstances. Do you not think that this is going to be a little that you should be it just boggles the mind why they brought charges on this, right?
The other context is I saw the judge's mug, so I was just making sure he wasn't saying anything important. The other context of this is not only did someone shoot prior to Kyle, which if you're running away, right, you're running away with a gun, you're being chased, someone shoots, you have it might be the guy behind you. But interestingly, so it wasn't Rosenbaum. However, it was the guy that Rosenbaum was with, and that's been confirmed by other video. First of all, credit to the New York Times for actually doing a really good breakdown of the timeline here that was relatively honest. Because whatever other commentary they've done in the case, like this timeline came out pretty early and was really good.
Yeah. We can watch the rest of it because after this,
Don't know why. Then Rosenbaum lunges towards Rittenhouse. Rittenhouse fires 4 times.
Had I been in his shoes getting chased and then I heard a gunshot, I can't say that I would have done anything differently.
And I don't think, and this is the part I would say, I don't think any reasonable person, because that's the standard. What reasonable person wouldn't have done what happened here? I'm talking about honestly, right? So, I don't see why do you charge this kid? Why do you charge this kid and make him pay all this money and do all this for something that I think is as clear self-defense? This is what self-defense is meant for, right?
Yeah, now maybe charitably, right? Charitably, maybe the prosecutor charges him with the shooting of Huber or Gage. And again, the Rosenbaum shooting to me it's the most justified. It kicks off the event for the rest of the evening, in my opinion. And I think they're all tied, right? Like from the moment he's running from Rosenbaum, once he makes the shots, he circles back to like Jim Psaki to see how Rosenbaum is doing. And then he makes the decision, I need to get away from here, get to police. So he runs, and then he's kind of accosted and followed on the path, and he gets interrupted. But even if you think, okay, Huber and Gage, maybe he's not, the Rosenbaum shooting seems justified. And I don't know why, if you want to prosecute on the next 2 shootings or 3 shootings, because he does miss the one guy, but if you want to prosecute on the next 3 shootings, why would you include this one as like a predicate act? Like, because it's going to get brought up. And I personally, like I said, I think psychologically, if you win the Rosenbaum case for the jurors,
You win them
you
all.
win the case.
Yeah, I think you're right.
But they could have made some decisions. I don't know how, because to me, all 3 shootings are clearly justified. But I could at least say, trying to make some wise discretion, say, no, we actually, and that'd be a good psychological tactic. No, we think he was justified here. However, we think his actions in the following incidents were so egregious that they passed the bounds of self-defense. To me, it's like the prosecution has hamstrung their own case from the get-go, starting with the complaint itself.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Here's the last 2 shootings.
Falls. And Rittenhouse trips and falls. Anthony Huber hits Rittenhouse with a skateboard.
Now this guy kicked them, and now he getting hit with the skateboard. But this
So
is now
fast. And attempts to disarm him. Rittenhouse
Now that's where he's grabbing the gun, running away, and he pulled the trigger. That's where
shoots him in the chest.
Now look at this
Here
guy.
is Gage Grosskreutz with his gun drawn.
Now I want to scroll this back 1 second. Look at this part here. Oops. Kyle Rittenhouse.
Disarm him.
Let's see if I can
Rittenhouse
do this
shoots
one.
him in the chest.
Now see the last guy, the guy who lost his bicep now to a unicep. But when he puts his hands up and walks back, and then he lunges at Kyle, and then Kyle then puts up and points the gun and then shoots him then. So even in that situation, Kyle wasn't going to shoot him. He put his hands up and moved back. Kyle's getting up, and then he lunges at Kyle, and then Kyle shoots. So here, and he has a gun in his hand. Again, as a reasonable person,
yes,
I don't see how you don't get self-defense here. I just don't. This is self-defense 100%, right?
Wouldn't it be great to have those young man reaction times? Like, because that's the one thing these videos don't do, because they're focused on explaining, like they pause and they highlight stuff. What was it? John Black, right? The expert. He says that the shootings here that follow, it's 7 seconds of time.
Yeah.
Between Huber coming at Rittenhouse with the skateboard and him shooting both Huber and Grosskreutz. It's 7 seconds. It's so fast. And you're right. Gage lunges back for Kyle, which is just dumb that he does that, but he makes that decision. And it's entirely different between one of my other favorite non-self-defense cases, which is Michael Drejka. He's the handicap parking spot guy, right? Yeah. He actually gets knocked down. He pulls the gun on the guy, and the victim of Drejka was actually stepping back and turning away. And the video shows that he had made the move backwards and away. And of course, the bullet trajectory is through the ribs sideways rather than front on, showing that again he was turning away. Grosskreutz is not turning away. He's coming forward. He's pulling his gun up. And it's a mess. And anybody who happened to see that, if Kyle did not pull that gun and shoot him, it's every likelihood that Kyle would be dead. And that is quintessential to the question of, would a reasonable person feel they're justified to shoot in this situation? Yeah, of course. Someone's about to pull a gun out and shoot you, and in your mind, all you've been doing is defending yourself this entire time.
And I think the key point here also too is, if this guy puts his hands up and starts moving backwards and Kyle shoots him, we got a whole different scenario now, right? We got a whole different scenario. But when he did do that, Kyle didn't shoot him. And then you'll see even after this, somebody else is coming forward and Kyle puts his hands up and Kyle doesn't shoot him.
Grosskreutz with his gun drawn. He also gets
last
shot
guy
and calls out for help.
Yep.
The reality of it is.
Yeah.
That's very unfortunate for Grosskreutz.
Yeah. But now I do want to say this too, because now since we're talking about the legal reality of this, I want everybody to understand. Grosskreutz and what's the guy that Huber with the skateboard, they have viable claims for self-defense too. Right. And I'll say because they believed he was an active shooter. So just imagine if somebody's like, again, like I always make the excuse. Let's say if you're in a building and somebody says, "Hey, there's a guy around shooting people," and then you see somebody with the gun, and someone says, "That's the guy who shot the people," and you have weapons on you, a gun. Do you shoot that guy? And if you do, Was it reasonable? Because you've heard the gunshots, you see people screaming, he's shooting people. Is it reasonable for you to take that guy out? Would a reasonable person have taken that guy if they had the tools to do it? And I think in this case, even though their beliefs were mistaken, because they have mistaken belief that Kyle's an active shooter, the law even addresses that and says, even if your belief is mistaken, if it was reasonable at the time, then you can use self-defense. So Kyle, at this point in time, if Kyle kills him, Kyle should be justified. But if he kills Kyle, he would have also been justified in killing Kyle, which I know it's a little weird for people to really understand, but that's the way the law is. Am I wrong?
No, I think you're right, so long as both Huber and Gage actually possessed the subjective belief that they were acting in self-defense. That's the trick. Now, we don't know.
Because they weren't after.
Or
they
defense
weren't
of
after.
others.
Yeah.
Right.
Go ahead.
Now, if we won't know Huber, right, because he's dead, so we can speculate. And Gage is likely going to argue that he believed he was trying to save people or whatever. This guy was a menace and a threat. And yeah, they could make that claim. I think the objective reasonableness is there, but it's the subjectivity that is the key, and that would all depend on what statements they made to police following the incident, typically, because that's how you're going to garner the subjective nature of this. Is what do they say when they're cross-examined? What do they say to police officers in their recorded interviews? But yeah, so subject to those caveats, I agree. I think they could reasonably make those claims if they have the subjective belief. Now, if they go, this is some guy defending the car lot and he's a piece of garbage, I'm going to kill him. Like, that's obviously right. Obviously not the case.
Yeah,
but
I'm just assuming that these people, because when you hear the story, everybody's saying he just shot some people, he's an active shooter, that type of thing. Then I think that changes that formula. But again, it's a weird little situation to be in. But I think everybody's just focused in on, when Kyle killed these people, what was his intent? I don't think he had any intent to kill any of these people, right? And that's another thing that they're charging him with, these intentional murders or negligent murders. Doesn't have that intent. He's trying to get away, and these people, unfortunately, are preventing him from doing so. So this is a really tough case. But if I will just say personally, if he is convicted and his self-defense claim isn't upheld, I think that would be injustice. So it just is.
And I think we'd have an issue, because the first time I saw this, I was like, this is self-defense. I mean, I don't know how you write a self-defense. I mean, if Zimmerman is self-defense against Trayvon Martin on the rather thin factual basis coming from the only living party in that case, if Zimmerman is self-defense, I have no idea how Kyle is not self-defense. And so I think you're right. If he gets convicted and it's upheld on appeal, I think we've got a real issue with the basic common law idea of self-defense in Wisconsin. And I think Wisconsin would have something to work out there. I hope he doesn't have to go through the appeals process to show his innocence, because in this one, it's like, I can't imagine anyone other than some like avowed pacifist doing something different in this situation.
Well, because when self-defense, a lot of these cases turn on the whole, what would have happened if he didn't do what he did? Right. So with the first guy, what would have happened if he didn't pull the trigger? Well, then that guy, this mentally ill person, which Kyle probably didn't know, so you probably wouldn't even be able to use that. But you would say, what would have happened? Well, he would have grabbed that gun. And then now is Kyle's life in more jeopardy or less jeopardy? Now you're struggling over a gun. And the good thing is the law doesn't say you have to put yourself in that position. The threat of being in that position, the imminent threat of being put in that position, allows you to respond, so you don't have to be struggling with somebody with the gun. I think Rosenbaum is done. The second two, I also think are self-defense, but I think you also have that issue where you have competing self-defense claims, and I just don't think any reasonable jury can look at this video, understanding the full context of the circumstances, and come to find this kid guilty. Especially after what McGinnis says. McGinnis is one of the witnesses, and they have him. Let me. You want to see his interview? What he says. about what happened, and because
Yeah, if you got it, that'd be great. I'm going to read the super chat. Peter Bemis says Grosskreutz would be guilty of a war crime in a war zone. Feigning surrender in order to inflict harm is internationally recognized as criminal. It is only in war, though. That's kind of a weird artifact of it. You're right. In a war zone, that would be improper activity, but they're not actually at war there. Yeah, McGinnis he's a journalist for PJ Media. Or is it Gateway Pundit?
The Daily Caller.
I can't remember. Oh, Daily Caller. Okay. So yeah.
Yeah.
So he's a right-wing commentator. Sorry, I shouldn't say right-wing comment. He's a journalist for a right-leaning publication. That's probably the more appropriate way to say that.
Yeah.
He's a journalist for a right-leaning publication, presumably on Kyle's side. They use his statements for the majority of the complaint, like his witness, especially as in regards to Rosenbaum, I should say. His witness statements as the firsthand person who is closest. He's the guy they rely on to write the complaint, which is why it reads so favorably for Kyle in those first instances. Okay, let me pull it up here.
Well, but two things though with McGinnis. Number one, they're charging Kyle with putting McGinnis's life in danger because McGinnis was behind the guy that Kyle shot, Rosenbaum. So they're saying that by shooting Rosenbaum, he also put McGinnis's life in danger. So that's and McGinnis is the one you'll see when he's the one that took off the shirt to try to save Rosenbaum's life. But this is what this is McGinnis's present sense impression of Kyle at the event was. So let me play this.
Yeah.
He did say that there was a lack of law and order in the area and that in the absence of police that he was providing that. He also mentioned that he was a certified EMT and that his primary goal there was to provide medical aid to protesters. So it was very clear that he had an idea in his head that he was there to help, both for protection of the business and of just the people in general there, but also to render medical aid to any of the protesters who were injured. But the real thing that I picked up on after that interview, I thought to myself, this kid he's very innocent. I don't think this kid realizes exactly where he is. And once I saw him being yelled at after I had interviewed those other individuals, just prior to him basically running and the whole thing happening, my final thought was, oh my God, like this kid does not realize that all these people are looking at him and screaming at him. And these people are ready to go and grab him. And it was at that very moment that the man who was shot kind of ran towards him and everything unfolded from there.
All right. Now, the interesting part is in the complaint, he goes on to say how the guy was grabbing at Kyle's gun and lunged at Kyle's gun before Kyle shot him. So, I don't think this is a good witness for the prosecution, right? I don't think it is a good witness. I don't know. I don't see how you put him on the stand and try to get a conviction from this guy.
Right. It's weird to me that they're charging the reckless endangerment basically of this guy
for McGinnis.
Because the prosecution's gonna call him, which means the defense is gonna get to cross this guy, and he's gonna go with the defense's narrative on this 100%, and he's probably gonna give some troublesome testimony to the prosecutors. If you guys don't know, when you're calling a witness for your case in chief, you ask open-ended questions. You're not allowed to lead the witness. So you have to ask questions to elicit a narrative from the witness's perspective because they're presumably favorable if you're calling them. So prosecution's going to call this guy to talk about reckless endangerment stuff, and it's going to lead into everything else. And he's going to say, no, I actually think Kyle Rittenhouse is justified. And then on cross-exam, you get the opposite job. You can ask the open-ended questions. It's not generally recommended because you get to build your narrative by leading the witness through things. And the witness can be limited to basically yes or no answers. So you're going to ask this guy, hey, was Joseph Rosenbaum chasing Kyle Rittenhouse? Yes. Isn't it true that you saw him reach for Kyle Rittenhouse's gun? Yes. Isn't it true that you believed at the time that in this situation, Kyle Rittenhouse was in danger. Yes, I did. I had that present sense impression. Isn't it? Do you think it's reasonable for someone else to have that impression too? Yeah, I do. You get to ask questions like this, and that's why this witness is going to be such a. It's such a weird thing, because if you don't charge the reckless endangerment, right, then you force the defense to call this guy as a witness. You force the defense. Yeah, and then the prosecution gets to cross him, and they get to build the narrative that way. And it's still going to be rough, but not as bad. So in my opinion, a very weird charge on this one. And they're basing it, from what I can tell, on statements that he said that once Kyle fired into Rosenbaum, something hit this guy's leg. And he thought briefly that he had been shot. He doesn't know if it's debris or from shrapnel from the gun or a piece of concrete that popped up and hit him. He has no idea. But at first, he very briefly feels, oh, maybe I was shot. And it's like, that doesn't put him in reckless endangerment. That leg pain could have been anything. It could have been psychosomatic. It could have been a chipped piece of concrete. It could have been something completely unrelated to this. And so, again, a weird and thin claim by the prosecution on this one.
Here is the one thing. Now, here's the complaint for everybody, the criminal complaint. It's still up on the screen, right? This is reading through this, for those of you who don't know, I'll put the link in the chat too so people can read it. But one of the things is that on this, when they talk about McGinnis, and they lay out the facts for McGinnis, they say, where's it right here? About here the Lord Bing F you. Then McGinnis, then Rosenbaum appears to continue. Sorry, let me read from here. I'll highlight it. It says F you. Then Rosenbaum appears to continue to approach the defendant and gets proximate to the defendant. When 4 more loud bangs are heard, Rosenbaum then falls to the ground. Defendant cries, help, blah, 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 blah. I just killed somebody. Where is it at? Here it is. McGinnis stated that as the defendant was walking, Rosenbaum trying to get close to the defendant. When Rosenbaum advanced, the defendant did a juke move and started running. So he got it. So Rosenbaum has been after him. McGinnis then stated that there were other people. McGinnis then moved to the defendant, approaching when he saw. I'm trying to get the part where he says he lunged at him and grabbed the gun. Here it is. McGinnis stated that he did not hear the two exchange any words. McGinnis said that the unarmed guy, Rosenbaum, I like how they put unarmed here, was trying to get the defendant's gun. That's damning, right?
Mm-hmm.
McGinnis stated that the unarmed guy was trying to get the defendant's gun. That's damning. That's like, why are we bringing this charge? Then the next sentence closes the door. McGinnis then demonstrated by extending both hands in a quick grabbing motion and did a visual on how Rosenbaum tried to reach the defendant's gun. Game over, right?
Why is this in the complaint?
I was like, okay, self-defense, right? Game over.
Yeah.
Why do you this? And this is not the defense's thing. This is the complaint of the prosecution.
Yeah, would you,
How
as
is
a
this not game
prosecutor,
over?
would you ever write that in a complaint?
No. This is
Because
a self-defense complaint. This is that's obvious self-defense. He's so
you got two options. You either don't charge, or you just don't mention this very inconvenient fact and you force the defense to raise it at trial. Like there's no middle ground. This is a terrible thing to include in the complaint. Real quick, there's someone in the chat who has an interesting legal take that I wanted to get your opinion on. It's from Butterfly. He says, Kyle did not have the legal duty to protect the dealership. That is the duty for the cops and or the National Guard. Do you have any opinion on that?
It's irrelevant.
Thank you.
It is irrelevant. And I don't mean to be dismissive of it.
No, you should be.
But
because Castle Rock v. Gonzalez, right? Castle Rock v. Gonzalez, the cops have no duty.
No duty. Yep, the no duty case. But that was just Scalia's opinion, which I think is a brilliant opinion. You guys should definitely read that, the Castle Rock opinion. But in this case, if Kyle, as a citizen, if he's holding a gun and walking around and the police aren't arresting him, right? He has the same legal right to be there as everybody else. Now, you can make an argument that everybody's violating curfew, but then again, we talk about being selective here. You got all these people out there walking around. The key issue is, even if Kyle had run into a bank with the gun, is he justified in running away from this person? Because every piece of evidence we have is that Kyle was trying to run away from the contact. You heard the eyewitness who was there with Kyle saying people were after him. They were trying to grab him. He fled the scene, and this guy ran and tried to grab for his gun. Those are the key facts here. The fact that even if that gun, and I'll go to the extreme example, even if Kyle was a felon and that gun was illegal and he had illegal ammunition, we can make that everything about that gun in that situation illegal. That does not remove his right to have self-defense. But now I want to make it very, but I do want to make it very clear, because then you're going to have the people say, well, what happens if he was robbing the bank? All right, if you're the agitator, right? If I go into a bank and point guns at people, freeze, give me. I have now initiated it. I am the agitator. So I'm agitated. So now I'm the provocateur, as they call it. Now I don't have a claim to self-defense because I'm the one pointing guns at you. But if I have a gun and you come at me and start throwing bags and I'm running away, obviously you are the one, the antagonizer. You are the one provocating. And then if you put me into a corner where I can't leave, right? Because he's trying to run away, but now he's cornered. Then you have a classic self-defense claim. That's what makes this different. So yes, even though if he was breaking the law, he was violating curfew, but that does not remove his right to self-defense in that moment. Excuse me.
Yeah, and very, very well said. And it's something that bears repeating. If you're in the bank, like if you go to rob the bank and you change your mind and you pull up your gun and you run away from the bank and the bank security guard chases you down and you say, hey, no, I'm sorry. And the guy then pulls the gun on you like you're a block away. You may actually be justified in shooting that guy because you're no longer engaged in the first aspect, that agitation. That's in the Wisconsin law, that if a person retreats and they clearly communicate that they're not engaged in the initial aggression, then it resets the self-defense claim. Yep.
Yeah.
And so it's important to note that that Kyle, by all accounts that we can see, was retreating, even if he did or didn't have to. That's irrelevant. That because it's mitigated by the fact that he did. He did retreat, whether or not he had to. And then the other interesting thing is, for every duty to retreat state that I'm aware of, Wisconsin is not a duty to retreat state, but assuming he's the aggressor for the purpose of argument, and then thus assume some need to retreat. In every duty to retreat state, the legal standard for when your duty to retreat ends is when your quote back is against the wall. And basically, and basically all of those courts recognize being on the ground as the equivalent of having your back against the wall. Once Kyle is down on the ground, whether he was knocked down by Huber or someone else, he was kind of hit at first, and then he falls. Yeah, he falls a couple seconds later. So whatever, it doesn't matter the justification. However he ends up falling, either through his own act, through someone else's act, he is no longer capable of retreating under the law. And at that point, his duty to retreat has ended the moment he hits the ground. These are all really important nuances of self-defense law that a lot of people saying that Kyle is guilty don't seem to understand.
Yeah. And I know that there are going to be riots in the streets when he's eventually let go, right? We know that the summer of love is going to start again. But
be a mess.
It's going to be because people are just uneducated in what the prosecution is actually doing and what the law actually is. Because I don't think any fair-minded person, liberal or conservative, can read this complaint and not see it screaming self-defense, because they're key witness in this thing, right? The person who was there is saying, it was pretty much self-defense. The guy was lunging at Kyle's gun. This maniac was chasing him. He waited to the last possible second to shoot. But it then makes you think. The scary part about this is Why was he even charged with this first crime, with this first murder? Reading this, there's no way he should have been charged with this.
Yeah, it's such a tortured writing of the complaint. And again, when I got it, I remember I was down in Florida. I was at my parents' house. And so I'm on mobile and I'm like waiting for this thing to come down. I read it and I'm like, you got to be kidding. This is the most tortured complaint they could have written. You know, it would have been easier just not writing it.
Yeah.
But I think taking the charitable approach, the most charitable approach, not going with my full anti-government thing, but just in general, I think the prosecutor felt immense political pressure from publications, especially in the context of the riots going on, and he thought maybe if I'm being charitable, he thought if we just prosecute this thing, maybe we can calm people down. What do you think on that?
Possibly. Yeah. I agree. I think this may have been a. Don't forget, this prosecutor's probably got an elected official. And I'm not sure if he's Democrat or Republican, but if you're a Democrat, that puts even more. Oh, so that puts even more pressure on you, right? Because now 80% of your base believes that this kid is a racist guilty, right? So what you want to do is get the targets off your back by saying, okay, we prosecuted him and the jury, the legal system didn't. Maybe we need to change the law in that particular sense.
Yeah. I did everything I could.
Yeah, and I think that's what this guy's trying to do. He's trying to kick the bucket down to the jury. But I think the strongest thing to do, and I think the more appropriate thing would have been to do, was to not bring these charges at all. But that takes too much political courage, right? Because again, he's got a family to feed.
It is for him probably political suicide to not bring these charges, especially on the heels of Jacob Blake. Not having the charges brought against the officer who shot Jacob Blake. The most amazing thing of the aspect of these, Jacob Blake, I believe, avoided all of his criminal prosecution, didn't he?
Yeah.
This man was committing like 4 felonies at the time.
And one time, and don't worry about it.
And it's got all the focus became on the police officer who shot him, and it's like then that's gone.
But you couldn't get a conviction. Do you think they really would have been able to convict Jacob Blake, even though he had all those felonies? They wouldn't have been able to convict him.
Not after the shooting.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think
the shooting is.
I don't
like
think
the
you get
jury
the jury
goes.
to convict him.
Okay, but
He's
he
already
got
suffered
shot
enough.
though, and he's in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. This
Yeah.
guy's not. Yeah. But then the other thing is in the Rittenhouse case, again, you have tons of people involved who otherwise are committing felonies, or at best, some pretty serious misdemeanor crimes, right? Like,
well, all of them are violating curfew. All of them are violating.
All of them are
So they're all
violating
committing
curfew.
misdemeanors. Yeah,
and that's I hate curfews in general. I'm not going to defend any curfew ever.
No, we're not defending it, but we're giving the legal reality of they were violating curfew.
Yes. Although here's a question for you, and this is a legitimate question. I don't know if Kyle had not left the car lot. Is he violating curfew?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I
Because
think
curfew's
that's
about
an
being in
interesting
your property. The curfew's not about being. It's about being on public streets. As long as you're on your own property. That's why a lot, and that's one thing a lot of the people on the left don't understand is that they're saying like the people with the guns, all of them were violating curfew. Well, if those businesses said, hey, we want you to protect our businesses, stand on these, you can stand on our property. Then if you're on that property, you're not violating curfew. It's when you go onto the public streets, then you're violating curfew.
Yeah, and that's a critical distinction in this case, and an interesting defense. And the defense has hinted that they're going to be bringing these types of things up, right? Like they're going to be bringing up the fact that Kyle Rittenhouse was there that night, not necessarily at the time of the incident, but that night to defend. He was under the reasonable impression that he was defending a particular piece of property, and he was under that impression that the owner had given his permission for him to do so. is going to be a big part of this, because some people are out there like, oh, he's a roving vigilante out on kill. It's like, no. Like, specifically asked, according to the things I've read, and maybe I have not read everything, which is likely, but according to things I've read, his friend says, hey, we've been asked to go hang out at this property, make sure the rioters don't come and destroy the cars. You in? And Kyle says, yeah, I'll be there. That at that point, he's under a pretty reasonable belief that he's going to be able to be at this place and not be in knowing violation of a curfew, because you could be on private property all day. Like, you can stand on the edge of your lawn during curfew and pee into the street all you want. Yeah.
Yeah.
As long as no one's looking.
New York had this stupid law, right? Where, so we have brownstones here. So people were like smoking weed on the brownstone. So they're sitting. So the cop says, hey, come here for a second. Let me speak to you. As soon as the guy comes off the brownstone into the public street, they write them a ticket. You're smoking in public. He's like, what do you mean? You told me to come here. Well, you came out. So that, and unfortunately, curfews only have to deal with public property. They can't tell you to stay inside your house if you have a yard or whatever.
Right.
But I think all those.
They can't keep you away from other people's private property that you have permission to be in either.
Yeah, of course not. But I do think now but I think all those. I think the defense's case is so good. I don't think they need to go. I wouldn't want the jury to be confused about shit. I'm like, yo, let's just keep this as simple as possible. McGinnis, as soon as they call McGinnis, he's a virtually eyewitness. It's a free witness. McGinnis, what did you see? Have him play. And if he says anything that differs from any of this stuff, we destroy his credibility, right? Well, in the complaint, you told the cop this. On these interviews, you said this. So now you're changing your story? McGinnis is done. That's our witness. Then the other two, yeah, this is done. I'll be shocked, but I've been shocked before. I'll be shocked if he's convicted.
Yeah, I think the most promising aspect of this so far is that the judge has been very level-headed.
Yes.
He's and his motion rulings are not ridiculous. Like, there is a situation where you could see the judge ruling differently on a lot of these motions and still, like, maybe not be horrific, but the judge has been pretty consistent on this. And I think the biggest win for the defense was the concession by Richards to limit John Black's testimony. But the judge seemed already keen on doing so. Like, I'm not criticizing the defense in making that decision. The judge seemed like, we're going to pretty much keep John Black to his expertise on the video itself, and that's it. The defense, I think they might push for a little more. They might try and get some behavior opinions out of him as part of his expertise. But in general,
that's going to be tough.
Yeah, but that's the biggest win the prosecution has gotten so far. They've lost on everything else, and the judge is reasonably applying the law, and I think the prosecution knows it. Right? I haven't seen any press conferences from Binger talking about how, like, they're really having some questions about anything going on. They haven't motioned for the judge to recuse or anything like that. So the indications in this case so far are that both the prosecution and the defense think the judge is acting fairly, even if things aren't going their way. And that's good news. Again, that's what you want. You want a judge that you can is going to be consistently predictable one way or the other.
Nick, let's keep it 100. The prosecution has a shit case.
They do.
And the judge,
they do.
And let's not pretend the judge doesn't know this, right? The judge knows this. The judge just read this complaint and said, oh my God, are you really bringing this case? So these rulings, I'm thinking, are really letting the prosecution know you're really going to have a hard time here, because why are you calling him a victim when your goddamn key witness is saying something, the guy's grabbing for the gun? Obviously, it's going to be even more prejudicial calling him a victim when he's the one agitating the guy. So no, let's not call him a victim because it's unfair, especially with the facts we got, right?
My favorite moments so far in this case was when the judge was arguing over whether or not the impacted people could testify in the case, right? And the prosecutor says, well, Anthony Huber and Rosenbaum won't be won't be able to testify in this case. And the judge's reaction to that moment is, do you have any other point to make? It was just like his veneer has cracked a couple times, and you're like, I think you're right. The judge has read this complaint. He's like, I mean, okay, I got to be impartial on this, but we got to also face the factual reality. And that's the thing with the looters. And he's like, if they can demonstrate that these guys are burning things, calling them arsonists is pretty fair. Like, please.
Yeah. If I gotta, if they're on camera burning stuff up, but I don't think you don't have Rosenbaum. I think is the one that you might have a little something with, because he was just I hate to say escape mental patient, but literally he had just gotten out of a hospital for mental issues. And that's why that bag that he threw at Kyle Rittenhouse was literally, they put all his clothes in the bag at the hospital and gave it to him. Yeah. And he runs to a Black Lives Matter protest with all his clothes and stuff in his hand.
With the bag. He's literally
it was a hospital bag.
Hospital. Oh, it's the insanity of what was happening there is beautiful.
I want to show you the part again where he has the bag, which is funny.
It's him in the chest.
Because that's what he says. He's got the bag where he comes from the hospital
with his gun drawn.
Yeah,
he also gets shot.
It's like this. Like literally, you got to. I don't want to call him an escape mental patient, but you have somebody who's just
he was an escape mental or not an escape mental patient. He was released mental patient.
Released.
Look, there's no need to protect the legacy of Rosenbaum, in my opinion. This guy was a bad guy. He's a repeat bad guy, and some of his initial crimes, which have no relevance or bearing on this case, and I think the judge was right to exclude those prior acts. Those were highly prejudicial. But we're not in the courtroom. We can say this is a bad dude who, for whatever reason, was in a chain of bad behavior, as sometimes happens to people. And the fact that there's no imminent reform for Rosenbaum, right? He's going from mental hospital, bag in hand, to a protest, and ends up engaging in what would have otherwise been a felony assault.
Yes,
Rittenhouse walks
otherwise
towards
have been a felony
lot
assault.
Where cars are being vandalized. He passes Joseph Rosenbaum.
Look at him.
Who was fighting with the armed men at the gas station earlier. Rosenbaum now starts chasing Rittenhouse and throws a plastic bag that holds his belongings from the hospital.
So you got so he's got his hospital clothes. I don't know. This is, you know what? This is honestly scary. It's scary that the prosecution can bring this case. And that's scary.
And it's for Kyle, it's certainly life altering, and it's potentially heavily life impacting. Because the prosecution's narrative in this case has become the media narrative, or maybe the media narrative has become the prosecution. It doesn't matter. They've become one. And there's a point where the nature of media will preclude the average viewer from reasonably distinguishing between a prosecution's narrative and the facts, because the prosecution, this is important for people to know about prosecutors too, and in a lot of ways defense attorneys. You weren't there either, right? The prosecutor wasn't there, defense attorney wasn't there. We're relying on gathering of facts, and those gatherings of facts are going to be imperfect in some way. If you're a defense attorney, your client is going to come in there and tell you all the things that they didn't do that make them not guilty. They're going to tell you all about how the police mistreated them. They're going to tell you all about all these circumstances that explain any of the potential bad things, and you're going to get that, and that's your factual basis. Sure, you can research that and talk to other people, get other witness statements, but ultimately you're going to have a very biased perspective on what your client did. And the prosecutor is going to be gathering facts adverse to the client, because the people with facts adverse to the client are going to go to the prosecutor to give those facts. and the people with a bunch of facts favorable to the client probably aren't being interviewed by the prosecutor at all. So those narratives
true,
are crafted from inherently biased positions, and that's how the system was designed. We're supposed to be adversarial, and the jury's job is to go, no, this is actually what we've determined what happened here and here and here at these relevant factual moments.
Yes. And those are great points, because the problem, I think the problem with a lot of these prosecutions is that if the people or if the state is trying to run a narrative instead of presenting the facts, that's where this stuff starts getting dangerous. And I think that's where we're starting to get the danger here, because in a prosecution like this, if you just lay out the facts of the video, and then you have a couple of witness statements, and since this is really about self-defense, you're really talking about state of mind and what's reasonable for a 17-year-old, right? Because it's not what any reasonable person would do. We're talking about really what a reasonable person in Kyle's position, really 17 in that particular space. It's just like, if
in
I
the
think
context of the Summer of Love.
Yeah, in the context of the Summer of Love,
right?
But I don't think there's anyone who would say them running from someone, hearing gunshots behind them, and getting cornered, and the person who's been chasing you, I'm assuming Kyle didn't know he was a escaped mental patient, which he wasn't, but he was a mental patient. I just don't see how. I just don't see. Again, it's just, and that complaint. There's something up here we're missing. There's got to be something we're missing, because there's nothing of this stuff that just adds up. It just doesn't add. That complaint doesn't add up. This video doesn't add up. Why is this kid on trial? Why?
Yeah, other than it's overtly political, it's hard, and I've been really trying to resist that label on this. Like I've been really
Political
trying.
prosecution.
I'm just, because, and I always fall back on, you got two bodies, so at the end of the day, the prosecutor can probably justify this because you got two corpses, and you know exactly who shot them. Like, you've got it on video who shot them. So there's no who done it in this case. There's no forensic analysis needed to like tenuously tie a bullet casing to someone. Like, you have these hard elements of some murder cases already taken, and you've got two bodies, you know who's responsible for it. Then I guess you bring the charges and make them justify it, but I don't agree with that. But at least that's the only thing I can see, unless there's something going on somewhere else. But I try not to engage in conspiracy unless I have some ground for it. And in this one, I think if there was a crazy high level conspiracy on it, they wouldn't have had Bruce Schrader as a judge.
Oh yeah. No, I don't think this is. I think it comes down to just apparently two people are shot. You got a heavily Democratic probably district. This DA is like, and you saw how hard it was for him not to charge his own cops who were clearly in the right. They had to do that whole thing. And then it's like, then you're running for re-election, and now you got this thing comes up, and the media has all, you got all the young Turks and everybody screaming, this was some wild racist across straight lines and was looking to execute, protesters. And it's like, well, hell, you know what? Let's run it up and let the jury make the decision. Now, is it right to do? Is there probable cause? Yes. And I think it's fair that you can go and say, let's ask people if this happens. But I think at this point in time, I think anybody reading the facts and hopefully there'll be more facts that come out of trial, but anybody reading the facts as they are, I don't see how you get not self-defense. But maybe, and I want to also coach this with this. If there are new facts that come out during this trial, my mind could be changed. If Kyle Rittenhouse, if they had some mic on him and said, hey, I'm going to kill this guy Rosenbaum, watch this, and goes and antagonizes Rosenbaum to chase him, something like that would change my mind. But there's absolutely no facts that I've seen now that would change my mind and make this is something that this was not self-defense.
And
did they start back up in the court?
No, not yet. I've got I've got it here, just waiting. TV has ruined this in people, but in the majority of cases, there is not a surprise fact, right? There's not like some secret witness. All the witnesses are disclosed. Their statements, they've probably been interviewed or gotten some statement from the attorneys in the case of some sort, or if they've given a statement to the prosecution has turned over that statement to the defense. All of the video in this case is going to be disclosed to both sides. So, and if it comes up, for example, that the prosecution actually had a piece of evidence, like some rock solid stuff that they were somehow trying to obscure,
We'd have seen
and
it
sit
now.
upon, we'd have seen it. And if it comes up at the right time and they're like, wait, you should have had this a long time ago, why wasn't this disclosed? That's a mistrial and it's over anyway.
Yeah.
That the TV has done this where they think there's always going to be like that Columbo moment or whatever, where someone walks in and changes every. That's not likely to happen.
You're alive. He's alive.
Rosenbaum walks into the courtroom. Kyle's like,
we thought you were dead.
Yeah, the idea that we don't that you're talking about, like, of course, you're a lawyer, you're a reasonable guy. If it comes out that there's a bunch of audio of Kyle Rittenhouse saying, I'm going to kill this guy, that Chuck Huber guy stole my lunch money last year, whatever it is, that's going to change the opinion. But the likelihood of any of this stuff happening is really low. There's got to be some crazy thing that occurs, and it's not going to be a FLIR image from the FBI drone that they. Oh, that bothered me, by the way. Did you notice that? They're like, the defense is like, they didn't tell me that this footage exists. And they're like, well, we sent you an email with a link that said that it might be there. It's like,
doesn't have arms.
Yeah.
Why didn't you just disclose the video?
Situation. And
oh my God.
We're going to continue with the examination. I think the last thing that happened, we need to fill seat number 33.
Correct.
And there was an intervening call up, which was which number was she?
Insaner Robot says, have the prosecution built a case they may be likely to lose as an attempt at pre-appeasement so they can sell, well, we tried. Also, thanks for the entertaining dinner time show. Yeah, I think that's a possibility.
So let's ask 54 to come up.
I think that's what's happening. I think they're appeasing the mob. That's what this is.
By the way, here's the 2,500 like drink, guys. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Trying to get me drunk in the middle of the day. Ridiculous.
Yes.
I'd be drinking, but I got to pick up my
answered
kids.
yes to any of the questions
I
asked
don't
so
today,
far.
which is why I am drinking.
Thank you very much. Would you take
Lucky
33?
guy.
And then there was one of the jurors, I would understand number 6, I think. 6, first, let's start with 6 in the back row. Did you say that you were unable to hear what's going on, ma'am? No? What did I do wrong? Oh, I was close. 59? Where's 59? 59. Hard time hearing? And,
Maybe she should get hearing
all right,
aids.
I guess what I was told was that you said that you're only hearing about 25% of what's been said. Okay, any reason this lady shouldn't be excused? Because we can't replicate that now. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, and thanks for letting us know.
Beautiful.
Anybody else who
That's
hasn't
the get
heard
out of the nice one. I only heard 25% of what you said.
Okay. And then there was number
What'd you just
16,
say?
I think you are. Yes, 16. What's up? Well, we'll start with that one. You missed some of what was said this morning? Okay. Any reason?
Everybody's hearing is gone. Judge, you need to say it all again.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
See, all those elaborate excuses. Just come back from lunch. I didn't hear what you said.
I didn't hear earlier, Judge, when you said we could say what the problem was. Sorry.
Number 55.
55 is a hearing problem. You can't hear either. I was right next to 56.
Again, if you can't hear, please let us know. And also, we
Judge,
have
you can't say if they can't
these
hear,
devices
please let
here,
us know,
and,
because they can't hear
is
you.
anybody actively using one right now?
What did you just
Anybody
say?
want to endorse this product? Senor Leo Martin, who is a state certified, you just heard him. He's a state certified language interpreter, and this is the highest echelon. And he can translate not only flawlessly between English and Spanish, which isn't as easy as you'd think, because there's things like idioms. Well, I tried to present that proposition, but I struck out.
Like White House
Now,
and
if you
House White. They
translate
say
that
Casablanca.
literally,
House White
it
versus
could become a
White House.
baseball term, but it has nothing to do with it. You presented a proposition in front of the Board of Inquiry.
This
and,
man's such a great
you
translator. He can
lost.
translate idioms.
So there's, and I could give a better example, you could too. But these are people at the highest level, and they can actually do it contemporaneously while I'm speaking English. He can move it into Spanish for that gentleman.
Here in Wisconsin,
So-
we have the best
and he uses them
translators,
all the
wonderful
time.
translators. They can
he's not
translate
even hard of
Spanish to
hearing,
English
but it
flawlessly. We
improves
borrowed them
his
from
ability
Trump
to hear
Tower.
it. So
They're wonderful.
anybody,
Make a
just
great
let us know
taco
if you want
salad.
one of these.
Fantastic.
And I've got this poor lady
Cinco de
standing here.
Mayo, they translate
Would you-
extra well.
Would you have answered
They don't even
yes to
say
any of the
mayo. I
questions
say
asked so
mayo.
far?
Mayonnaise. I
Bless
love
you. I move
mayonnaise on my
into,
sandwich.
Seat number 16.
Judge, I think the chairs, I didn't swear that.
Okay. Oh, no, she's not new. She was in the original group. They have not yet been sworn.
I had to
Right, we
educate
start
some
with
of my
them, we'll
family
have,
members about the Trump taco salad the other
but
day.
She's been sworn.
Oh my
It's
God.
so
Sworn.
great.
You were here in this room all along. Okay, hearing impaired, not hearing impaired, just hearing
Hearing impaired.
needs. I think are there two of them or just one? Okay, gotcha. Okay, now we're.
I don't understand what she's
all of our
doing, Your Honor.
seats are
Some sort of
filled.
sign language.
So, anybody else now who's has expressed an opinion as to the innocence or guilt of the defendant?
Hands are
Okay,
gonna go up.
now let me ask.
Nobody hands went up. Wow.
Is there any one of you who cannot or will not try this case fairly and impartially on the evidence given in the court here today and guided by my instructions regarding our law, reach a just and true verdict? Anybody who will be unable to do that? Is there any one of you who cannot read, speak, and understand the English language? Anybody who does not reside in Kenosha County? Uh-oh.
See, these are the questions you ask first.
Number 5.
These are the
what's
questions
up?
you ask when you got everybody there.
Yeah.
Really? You were living here and now you've moved to Chicago? All right.
What the hell are you doing here?
Now, you're registered to vote. You have a driving license from?
Oh my God.
From Kenosha.
Okay. Now, you're legally living full-time in Illinois?
Yes.
Driver's
Okay, and that's
license
your
in
intent to
Kenosha.
remain there?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it's
Any
it's
reason this lady shouldn't be
Wisconsin,
excused? Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Jospy,
Excuse
I don't
you
know
and,
what's with the
no
game
letter on
sounds.
that.
It's on the court feed.
Yes, the court.
Number
feed.
56.
Yo, but how is this woman still? Did she hear the other guy when he was like, I don't live here anymore.
All right, sir, would you have
She
raised
sat
your
there.
hand and
Well, maybe she
answered
went to
yes, you would?
free meal for lunch. Like,
you
yeah,
answer?
I'll tell him after lunch.
Two of the witnesses that were
Oh, I heard they're bringing in pizza.
Okay.
I hope it's
first one,
from.
he was in the
Hope it's
first
from
set of
Giovanni's.
Officer Krieger. His wife goes to the same church that I go to.
Okay, and?
We've never disclosed or talked about any details of the case.
Okay, fine, and who was the
Second
other?
one was Anna Giddings. Her parents also go to the same church. And we've never talked about any details of the case.
Okay. Do you have any other reason why you would have raised your hand?
Nope.
Thank you. Would you take seat number 5, please?
All right, we got another good juror.
Good.
But law enforcement background. I got some Leos inside there. So
All right, anybody else who does not reside in Kenosha County? Anyone who is unable to read, speak, and understand the English language? I guess it's a little late for that, but I'll ask anyway.
this is
I
the
have
yeah.
to
This is the jury. This is what you're supposed to ask.
Is there
when
anyone
they
who's
first
taking
get there.
medication at this time which could cause drowsiness or impair reasoning power or judgment?
Just
Okay,
imagine
the
how many
only
people you
medication
get out.
that could
When
cause
you do this is the first.
drowsiness,
These should be your first 5 questions.
impair your reasoning power
Yeah.
or your judgment. What's up? The migraine medication.
I'm on cocaine right now, Judge.
Migraine medication. It's number 15. And
I wouldn't call it medication, Judge, but it's methamphetamines.
okay, now I will tell you, it depends on how drowsy, because there are some lawyers. You wouldn't need any narcotics to put. They wouldn't take any narcotics to put you to sleep. If they were talking, you'd go to sleep. So it's that pronounced. Okay.
Is that
And you're
pronounced?
on the medication at this time?
Yes.
or if you took it,
If I took it,
if you got a headache, you would,
I would take it.
okay. I'm gonna leave that for examination by the lawyers. I don't, and I think too.
Oh,
So she's gotta-
you make them.
These are not the run-of-the-mill lawyer.
So she's got a.
crazy.
Hopefully
If
there
she
won't,
gets
be
a
an issue,
headache,
but
she'll take a
let's hope for the
prescription
best.
med that can knock her out.
Anybody else on the medication?
You
unit?
had
But why don't you
Feeling ill
excuse her
today?
though? The judge needs to let this woman go.
I mean,
You're
oh,
gonna
there's
force
another
her
hand
to
on
use a
medication?
challenge on her. Oh my God.
I don't hear you, ma'am. I don't hear you. I'm not hearing you. 39, and what were you saying?
Judge has to dismiss himself for not hearing.
I can hear it.
Oh, no, then you don't have to. The question is it likely to cause you to become sleepy? Is it guaranteed to cause you to become sleepy? Will it interfere with your reasoning power or your judgment? Okay. Now, we do keep an eye, believe it or not, on the jurors.
We're gonna
to make sure
watch and
nobody's
see if
getting
you
lost.
pass out.
It can happen.
You'll be wired to an
And,
electrical prod on your
And
seat.
also, if somebody feels that coming on, don't hesitate to let us know, because we can take a break if it's only involving 5 minutes or maybe a little longer, and we can deal with that. Or if it's
Nate, have you
persistent,
ever had a
we might
medicine
ask
make
you
you
to do 50
drowsy?
push-ups here.
Yes.
Did it last only 5 minutes?
We will.
No.
We will. We want to make sure everybody can fulfill.
Look at your 5 minutes to
his duty and
relax.
responsibility.
That's
And
the other woman.
I'm
It's
sitting
like
on the
will it
jury,
only
so,
last 5 minutes. Are you
just having,
done for the day?
Something that causes you to have to take medication. We don't.
Those background
I
noises
want-
are so great.
Unless it's
Yeah,
going to be
I don't know what's.
So,
Is it
we're
Judge
gonna hope
getting
for the
super
best.
chats? I don't know. He's
And
got
if
an
you
alert
become
set
ill or
up.
something, just let us know. Or if you have need a bathroom break,
With
something
me,
like that, just get. The
I've only had
attention of
that
me, the
reaction.
clerk, or
I
one
have
of the bailiffs,
narcolepsy,
and we'll
and
take
I
necessary.
my doctor
Any question
prescribed me
about that?
Adderall.
You've been
one
very
time.
cordial and
I
kind
took
with me,
one
and
one
I'm
dose
done,
of Adderall,
finally.
and I was
So
holding
let's,
my
turn
kid
to
at the time. He
prosecution
was
and,
less than
Mr.
1,
Reader,
and my wife was
jury is
sitting there. I
yours.
said, I need you to take the baby. She's like, what? I'm like, take the baby. And she comes and grabs him, and I fell
yeah, I thought
into
that was
my
taken care of.
chair, and I was asleep and not able to be woken up for like
Would
3
you,
to 4
please,
hours.
Just go speak to
Like,
Sergeant Beth for a moment.
It was
There was an
so
issue
I never
that
took
came up
Adderall
that we
again
need to-
because of that. But
Yeah, I would never
It
take it
was
again
like
either. That's crazy.
this is not a 5-minute issue when a medicine knocks you out. You know.
Yeah. I think he knows that too, but I think he knows that sometimes these jurors get, trying to play the game. You know what I mean?
Well, I took some NyQuil and I got really tired once. Like, okay.
That's what he's trying to. He's trying to get out the whole. Oh yeah, so you're taking an aspirin and you're all right. 5 minutes, right? You need 5 minutes. We give you 5 minutes. No, if
Yeah.
somebody's really taking some medicine, they wouldn't say 5. They would do 5 minutes. Oh no, Judge, I'm out for the rest of the day generally. But
Yeah,
somebody
I think,
who actually takes the medication would know that though.
Oh shoot, I wasn't paying attention. Do we have a break again?
Yeah, because the lawyers now are going to question. They got 34 in the box, so now the lawyers are going to question to see if they can knock those down to 20, which could possibly be done today. But obviously, the ones who I know are going. You got the Adderall lady, right? The one that's I take medication could fall out anytime. She's got to go.
You can't have someone sleeping during testimony, and testimony is going to get boring. She's got to go.
What's the other one? The other one, the one that was like, hey, I think he's in it. The whole Kyle may be innocent and all this. That's another one that's got to go. But I think the prosecutor's going to have to just challenge this woman. They're probably going to question her first to get her judge and see if they can get her out for cause. The issue is if you can get her out for cause, then you don't have to waste one of your 7 peremptory challenges. They're going to. So I'm assuming they're going to question her to see if they can get her for cause. If they can't get her for cause, she's got to go no matter what. The defendants. I want to see what the defense attorney, because really they have a lot of good jurors on there. A lot of the people who knew those, especially the ones who have personal relationships, even tacitly, with law enforcement. Those are people who you'd rather want on the jury. So the ones that were like, I go to, I'm in the church with the detective's wife, and I know this. Those are people. Yeah, I want those people on the jury, right?
The overwhelming majority of people who start with "I go to church with," you want on this jury. Like
those are on the jury. Yeah,
you
those are
want
on the
that.
jury.
Yeah. You want people who have a sense of moral obligation and justice. Now, the rare personality is the person who said, "No, I believe firmly in thou shalt not kill being an absolute," and that, obviously you don't want that person, but generally speaking, especially in a place like Wisconsin, a church-going suburbanite is going to be an ideal candidate for probably favorable to Kyle's case, for the most part.
Yeah,
or at least favorable to his
Over
disposition.
from the other building. Is there any
Yeah,
one of you
yeah.
who has a religious or moral objection to the taking of an oath? Okay, would you all please raise your one of your hands to signify?
By the way, objecting to
your
taking an
acceptance of
oath
the
will not get you out of jury duty. They will just ask you to promise instead.
Yeah.
Question in regards to your competency. Should as determined his action where the state of Wisconsin is plaintiff, Kyle Rittenhouse.
That's a nice sweater she's got on.
Yeah, good pattern.
All right, and then did you folks resolve that issue?
Uncivil Law was commenting earlier. He really likes the judge's tie.
It's a pretty nice tie. He's opened up
I don't
this.
know what
this-
the navy
robe a
with the
little bit,
black robes, though.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, the sidebar now.
I don't like the camera pan on the sidebar. I get you
Yeah.
don't want us reading lips or whatever, but it is weird.
I wish you could listen to the sidebars to see the. But so just so everybody understands, they got the new drawers. So they have some new drawers coming in to see if they can
Number
cycle them in.
57? 57? I'm going to excuse you, sir. You're excused, and call the, yeah, you're going to get a letter about future jury service. Okay, thank you, sir.
Ah. I forgot which
The
one was
clerk
that.
is going to
Which
give you,
one
the
was
bailiff's going to give you a letter. Thank you, sir.
So you got out
Maybe he
today, but
had
you got to come
some-
back.
Yeah, he had something where you can't
Number
be here today. But
we
you
don't
got,
need a number, do we?
It's not like a great
Okay,
excuse to exempt
Mr.
you from
Binger.
service entirely.
It's all yours.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tom Binger. I'm one of the prosecutors on the case here, representing the state of Wisconsin. The judge has
This is
given
so
you a little
important,
bit of information regarding the circumstances surrounding this case, and I just want to ask a few questions regarding the events surrounding the night of August 25th, 2020, and that time period here in Kenosha. I think we're all familiar with the incident on Sunday night, August 23rd, 2020, in which a Kenosha police officer shot a black man by the name of Jacob Blake. There were a series of responses here in our community, which can be labeled a number of different ways. But in generally, we had a lot of people that came out onto the streets protesting. There were riots, there was arson, there was looting. There were a lot of things going on.
Wait a minute.
And I don't
Binger.
want to get into which side or which
say that?
beliefs were right or wrong or anything like that.
Just leave it at protest.
There are constitutional rights to assemble and speech, etc. What I just want to ask is, how many of you came out physically on any of those nights to participate in any of those activities, to protest, to show your support for any particular cause, anything along those lines? I'm not seeing any hands.
Why wasn't this?
How many of you have any close friends or family members who came out on any of those nights to participate in any of those events? Maybe to march, maybe to protest, maybe to support one side, one cause, one belief or the other. And again, I'm not trying to put anybody on the spot about what your beliefs are. I just need to know if there was any participation. So let's start, and I'm going to do my best to refer to everybody's numbers here, but I got to admit we've changed numbers so many times that I'm not sure I'm going to get them all right. In the back row there, you are in seat number 6. I think you are actually juror number 39. Is that right? Okay. Either way, I think we know who you are. You're raising your hand. Can you tell me a little bit about that, please?
My husband and I, we have a biracial granddaughter who, during this whole episode, oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
They have a biracial granddaughter. Don't know what's following.
Kind of later on when they did a march from the YMCA down and everything like that, and she,
Gone.
What'd you say?
I don't know, but she's crying.
But was not allowed to, is that what
No,
you're saying?
but we wanted to, she has, you know, it's hard for her living with, you know, white grandparents and still feeling her part. And this is something that we allowed to do with another group of family members than that. And it was kind of a
I can't
trying
hear
time
shit, but
at that time.
all this talking and then the way he's looking, I'm thinking bouncer. Let's keep it moving.
Well, prosecutor wants her, but defense is going to
So I just
strike
want
her
to
unless the
follow
judge
up.
bounces
So
her.
your granddaughter did participate in some of the marching or protests, things like that?
Right, it was later on.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything about your granddaughter's involvement in that that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case?
A little bit, I'm sorry.
Okay.
A little bit.
All right. Now, I think the judge has already kind of gone through the whole discussion of how we're going to be hearing testimony and evidence in this
if you're the
case,
defense,
and
you would bounce
only
her,
at
right?
the end of that and hearing the
If you're the judge and you hear a
instructions from the
little
judge
bit,
as
you
to
shouldn't
law,
you bounce her as the judge?
Will the jury be in a position to make a decision here? Do you think that you'll be able to keep an
This the
open
question
mind,
to
listen
determine
to
that.
all
I mean,
the
defense
evidence and
definitely
testimony,
bounces this
follow the judge's instructions,
But
and
if she
only
says
make the
yes to
decision
this question,
at the end of the
then
case?
he can't bounce her.
You don't know?
I don't think.
You don't
So
think
she
you'll be
gets
able to
bounced
keep
now.
an open mind throughout?
She gets bounced.
Okay.
You bounce her.
She's
got to get bounced.
Do you feel,
Of
to
course.
use one of the judge's questions, do you feel that you're not going to be as fair as some of the other jurors that are sitting around you?
Yeah.
You feel that way? Okay.
That means she's
Your Honor,
gone, and that means he doesn't
I
waste
don't know
one of
that
those challenges.
This
too.
juror can be fair, so I think it would be appropriate to strike her for cause.
There you go.
Mr. Richards, Mr. Shropsy? Right, thank you.
Yeah,
ma'am.
no objection to
And,
that one from the defense.
you're gonna know from the board.
My biracial daughter marched and I'm crying.
Sure, we went over the jury. We object to that guy.
Number
that one
58,
wrong.
please.
I'd be of a mind to bounce anybody who is crying at all. In a jury.
Yeah.
Like,
All right.
okay, I don't want you.
Raise your hand.
No
and
matter
answer
what
to
the
any of the
issue is.
question asked so far. Okay. Are you able to shed those views and decide the case exclusively as you hear and see the evidence in this case? Yes. Okay, you may be examined.
He
further,
said
but
he's
thank you.
expressed
Please take
opinions,
seat
so he's
number,
probably shared something on
6.
social media somewhere.
Well,
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. I had asked a question about whether or not you had friends, close friends or family members that had participated in any of the events here in Kenosha. And we already spoke to one of the jurors. I know there were a few other hands that I missed. So if you could just raise your hands again so I get everybody. Okay, in the front row here, I think you are juror number 23.
Yeah.
Okay.
My son went down there, went, but without incident, so it's not gonna affect me.
Sure.
Letting you know.
Was that on the Tuesday night, August 25th, when the incident in this case occurred, or was it a different night? Do you remember?
I honestly do not know. There were a couple things that he went down there, so I don't know which specifically.
Okay. Thank you very much.
you bounce her.
Did you have
if
your
you're the
hand up, ma'am?
defense.
Okay, you're seated, for the record, you're seated in
Her
juror
son
24,
was
but I
there?
think you're juror number 40, is that
Yeah.
right? Okay.
A couple of times too.
Some friends from church did,
Okay, out front of where? Oh, okay. Do you remember what night that would have been?
no, I think it was later on.
Okay. Did you participate in that at all? Okay. Would that affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror here? Okay, thank you.
The first one, I think the defense. has
Was
to
there anyone
bounce.
else's? Okay, juror number 29.
Yeah.
Second one, you could take a risk on.
I'm not quite sure if you're just referring to the evening or during the day, but so
At any time.
so
Yeah.
he was boarding up the buildings downtown and uptown.
You personally were? Okay. Were those businesses that you knew, like the owners, or were involved with in any way, or just? Okay. Is there anything about that that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case? Okay, thank you.
That's a prosecution
Anyone
strike,
else's
I think.
hands
She
that
knows
I
the owner
missed?
of businesses subject to
Okay,
rioting
thank
and
you.
looting.
Yeah, you got to kill it. Yeah.
So
you can't get it for. You got to try to get it for cause.
Yeah.
You probably gonna follow
Juror
up with that.
29 touches on a subject that I wanted to get to next, which is that we,
There it is.
I think, are all familiar with the fact that during this sequence of events, there were a lot of properties and businesses here in the community that were
Circle right back
damaged.
to her.
Some were
See if we can get
destroyed
it
with
for
fires.
cause.
Others were the subject of looting or burglaries, things like that. So what I want to ask, first of all, is how many of you
Hereditary
were personally
Sedentary says,
affected
how are all these
by
personally
any
affected
of the
people on the
arson,
jury?
violence,
Because the jury
looting,
pool is
rioting, whatever you want
indiscriminate,
to call it,
and this affected
where
a whole
your
community.
property, your
Short
home,
answer.
your business, anything like that was personally affected by it?
The people in the community. This is a
Anyone?
mass rally. So
No hands.
the people
Okay.
in that community are the
Um,
people on the
Do
jury.
any of you have any close friends or family members whose property, your home, their homes, their
No one
businesses,
personally
etc.,
affected
were
by
directly affected by
In
any
the
of
room
the
right now. That's pretty
violence,
crazy.
any of the property damage that occurred around this period of time? Okay, I see a couple of hands. Let me start in the back row there.
Those
I
people gotta
believe
either be
that you
bounced.
are in seat number
Gotta be
3,
trying to
but you
bounce
are
these
juror
people.
number 43. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
And my daughter said this was down now. It was avoided that.
It's subsequently closed?
Yeah.
Okay. Was
She's
there
gotta
any
go.
actual property damage to the business? Okay. What was it that caused it to close?
Just lack of, people were going downtown.
Sure. Okay.
That area.
Sure. I understand.
Probably
Is there
gone.
anything about that experience that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case? Okay. Could you pass the microphone to juror number 4 next to you? Did you raise your hand, sir?
Yeah, she's
Okay.
got to go.
I had some coworkers that actually live apartment buildings right real close to the car dealer and a couple other places where our trucks were started on fire. So there's a garbage truck. So there was a mandatory evacuation of those apartments. So they had to find other coworkers that could put them up while this is all going on.
Okay. And what part of town was that specifically?
I believe
Coworkers are kind of attenuated.
Is there anything about the experiences that your coworkers had that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror?
just how crazy they said everything was when they came into work.
Okay.
That's a bad.
Okay.
That's a
And
bad
do you believe
prosecution.
that that
That's a
would,
bad job for the
affect your ability
prosecution,
to be
though.
a fair and
Right? He's
impartial-
already got negative things about the thing.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
a
I saw at
probable
least one
bounce
other
from the
hand somewhere,
prosecutor.
but maybe I missed it. Okay. Juror number 40.
It would probably not
I'm
affect
sorry?
it. Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Some friends from church.
Is that the one down on 60th?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay.
Then they reopened it.
And you said these the people that owned it were friends of yours from church? Okay. Is there anything about that that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case? Okay. Anyone else whose hands I missed with regard to the question of whether or not you have close friends or
So
family
all
members
those people who
had
said yes to that
homes, property,
question,
businesses, et
the
cetera, that were
prosecutor is
damaged
probably
or
going to
affected
be
or,
very likely to challenge them to
burglarized
try
or
to get
anything
them
like
off
that
the
during
jury.
all of
Yeah,
these events.
they're penciled in.
I'm not seeing any other hands. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Unless you get somebody just more crazier than
I
no.
believe
Those
the
are
judge
like
may
the
have already
four you
asked
want
this
to target.
question, but is there anyone in the group of 34 that is not currently a resident of Kenosha County? And I ask because we've had a couple of already, so I just want to make sure. All right. I want to continue along the line I was just getting at about the property damage that occurred to some parts of our community. And I know that there were many people who live in our community who felt vulnerable, who felt scared about what might be happening to them, to their homes, to their property. I know
Everybody
juror
was
number
like,
29 already mentioned
Were any
helping
of you
to board up,
scared?
some
Scared
local
like little
businesses.
babies hiding
So
in your houses?
I want to
like
ask this
cowards?
question. How many of you yourselves personally took steps to protect yourself, your family, your home, your business during that period of time? That can range from boarding up windows to moving and staying someplace else. Some people decided
These are
to
great
take
questions.
steps to protect themselves with firearms or other defensive weapons, things like that. How many of you personally decided that you needed to take those steps during that period of time to protect yourself or your family, your home.
That's a
your
good
business.
Anybody who says yes to this question, it's probably going to get
Try and remember all the hands here, but if I forget, I'll come back to you. Let's start in the back row there.
These are
Number 43.
It's way more than 7 strikes. I don't know what to do about this.
Son-in-law and her baby, they left town. So I was protecting myself the best way I knew how. I just go home, stay home, and didn't go anywhere. And I also made sure I was not.
Okay.
And he got a lot of hands up too.
Could
so
you pass
he's gonna
the
read
microphone
a
to
lot of
juror
these
number
people out.
4 next to you? Yes.
Well, if the standard is I protected myself by going to my house, that's not the worst thing.
Yeah. But what he's trying to do is who is fearful, who is afraid, because those are people who will be more sympathetic to Kyle, right? That's the reason why he was out there. to make
anything
people
else
feel
on that one,
safer.
sir?
Or people who say, you know, I sat
Was
down
there
and I
anyone else in
loaded
the
up my
back row?
shotgun
Okay,
and got
juror
ready in case
number-
anyone came
I
in.
believe you're juror number 58.
Yeah.
Is that right? Okay.
Those are the people you want to get out for
Our
cause.
family, my entire family, we went out to the county for one of the nights.
Do you have? Okay. I was going to ask you, do you have family out there? Okay. Thank you.
His family left the county for the
All
entire
right.
night.
Let's stay in the
For one
jury
of the
box here while we're all close by. I believe that, was there anyone else in the jury box itself that had their hand raised? Okay. Juror number 14? Okay.
We just spent a few nights at my place of employment just when there were rumors of going after school.
And where do you work at?
Attorney Chair.
Okay. And so you were concerned about possible damage to the church or looting or something like that?
We just heard the rumors, so we took precautions.
Okay. Thank you. I believe that, and I don't have everybody's numbers here. Are you juror number 46? Okay. Thank you.
I went to my sister's house in Gurney, stayed there for a few days.
Okay. Thank you.
I love how none of these people were personally affected, but all of
where
these
else? Let's
people,
see. Do
like,
we
they
have any
didn't
other
answer the
hands,
personally
in the
affected
jury
question,
box
but they're
or
all
over
like,
the corner?
I
Okay.
traveled out of
Let's do the
state,
front row
I went to
here.
a different
Raise your
county.
hand in the front row. Okay.
Like, you
juror
are
number
affected.
23.
Like this one left. I saw my sister there.
Oh, this lady's gone.
Okay. So
What'd she say?
am I correct in assuming that you didn't have a gun before this, but you decided to purchase one during this period of time?
Oh yeah, she's gone. She's gone. Yeah.
Gone immediately.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Maybe this might be
jury number
honest,
25.
He did ask to
Raise your
judge for
hand, sir.
cause. That's an automatic strike. She's gone for strike.
Is exercising a constitutional right a for-cause
Sure.
dismissal, though?
Did
I
you
don't
ever have
think
any
so.
problems?
No, we did.
Okay,
You can.
that's good.
Yeah, because remember you can dismiss.
All right.
for
And
anything,
then over
unless
here
it's
in the
race,
chairs, I know
because
there's
that's
some
a
hands,
Batson
and I'm
hearing.
sorry I
So
didn't
you
catch
can't just say
everybody. Let's
based on
start in the
race or
far
gender.
corner there, juror number 11.
But you could
I
say,
believe.
you know,
Okay.
Is that
when they got a gun.
Bivens? Bivens is the race jury trial, right?
No, it's not. I thought it was a Batson trial.
Batson, not Bivens.
Yes.
Batson. Yeah, Batson was the
Thank you.
Pulled our cars.
strike all the
back
black
to
jurors.
house,
Yeah.
And we closed our doors, made sure everything was locked. We also have a gun for protection. And we moved, we had
Probably
a blue light
gone.
out in front of our house in support of the police.
Prosecution
but
probably
decided
gone.
We're concerned about the safety of our home and
Yeah.
replaced that with a regular wall.
Yeah, a lot of safety, a lot of
All right, thank you
scared, a
very
lot of
much.
this.
Who else?
That's the perfect,
Right in front of you there,
perfect jaw
juror number
for
22.
for Rittenhouse. We were scared. We were they were
Yes,
around us. We took all these precautions.
Striking all the black jurors is very unreasonable, but striking all of the Arabic jurors, I mean, that
all right.
is-
Was there anything
that
else
shouldn't
that
be
you
a
did
bad thing.
personally
I'm just
other than
kidding.
that?
That's a joke.
Okay, thank you. I know there are
Yeah,
other hands. I'm sorry. I missed, let's go to.
If you consider he's Iranian,
List
though.
here. Are you?
No, I'm just kidding.
I got my numbers here. Are you? Wait. Yes. Yes. Sorry, I'm trying to follow the map here. Yes.
We went on a short walk and all our neighbors got together and had a neighborhood watch. And we pretty much all stayed in.
Okay. Thank you very much. Anyone else over here in the chairs whose hand I missed?
Yeah, the two gun owners got to go for the
Okay. Was
prosecution.
there anyone else in the
if
whole
the judge doesn't
group?
dismiss
Anyone
them,
else whose hand I
prosecutor's
missed
going to
on
burn
that?
strikes on
kinda jumped around a
anybody
little
who
bit, so
says they have a
sorry.
gun for self-defense in
good.
this case.
Thank you.
Or went and got the gun
Now-
because of what they saw. Yeah.
Doubly so.
There were many
Yeah.
reactions to the shooting of Jacob Blake by a Kenosha police officer. And I think we can all agree there were people that felt that they wanted to exercise their constitutional right to assemble peaceably and protest. Is there anyone who feels that it would be inappropriate for citizens to take to the streets and peacefully protest what they consider to be something that was unjust? Is there anyone who feels that that is inappropriate? Okay. Does everyone understand the difference between that and taking violent actions such as property damage, arson, looting, things like that? Does everybody understand that there's a big difference between those two things? Okay. Can we all agree that human life is more valuable than property? Is there anyone who disagrees with that statement?
But this has nothing to
Seeing
do
no
with
hands.
that,
Okay,
though.
thank
Is
you.
it a Lamborghini, sir?
Now, I've heard some of you mention that you.
I think that was just a ridiculous
either,
question. That was a
used
throwaway. But
a gun for
ask it
personal
anyway, fuck it.
protection or acquired a gun during this time period. And what I want
He's
to ask
trying to get
is,
that
how many of you
whole-
would consider
Kyle was
yourselves
defending
to
a
be
parking lot with
familiar
lethal force
with
there.
firearms?
Yeah.
Have a personal
That's how you
experience,
throw it
personal
out there, though.
familiarity with that.
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm seeing quite a few hands. All right. How many of you personally
Have you seen how hard
are
it is to get a PS5 right now? I mean,
I'm seeing a few hands on that one. All right. How many of you have, at some point in your life, either personally gone through certification to become a hunter when you were younger, like a teenager, for example, or maybe you've had your son or daughter go through that to become certified to go hunting when they're
He's
underage?
going after the
How many
gun
of you
nuts.
have ever gone
He's
through that
going
yourselves?
after the gun nuts.
Okay.
That's all these questions about the
thank
gun, the gun, the gun.
anybody
Has
who has
anyone
a gun,
here
he's going to
ever
try and get out of here.
become certified to become an EMT, an emergency medical technician?
That's a good question. Because
juror
Kyle
number
couldn't have been
13.
certified as an EMT because he was 17, even though he said he was. But
Right.
Is that something that you are currently
Interestingly,
certified to
Gage
do?
Grosskreutz also
And
claims
how long
to
have
be
you
a
been working as a
certified
paramedic?
EMT.
Specifically
Hmm.
paramedic, about 6 years, in the department for law enforcement.
In the fire department?
Yeah.
And which department is that?
Bristol.
Bristol? Okay. And so what did you have to do to become certified to be an EMT?
EMT, was like 6 months of school.
And what did you have to do during that schooling?
A lot of tests, a lot of physical exams, hands-on, a lot of hands-on stuff.
Now,
but
prior to
I
starting
think
that training, did you have to get a college degree or a high school diploma or anything like that? High school diploma was required for that? Okay.
That's what
And,
this is doing.
you
It's
said you worked as a
attacking
paramedic for
Kyle's
about 6
claim that
years?
he was an EMT.
Were you involved in any of the emergency response to any of the events surrounding August of last year, things like that?
I was not personally, but my department was.
I knew they brought in other departments, so I didn't know if you personally were involved in that. Okay, thank you very much.
That's interesting that guy didn't mention
The,
any coworkers who were involved that night.
Incidents in this case
He just said some
occurred
of his coworkers
very
were.
close to this building.
I
Mostly
think
along
Ken's
Sheridan
counseling
Road,
coach made a very good
from
point.
This area down south to about 63rd Street.
Kyle is actually from
And
another
there's going to be
state.
some discussion in this
So the
case
EMT
of some of
requirements
the
in Wisconsin
locations
may
and
be
some of
different
the
than the
businesses in
EMT
that area.
qualification in
Particularly
the state that he
a,
lives in.
Used car dealership. by
So
the name
he
of
may
Car
be an
Source.
EMT in his own
They have
state.
a couple of different locations here in the area,
Checking Illinois.
including one at about 59th and Sheridan on the west side of the road.
18
There's
for
another
Illinois.
one at 58th and Sheridan on the east side of the
Okay.
road. And then
So
a
he couldn't
third
have been one
one
in
down
Illinois.
at 63rd and Sheridan.
Interesting.
Is there anyone who's personally familiar with any of those businesses?
I
I'm
think he was
talking
a
about
medic, not an EMT.
before all
somebody
this
said.
happened, because it's maybe been in the news since then. But is anybody personally
I thought
familiar
he
with
said
those
EMT.
businesses? Anybody shop there, work
EMT
there?
doesn't
bought a
require you
car
to be
from
18
them,
in Wisconsin, though.
walk the lot to look at their cars, anything along those lines?
Wasn't he a lifeguard at a pool?
Okay, I'm not seeing any hands.
Wasn't Kyle Rittenhouse like didn't he work at a community pool?
I think so.
I would like
But then he could have been a
all of
That's
you
lifeguard.
who
probably
are
why
seated
he said
here
he was a medic or
to
of
take
some
a look
sort.
around at the other jurors,
It could have
the
been
other
colloquial
34 of
too,
you that
though.
are seated
So
here.
you know what I mean?
And I'm going to ask
He had a
you
go
if you
bag and
know
everything.
any
so,
of the other jurors
you know,
that are around you.
it might just be just some ridiculousness. In other words,
let's go to.
I can
juror
have a
number
first
14.
aid kit, but may not be a licensed EMT looking to help people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
And I
He
can be
was a
certified
lifeguard.
CPR and first
and
aid.
we're not going
too.
to say names, but I think
He's
you
a
are
lifeguard
juror
at the
number 55,
YMCA.
ma'am? Okay.
So he
So that
probably
means
would
he's
be
certified as
in
first aid and CPR.
Do you agree that you know him as well?
I do.
Okay. Let me start with you. If you are selected to be one of the jurors in this case, we are going to expect that you listen to all the evidence and testimony. And when it comes time to deliberate and make a decision in this case, we would like you to make a decision based on the evidence, the testimony in the case, the instructions of the judge. And jurors, of course, are expected to discuss it when they're deliberating,
Nick,
listen to each other's opinions.
I gotta go pick up the
et cetera.
babies because it's almost
But
3 o'clock.
We want your decision
But
to be
listen,
made
bro,
based on what
this
happens
was
in the courtroom,
fantastic,
not
man.
something outside the
You're
courtroom.
gonna be
So
doing
I'll
this
give you
again
an
tomorrow, right?
example. I don't know the relationship.
You're doing this all week?
I'm going to try and cover
Hypothetically, if
every
one
minute
of
of the
you was
trial pretty
boss and
much.
one was
Except
the
Thursday, I'll have some
employee,
trouble.
There could be a danger.
Well, God
that
bless you, brother.
the
God
employee
bless.
may not want to side against the boss
Good luck.
because when
And
you
we'll
leave the
see if we're
trial,
right.
then
If we're
that could affect your
prediction
employment. And I
acquittal.
don't
My
know the
prediction,
situation, and I
except for
don't
the
need to
last
know
2
that. What I'm
charges.
just getting
Last 2
at is,
charges, I think they got
do
him.
you believe
Acquittal.
that
I think
you'd
you're
be able to-
probably
if
right,
you
man.
both were on this
I
jury,
think so.
that you'd be able
Guys,
to
check
put
out
aside
Nate
your
the Lawyer on
personal
YouTube. You can
relationship
click on his
and make
name
your
in the
own
description of
decision
this
without
stream, and it'll take you
considering
right to his channel.
outside
Go
things
subscribe
that you
to
may
him.
have with the other juror. Does that make sense?
Thanks, guys. Later, Nick.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to
Thanks,
ask you the
brother.
same question, sir. Juror number 14. Would you agree with that as well? Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else in the panel that knows any other jurors? Okay, thank you.
That was
We
great
had a
having Nate on for the
juror
show.
who
Nate's a
has since been
good dude,
excused,
very
who made a
reasonable,
comment
smart guy,
that,
lots of experience.
leads
Check
into
him
one
out
of my
for sure.
questions. And as I understood that juror's comment, it was something to the effect of, she has a lot of friends and family who have strong opinions about the case. And she felt like she would make a decision in this case based on what she already knows or the opinions she's already heard, and wouldn't be able to put that aside. The judge has alluded to the fact that this is a case that has a lot of attention to it. And I think we've picked up on the fact that there are a lot of people with strong opinions one way or the other. Now, obviously, no one's heard any testimony or evidence yet. So the facts aren't in. But what I'm getting at is you all may have friends or family that know about this case, who you've already talked to about this case, and they may have their own opinions. We want you to make the decision. Those friends and those family aren't here. We're going to be asking you as the jurors to make the decision based on the evidence. Everybody else out there hasn't heard the evidence. And whatever they're reading in the newspapers or seeing on the media or whatever is not evidence. So sometimes, as one juror has already alluded to, that can put someone in a little bit of a difficult position where you feel like, if I decide one way, it might make all of my friends or family upset because they disagree with me, or vice versa. I don't know. So my question is there any one of you who feels that you're in a group of friends or family, or you've got people that you know who are just so dead set on one side or the other of this case?
So this is
that
what he's trying to
you'd
root
be
out are the
afraid
people who said they have friends
to make a decision.
They
this trial.
have a friend
And then
group
have to
that's
face
talked
that.
about this.
Have to
and,
go home at the end,
you know,
and they're
I
confronting
go to
you with,
college,
well,
and
why
all
did you
my
find
friends are a
this,
bunch
that,
of
or the other
liberal
thing
lib cucks or
when
whatever that is. That's
we
what he's
disagree with
trying
that?
to get, because
Is there
that's
anybody
not
who would be
dismissible for
uncomfortable,
cause,
would be
but they might want to
worried
expend a
about the
strike on
consequences
it. Still
of
pencil them
making
down.
a decision in this case because you're worried it might be unpopular with the people that you know? Okay, ma'am, I think you are juror number 15. Is that right? Okay, thank you.
Really care about my friends, basic family, but my husband.
Okay.
I have to live with him. And he is very opinionated and he has his mind made up. I would not want to go home with a decision that would result against his.
I understand, and we certainly don't want to cause your divorce.
Well, no, we'll have divorce, so this is the second.
Well, anyway, my point is I don't want to do anything to cause any friction in your marriage. If I could just have you hold on to that for one more second. The judge has already advised all of you that you are to not discuss the case when you go home at night. And I can understand that that might be difficult in some circumstances.
It's really difficult to not discuss the
Do you feel
case
like
with your
you'd have
spouse.
some difficulty with that in your
I remember as a kid, my mom was on a first-degree murder, a capital murder charge down in Texas, and she did
and I
not
don't
discuss
need to
the
know
case
which
with my
side
dad
or what his
until
opinion
after
is.
the trial
My
was
point
over.
is, in asking this question,
I
ma'am, is
distinctly remember when the trial
I
was
don't
over because I
want
remember her then
jurors to feel
discussing
that
it with my
pressure
dad.
and have it influence their decision. Your decision should be based on the evidence, the law in this case, what you hear in the courtroom. and not on what you're worried about someone else might think.
I
So,
think they were
do you
sequestered
feel
for
like your situation
just
with your
jury
husband
deliberations
would
in that
affect your
case.
ability to be a
They were
fair
not
and impartial
sequestered
juror
the whole
in this
time, I
case?
don't think. I'll have to ask her.
I'm sorry, ma'am, but I have to. I understand. Thank you. Thank you for being honest. I appreciate that. That's sometimes hard.
No. My
to
mom was
talk about
on
these things
was
that
a
can make people
juror.
uncomfortable, and I'm sorry I had to
A
put you on the spot
juror,
there,
not
but
charged with
I
first-degree
do
murder, you
appreciate your
nuts.
honesty, and I do appreciate everybody. Everybody here has been so forthcoming and open.
And the guy was sentenced to
forthright about
death.
their opinions.
He
and
was
their
also released
experiences
from
and things like
prison
that,
and
I'm sorry I had to
is
put you on the
out
spot
free
like
in the
that,
world
but I
right
hope you
now.
understand how important it is that we hear that. Your Honor, I would move to excuse juror number 15 based on clause.
Objection?
Judge, can I ask?
Yes.
Can I ask a question? You want me to do that now?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll stay back here, Mr. Bringer. Juror number 15, hi. So you have concerns, and I couldn't see you, but I could hear you. You have concerns about how your spouse would react to a certain verdict that you gave?
That's correct.
Okay. Would that feeling or your concern, would that sway how you view the evidence in the case?
Defense wants this witness.
So if you, whatever the evidence is, and you have a strong belief in one side or the other, if that is in opposition to what you believe your husband believes, would that have an impact on you being able to say, this is my honest opinion as to what I believe?
I'm not sure I understand.
So if you,
But now I'm upset.
it's okay.
She already said she's not going to be impartial, so she's probably going to go.
The juror has stated she's upset now. So I think it best to move on to something else, and then we can come back to this later. I'm not trying to curtail your examination.
The
But let's save
juror
it for
is
later.
upset
Okay,
now.
thank you. Go ahead.
She she can't do it. So
We've
she's
already put one juror on the spot,
Good
so
Lord.
I'll move on. Is there anyone else who feels similarly? Is there anyone else who's worried that you would be put in a situation where you might be making a decision and then you might be returning to folks that
The long and short is
be dealing with
that
some
lady should be
tension on
gone.
that?
I
Okay,
mean,
I see a few more hands, so I appreciate
She
that.
said she
Let me
can't
try
be
and go
impartial.
in
Get her
somewhat
out.
of a logical order here. I believe you are juror number 46. Is that right? Okay.
I'm more than lying, I'm sorry, I'm a gossip, and I don't think I can be quiet.
I'm a gossip. Oh my.
Okay.
These people.
So close like that.
Have you
Sure,
tried
and
not
that's great.
being a
It's
gossip
wonderful,
because the
to have
Bible
that
says
support
so?
and that relationship. It's hard. This is a case that's, I think everybody probably walking into the courtroom today was wondering if this is where you were going to be at, and here you are. And I think everybody's acknowledged that we all knew about this before today, and it's gotten a lot of coverage.
200-watt studio. I
And
haven't missed your super chats.
There's
I'm going to do all of them.
there is a natural tendency to want to talk about any case that any juror is on, but particularly one like this. So I respect that and I understand that. The judges talked a lot about the requirements of being a juror in this case, and some of them seem a little draconian, a little illogical, maybe a little unfair, but they're the rules. And there are good reasons why these rules exist. And I think we all understand that.
will of the woods is made manifest.
Sometimes it can be a lot to ask, but it's a requirement. And it's important because we want to get the decision based on only what's happening in the courtroom. And as the judge has already explained, there's a lot of other things out there in the world that may not be accurate. And we want to make sure we get the best decision for everybody. It's fairness to the defendant, it's fairness to the state, it's fairness to the community. This is the process we use, and it's a very, very important one. It's long time honored one, but it requires the jurors to accept that limitation. It requires the jurors to go home and do exactly what the judge said, which is, if you talk about it, we're in big trouble. And I think we've all picked up on the fact that you don't want to be in trouble with Judge Schrader. So can you do that? Is it too much to ask? I mean, you can talk about the weather. You can talk about the Milwaukee Bucks. You can talk about the Chicago
Literally
Bears. You can talk about
anything
kids.
else.
You can talk about school. You can talk about whatever. Just not anything. to do
Again,
with
as a lawyer
as
who
long as the
can't
trial goes.
discuss a lot of things that people
I'm
talk
saying
to
you
him
can't talk to
about
your sister.
in the context of
just gotta be
law,
able to
and you'd be
keep some things
surprised how many people talk to me about things in the context of legal advice, even now that I'm not super
About
enthusiastically
sequestering the
practicing.
jury? I can do that to one person. No phone, no TV.
Oh, he
No,
can sequester
seriously.
individual jurors. I was wrong about
No.
that. My
You
bad.
think you could keep from talking under those circumstances, if that's the alternative?
Oh, yeah. I don't want to be sequestered.
Pogo one?
I was just trying to be really honest.
And that's exactly what Vermont, and bless your soul, that's exactly, you're the ideal juror in that respect. But you do need to understand that we mean it about these rules, and you just simply cannot do it. That's all there is to it. And we all have to live life with its limitations and resist some of our impulses. And
Lady
I don't
Rackets
think it's
had
beyond
to
you
find the
obey law.
Pogo Star Trek song.
I'll try.
No.
Shout out to
You'll do
Pogo.
I'll just tell my sister.
On civil law, I've never heard of a one juror
Yeah,
sequester
Tell her to
either.
call me and I'll explain why, all right? All right.
All right, thank you, ma'am. I know there were a couple other hands that I missed. Was there someone in the front row? Do you remember? Okay,
Yeah,
Let's do
Jada
that.
and
Sure. Juror
Picard,
number
that's
4, go
correct,
ahead.
Yes. I just had to. She just didn't remember it was Pogo who
I
did it.
have, which is kind of like IBS, but it is more of an anxiety problem. So when this comes on, which is happening right now, I get chest pains and pressure in my ears.
You're having chest pains and pressure to your eardrums from a court hearing.
So I'm fearful that it's going to cause lapses, time where I'm not really paying attention to what I'm hearing because I'm focusing a lot more on.
Thank you for sharing that. Are you okay right now?
No, that's why I brought it up.
Have you had trouble following the things we've just been talking about?
It's making them more and more anxious.
Okay.
What's going on, the worse.
Is there anything you need medically wise, medication, anything like that to help with that?
Prosecution wants people like this.
They just keep saying, try whatever you can.
Okay.
It's not a diagnosis type of problem.
Did you identify it as
Not-
Yeah, they said it's a type of IBS. Irritable bowel.
Irritable.
Yeah, exactly. That's what.
Wait. He's got irritable bowel. Get him out immediately.
Okay, well, and of course, if you just start out of here, that's okay if there's an issue. But when you were describing the symptoms, you're talking about typical anxiety types symptoms. Yeah, but if it develops into something that would be lower in your system, how much time would you typically have?
Well, once it starts, every 10, 15 minutes, I might have to be excused.
Okay. Okay. Now, is this something that you think could happen and that you're anxious about the could, or are you, or, pardon me?
The anxiety usually.
Sure. And the question I have is sometimes the anxiety is the worst enemy because you're concerned that it might happen and that's disabling in itself. And the question I have is, are you anxious that it could happen or that it will happen?
No, it has nothing to do with the anxiety. That's not what causes the anxiety. The anxiety causes the
Right.
exact opposite.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding.
Anxiety makes him poop.
Would a break be helpful right now?
Probably not.
Okay. Would you alert us if there's an issue
Your Honor, I'm
that
feeling
you
anxious.
need to immediately cease what we're
I
doing?
gotta go.
Absolutely.
All right, let's do that, and then we'll see what develops. Okay.
All right.
And I'm going to ask that you move on to something else with this too, and we can come back if necessary.
The question I was.
I'm
getting
sorry,
at
when you
earlier,
get
we had
anxious,
a
is
couple
it
hands
running
already, and I think
or
I missed
solid?
a few hands, so I want to come back to it because I was asking about whether or not making a decision as a juror in this case would put you in a situation where you might have friends or family members who you'd have to confront afterwards. I think everybody got the gist of that. I believe that juror number 31, did you raise your hand, ma'am? Okay, thank you.
Well, I won't want to be hosting Thanksgiving, which I've done in the past, especially with my family attending, and then my nephew, who was a police officer and now has PTSD over many of these situations. It's just very difficult in that regard. Would it make me be impartial? No, but it will make it a very uncomfortable Thanksgiving.
Okay, and I just want to make
An
sure I understand what you're saying.
uncomfortable Thanksgiving.
You are concerned that if you're a juror and you make a decision one way or the other in this case, that it could cause some discomfort, some awkward interactions with family at the holidays. Is that fair to say?
Yes, because of the reasons why he left the police.
Okay. And I believe you said that, I think you meant to say that it would not affect your ability to be impartial, but it would be something that would be weighing in your mind. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
Okay. So I want to be respectful of the consequences to your family, because I certainly don't want the holidays to be any more awkward than they already can be sometimes, right? But do you feel that being worried about how Thanksgiving might be or worried about family would affect your ability to listen to the evidence in this case, follow the judge's instructions, and ultimately reach a decision? Okay, thank you very much. I believe that juror number 50, did you raise your hands too, sir? Okay, thank you.
So I've got a lot of friends on pretty much both sides of the spectrum, including a former roommate with officer. I guess my thought is there is some bias, because I have tons of friends, like I said, on both sides.
Sure.
That are very opinionated, and I don't live with most of them anymore. I don't live with the receiving police officer, but I know, I guess, knowing them and how opinionated they are might affect my thought process.
Okay.
As well as family members. I know, like, my parents, for example, are both sides of the spectrum as well.
Sure. Can I offer a little bit of a silver lining? As a juror in this case, you'll be the expert because you'll have seen all the evidence, right? So now they'll all listen to you because they don't know as much as you, right? The real purpose behind my question is I understand that you have folks on both sides, as you put it, that some may disagree with one jury verdict and agree with the other side or whatever.
Yeah.
And that's not unusual.
Right.
But what we're really concerned about is we want your decision to be based solely on what happens in the courtroom and the evidence, the law, the arguments of the attorneys, etc. What we don't want is we don't want a situation where I'll use your Racine police officer roommate, for example, and I don't know, and you don't need to say anything about how that person feels about the case, but we don't want to be putting you in a situation where you're so concerned about what that person thinks. And if I decide this case one way and then that person, the next time they see me, I'm going to have to deal with all sorts of, arguments or whatever, or support. It could be the other way too. It could be, I'm going to go this way because
likes. Why are you
I want
guys
that
doing
person
this to me? I
support
haven't
what I'm
even
doing, and
eaten
I don't want to
anything
make them
other than
angry.
Pop-Tarts.
It can work either way. I'm not taking sides. I'm just saying we don't want you to be in a situation where that influences your process of making a decision here in the case. Do you feel that you'd be able to put all that aside and not worry about what they think? They're not the expert, right? Make your own decision. And then afterwards, deal with it.
Yeah, I would have no problem making my own decision. I just wanted to bring that to light.
Sure.
To everybody else's attention. Whether there's, better fit or
My nose is
Absolutely.
already
And I appreciate that.
approaching
Thank you for being
various
honest.
shades of
Okay,
red that were never known
Was there
to
anyone
humans
else whose hand I
prior to
missed
today.
on this question? Okay. Don't think there was. All right, good. In addition to a lot of the publicity that has been out there about this case, there have also been some efforts made to raise money to support the defendant. And there have been some websites that have been created where people can purchase merchandise with his name on it. They can donate to his family or to his legal defense fund or whatever the case may be. Is there anyone here who has done any of that to support the defendant in this case? Is there anyone who knows anyone, friends, family members, anyone who has done that to support the defendant in this case? I'm not seeing any hands. Okay, thank you. We've got a list from the court of some basic information about all of you. And one of the categories that we get is your occupation. And for a lot of you, I'm able to decipher this and it makes sense to me, but there are some blanks in here that I just want to touch on. So let me just start with, and I'm just going to kind of go in order here. I believe, are you juror number 34, sir? Okay. I don't see an occupation listed for you. Are you currently employed? And what did you do before you retired?
I was a food stamp.
Okay. And what was your highest level of education?
High school.
High school. Okay, thank you. And then let's go to, oh, I'm sorry, ma'am.
Okay, so originally I was number 34 and they switched.
You're right.
So-
He's juror 7. You're right. I got the numbers wrong. I think he's juror number 7 and you are juror number 34. Okay. Is that right, sir? You're juror number 7? Yes.
Sorry,
Okay.
guys. I forgot. I have a personal matter that has to be taken care of before
I
close
meant
of business.
Thank you for
today.
clarifying that, though. This has been a little confusing for all of us, so I'm trying my best to keep up. I've got scribbles all over the seating chart here, so I was kidding Mr. Richards. He's got nice Post-it notes to cover up people, and I wanted to borrow some from him, but anyway. Okay, let's go to juror number 9.
Richard should throw him a stack of Post-it notes and be like, "Here."
Yes, ma'am. It indicates on my sheet that you are retired, correct?
That's correct.
What did you do before you retired?
I gotta keep trying to bleep him, and they're late.
Okay. And what is your highest level of education?
I finished high school, I graduated high school, but I also completed the paralegal program at Heritage.
Okay, thank you very much. And if I could just, wait, hold on. Nope, sorry. Got to keep up here. All right, let's keep going. Juror
Just DMing my mom.
26.
Sorry.
I don't see anything listed for your occupation. Are you currently employed?
I am.
What kind of work do you do?
I work in IT at
Okay. And what is your highest level of education?
bachelor's.
Okay.
I've
Thank
got the 3K shot. I've got it right here.
All right. Sorry, I'm just going down the list here. All right, let's see here. Juror number 49, I believe, is in the third row there, the last chair on the left. Yes. You are in what used to be chair number 19. You're juror number 49 for the record, whatever number we want to use. Sir, I don't have anything listed for your occupation. Are you currently employed?
No.
Are you retired?
No.
Okay.
One
What was your last employment?
Idiot says defense question. Have any of you paid your taxes to support the prosecution fund? Your Honor, we
What
vote for
company did you work for
mistrial.
doing that?
Marketing Solutions made like 4 hospital.
And what is your highest level of education?
4.
Okay, thank you.
Did he say 14 was his highest level of education? What's 13, 14? What is that? Is that like a trade school? Associate's degree?
Let's see. Counting here, make sure I'm in the right spot. I believe the lady who's in seat number 16. You are juror number 55 originally, but now you're in seat 16. Okay. I don't have anything listed for your occupation. Are you currently employed? What was your last employment?
I worked at Christian Life.
Okay. And what is your highest level of education?
Bachelor's.
Okay, thank you. All right. I'd like to follow up on those questions with the jurors. If I could just kind of maybe go in order. I'm going to refer to you by your seat number because it's probably easier than trying to go by number of 50s. Ma'am, in the corner there in seat number 1, what is your highest level of education?
Hey guys, I'm gonna have to step away for just a minute.
Thank you.
I'll be right back.
If you could just
okay?
pass the microphone to the person on your left, juror number 2. What is your highest level of education? Okay, thank you. And yeah, is that easier for you, or should I? Would you prefer I use the original number?
I'll be right back, guys.
Okay. So we started with the woman who's in seat number 1 is juror number 41. Is that right? Okay. Juror number 2 is still juror number 2. The woman who is in seat number 3 is juror number 43. Is that right? And what is your highest level of education? I'm sorry? Okay, thank you. And if you could pass the microphone to juror number 4, what is your highest level of education?
High school.
Okay, thank you. And let's see here. In seat number 5, I think you are juror number 56. Is that right? Yeah. And what is your highest level of education?
Master's degree.
Okay, thank you. All right. And then next to you, I believe, is juror number 58. Is that right? And what is your highest level of education?
Master's degree.
Okay, thank you. And then you are what used to be juror 34, but you're in seat 7. So we'll try and keep the record clean here. What is your highest level of education? Okay, thank you.
Beyond perception.
And then if you could pass it to, you are juror number 45, is that right?
45.
Okay, thank you.
11.
Okay, thank you. And then you are juror number 9.
Right.
And I think I already talked to you, didn't I?
You did.
Okay, we can move on. Sorry about that. And you are juror number 52. Okay. What is your highest level of education? Okay, thank you. And then next to you is juror number 11.
Juror number 11, high school diploma.
Okay, thank you. Why don't we just keep the microphone over there if that's easier, and we can go to juror number 22. What is your highest level of education, sir?
2 years.
Okay, thank you. Let me just write that down real quick. Okay, and then juror number 21.
Bachelor's.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, guys, sorry about that. I'll probably have to step away again.
And then
in a minute
juror
when I get a
number
phone
20.
call.
Associate degree.
Look, I'm pretty.
And then
important, okay?
you
I have to
are
take some phone
juror.
calls.
I already talked to you, sir. Yes, I'm sorry. Then we are to juror number 18.
Master's degree in progress.
Okay.
A master's degree in progress. I
give me
thought
one
she was
moment
saying
to
she had a
catch up here.
master's
Sorry,
degree
I'm jumping around.
in progress.
All right. You are juror number 46. Yes.
GED.
Okay. Thank you. And then juror number 55. I already talked to you, and you are. We'll get back to juror 15. Juror 14.
DEASSBT asked if is there a legit reason he asked this,
Okay,
or is he looking
thank you.
for dumb folk to excuse? I think he wants jurors
And then
that
juror
skew
number
to higher
13.
education.
Okay.
Higher education jurors in
And then why don't we?
Kenosha,
juror number
Wisconsin, are
12
more
will be
likely to
first.
be liberal.
Okay. And then juror number 15. Okay. Thank you. And then in the front row here, juror number 23.
Associate's degree.
Okay, thank you. And juror number 40.
Bachelor's degree.
And juror number 40, or I'm sorry, 25.
Leon's Law, you're correct.
Thank you.
Higher educated people are dumb when it comes to self-defense.
And juror number
typically
26, I already
speaking.
talked to you.
That
All
is
right.
true.
Yes. Okay. Juror number 27.
Doctorate.
Okay. And juror number 28.
GED was in college.
Okay. And juror 29.
Bachelor's.
Thank you. And juror 30.
GED.
Okay, thank you. And then we could, I think I did. I'm sorry. Did I talk to you already, sir? Yes, I did. Okay. And then you are juror number, sorry, where are we at here? 54, correct? Backwards. Okay, thank you.
Oh my gosh.
And you are juror number 50?
Oh.
Okay, thank you.
That lovely neck crack.
And juror number 31? Bachelor's? Okay, thank you.
This is going to prejudice the jury against each other. Well, hopefully, if we have Lord of the Flies happen in the jury room, that would be great.
We talked a little bit about the witnesses and the parties involved in this case. And you have been asked about Assistant District Attorney Jim Kraus, who is my co-counsel in this case. But the Kenosha County District Attorney's Office has a number of attorneys and other folks that help us out. And sometimes I'm asked to name all the names of the attorneys in the office. I hope I don't have to do that because I might forget.
AGK,
So
yeah,
let me
this
just
is
ask
from
it this way.
Kenosha.
Is there anyone besides Mr. Kraus and myself, who you've already been asked about, does anyone know anyone else who works for the Kenosha County District Attorney's Office? Okay, I see a couple of hands. Let me start in the back there with
should have
juror
been
number
preliminary questions.
9, correct? Yes.
Do you know any counsel in this case or any people who work for counsel in this case?
Yes, please.
Kelly Burkbach.
Okay, and how do you know Kelly?
She lives in my subdivision.
Okay. Have you ever talked to her about the work that she does as a prosecutor?
No, not really.
Is there anything about that relationship that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case? Okay, thank you. And then I believe, oh, I'm sorry, one more hand back there, juror number 11.
I actually believe that it was you, but I don't know the woman. So
Okay,
I was in a case, I was working at a bank and we were
okay. That may be,
prosecuting the case. I didn't.
okay. Is there anything about that that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case?
No.
Okay, thank you. And then I believe juror number 40 in the front row here, you raised your hand, ma'am.
Mary Hart.
Okay, and how do you know Mary?
I'm a previous foster parent.
Excellent, okay. Is there anything about that that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case?
No.
Okay. Anyone else whose hand I missed? All right, good. You have also met Detectives Martin Howard and Detectives Ben Antaramian, who are the lead detectives on this case. And we have already listed off quite a few officers for the Kenosha Police Department who may be witnesses in the case or whose names may be mentioned. And we've asked you whether or not you know any of them. I want to put those names aside and ask, does anyone know anyone else that we haven't already mentioned who works for the Kenosha Police Department? Okay, I see a hand in back there in the top row. I believe you are juror number 58.
And
is
yes,
that right?
juror 54. How do you know me?
Yes, okay.
Well, we were in that sex thing.
Officer Beth, Deputy Wright, Casey Bruce.
Okay. Now, I don't believe any of those individuals will be witnesses in the trial, but is there anything about your relationship with those individuals that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case? Okay, thank you. Were there any other hands? I know juror number 40.
Turnabout,
okay,
yes, it
juror
is
number
still currently jury selection.
7.
Today is
Juror number
jury
34.
selection day. Maybe
Sorry,
some of
juror number
tomorrow if
34.
they don't
I'm
get
gonna
it
make
finished.
that mistake over and over again. You are juror number 34, and you raise your hand. Yes.
Hi.
Thank you, BS.
Actually, I'm not sure if they're free
I don't know
for
how important it
Sheriff
is, but I
Baker
enjoy doing it.
Hammer
He's with the
and
Sheriff's Department.
Jim Kelly.
Okay. And anything about those that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case? Okay. All right. My question was specifically about the Kenosha Police Department, so let's just focus on that. You in front there, juror number 46. Oh, I'm sorry. You raised your hand, sir. You are juror number 56.
Yep.
Okay.
Frank Cassine for Kenosha County Police.
Okay. Anything about that that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror? Okay. Juror number 46. Yes.
My hairdresser is married to, I go to her house and she's married to a Kenosha police officer.
Okay.
I don't know, her name's Melissa, but I don't know her last name.
Sure. Anything about that that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror? Okay, thank you. I know juror number 40, you raised your hand.
Kristen Miller.
Okay. Anything?
No,
AGK, how do you anticipate this trial realistically going?
Anything about that?
I
that would
think
affect your ability? Okay. Thank
I
you.
think having
Anyone else
an
whose
acquittal
hands I
on the
missed?
major
Okay,
charges
juror
is
number
likely.
31.
Probably eats
Okay.
it on the
Anything about that would
breach of
affect your
curfew
ability?
charge, even though it's bogus.
Thank you. Anyone
Possibly
else?
on the
Oh,
gun
you raise your hand,
charge.
sir? Okay, sorry. You are juror number 50.
I'll
Yes.
explain the gun charge in a little bit.
Okay. Anything about that that would change anything? Okay, good. Anyone else whose hand I missed? Okay, good.
We're still live, as legit as it gets. Okay, the gun charge is possible because, as a matter of
I just
law,
could
the
have
gun
one
charge should be
moment to,
dismissed, in my
confer
opinion. However, if it's not
all I have.
dismissed as a matter of law, the jury questions are basically: is he under 18? Was he carrying a gun? That's gonna be it. Those two facts are yes. So, if the gun charge is not dismissed as a matter of law, Kyle may eat the gun charge. Gun charge is a misdemeanor.
Prefer to start and be interrupted,
and
or
will
wait?
not be a big deal in the long run. It will not prevent him from owning guns in the future. He'll probably get a year of
Be my guest.
probation, not be allowed to own guns for that year, and then after that, it'll be done. So that's my guess on what could happen. I think it should be dismissed.
Thinking only of
I
myself.
think he should be acquitted on all charges.
How about
but I
you
think
folks? Anybody need a break?
the jury's
Anybody-
probably going
yeah,
to.
let's take a. Let's do this.
Probably gonna stick him
let's
on
take
the,
a condensed break of about. Let's hope for 10 minutes.
Condensed break of 10
then-
minutes?
So yeah, then we'll start at that time. Sorry. No problem. All right. Don't talk about the case.
Talk about the case
Read,
twice.
watch or listen to anything, and don't. And come back
Can
in the
judges
same
drink in
seat,
court
please.
though? Yeah, they just have to replace their water with vodka. Okay. All right. So I've got a bunch of super chats to read as well. We're at a break. We're coming close to the end of the day. Gonna be in 2 to 2.5 hours. This day will be over. Not sure if we will have the jury paneled today, but we're getting really close, actually. Binger's going to finish up his questions. Richards will, or Sharafsi or whatever, whoever's doing jury on that side will handle their questions, and then they'll move to strike particular jurors after the questioning is done. And then once that's done, assuming they have 12 people, they'll be good. They'll be good. Bainling doesn't know if he can stay awake that long. Yeah, it's a different time for you. Ellie In says, tell us about any of your interesting jury duty experience. I don't have any. I've never been called for a jury. Never had jury duty. Never had to serve my country in that way. What happened with Barnes being taken off the defense? I don't know the full story. I'll try and get it. I need to talk to Barnes about it, and Halloween just kind of cramped everything up. But I'll be talking to him. I don't know what happened, but what I've heard is that essentially Barnes is no longer involved with the criminal aspects. He was going to have a limited role in jury selection and stuff like that, and as an advisor, but that is no longer the case. Don't know why. I don't want to criticize anything or anybody, but there's some issues there. I like Robert Barnes. I think he seems very competent in a lot of these things. He takes on a lot of high profile clients and cases, and so personally, I would value his input, but I'm not Mark Richards. I don't have Mark Richards' trial plan. So he might have some reasons that he doesn't want another attorney contributing on the case for various ideas. And let me humbly suggest that if Barnes is managing civil aspects and the money aspects of Kyle's case, which I think he's still doing, then Mark may have wanted to sever those things from the criminal case and the involvement of Kyle and his family. Whether or not that's wise is a different question, but that may be his thing. At some point, you may get to the idea of too many cooks in the kitchen, right? Too many people giving opinions on the case when you might believe that it's outside their role or inside your role, or there's some overlap that shouldn't happen. I don't know. I'm just trying to pose some possibilities. Again, I'll try and get some clarification from Barnes on that if I can. If he's willing to give a statement, I'll happily take it. Otherwise, I don't know. I have no idea. Michael Palmer says, Nick, what do you suppose would have happened if everyone, including rioters, showed up with guns? Would the police have let them all parade around armed? They would have to. It's nothing illegal about it. It's weird, but what are you going to charge him with? Ridgedale Brand says, I had a video censored by Rumble, the new owner of Locals, that was not censored by any other platform. Send you more info in Discord DMs. Also, we're 94 subs from 1,000. Love the daytime streaming. Guys, check out Ridgedale Brand. They're so close to 1,000 subscribers. Give them a nice little boost if you're interested. They have some good content. They're good dudes who talk a lot about freedom and liberty, and we need more people like that. So give it a check. Fearhurst says, what law did he break concerning a firearm? I thought he was allowed to have an appropriately length rifle. That's how I read the statute. That's how his attorneys read the statute. That's how other attorneys read the statute, is that once you have an appropriately length rifle, then the only violation is if you're under 16 or if you're violating hunting statutes, which he does not appear to be able to violate a hunting statute if he's not hunting, to me. However, the judge has not dismissed that. So again, if it goes to a jury, the jury questionnaire on that issue is Kyle under 18 years old? And does he have what would be defined as a dangerous weapon in the statute, which would be a rifle? That would be a dangerous weapon in the statute. If those two conditions are met, technically speaking, he's guilty. So again, I don't agree with that, and they could appeal that decision. They may get a favorable result on appeal, but this is just where it's at right now. So some ideas. He was hunting pedos. You don't want him to be hunting. If he's hunting, he's got to get a license. You got to get pedo tags or whatever. Oh, speaking of which, this is a great time to mention Ridge Wallet. Ridge.com/knows. Look, guys, this is the Ridge Wallet. That's all it is. It's this tiny little thing. This is fantastic. It's got a money clip on the back. You shove credit cards into this thing. Here, I think I've got one. Let me shove it an appropriate way down so you can't see the numbers. You take a credit card, right? Like this. You put it into the Ridge Wallet. Zoink. It is in there. It is the size of a credit card. It's RFID shielded, so people can't snoop your RFID chip. And it just sits there. When you're ready to use it, you push up on the notch, and then you grab it and pull it out. You can hold quite a few cards in here. You can hold your ID. It's great. It minimalizes the amount of nonsense that you carry with you. And again, you put all your greenbacks in this guy under this money clip, and it's fantastic. I'm a big fan of Ridge. I think that they sell great products. This is my second wallet from them. My third one is upstairs, and ever since I got one, I've never even thought of using another wallet. And I'm a guy who used to keep a bunch of receipts and BS in his wallet all the time. No longer. I no longer keep any of that stuff. It is way more comfortable, way more effective. It's way nicer at airports and everything. It's a smaller wallet. It's better better transportation, all of that stuff. Ridge.com/knows. And if you use the promo code knows, you get 10% off your Ridge order. They have other stuff. I'm a big fan of their backpacks. I like their knives. Other people don't. Check it out. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. I got to take this phone call. Ridge.com/knows. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Very, very important phone calls. Actually, that was a really important phone call, something that has to be done today. And I knew about it on Friday, too late. Has to be done during business hours. And I forgot about it today because I was doing the stream. I was so focused. I'm like, okay, I got to figure out when Kyle's trial starts. I got to make sure I'm up and awake to do this stream. Okay, it's at 9. So I woke up, came down to do the stream, and completely blanked out the fact that I had something to do. You know, money and cutoffs, guys. Ugh. All right. Romer so pervy, says Nick Rekieta, the prince of all wallets. No, without a hint of irony and without a shred of shilling. Like this is all extra. This is bonus. The Ridge wallets, I really like them. And the most important thing to me about Ridge is they have never once told me what to say. And they have never once said, hey, you said this thing. Can you tone that down? And look, I'm a guy who believes in free speech and I use it liberally in the real sense of the word liberal. And they've never said anything about it. And if they did, I would stop accepting sponsorships. So TJ says, I love my Ridge wallet. Thanks to you, Nick. It holds about 15 cards in it. I have all the Ridge products, backpack pen, and their portable charger. Yeah, the portable charger goes right in the backpack. Very cool. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. Yes, and C Goody doesn't like the Ridge knives because he's, frankly, a racist. I don't know how else to say it. Okay, pan down slowly and to the left.
So good afternoon, everybody. My name is Corey Schruffesy. I'm one of the lawyers for Mr. Rittenhouse, along with Mr. Richards and Ms. Wisco. I'm going to try to follow up on some of the questions that had been asked by Mr. Binger. I'm not here to embarrass anybody. If there's something that you want to talk about in the back, feel free. I'm only telling you that because I'm following up on some of the things from individual jurors that you had said. So I'm going to start, if I can, with juror number 23 in seat 23. Ma'am, you had mentioned that your son had gone down to the riots, the protests, whatever it was, and you had, should she have a microphone, Judge?
Yes.
Are we going to get our mic? What's going on? What's taking so long? Darkstar Magnolia, we've been live for 5 hours and 45 minutes.
Okay, so you had said that your son had gone down there, and you didn't remember what day it was, though. Is that right? Okay. Can I ask you, how old is your son?
He was 19 at the time.
Okay. And you had mentioned that you were you had asked him not to do that.
Exactly.
Okay. Can I ask you, it's a broad question, but why? Were you worried for his safety? Did you not want him to get arrested? Kind of all of it? What was kind of going through your mind?
Mostly his safety and not knowing what was going on down there, and I'm just kind of the type of person to lock up and stay home and be safe and protect my own and not go look for any trouble.
Sounds good to me. Sorry, Josh. Were you watching what was happening? Yeah. All right. And
sounds good to me.
So
whoops.
You had
no comment on that.
Observed property damage, things like that?
Yes.
Okay.
Fires that were going on.
Okay. And so the biggest concern you had was for his safety?
Yes. I just didn't think he needed to be any part of it.
Okay. You had also mentioned that Mr. Binger had asked a question, and you had mentioned that you had purchased, if I have it right, you had purchased a firearm directly because of what was happening in Kenosha?
Yes.
Yeah, they definitely want this chick, but the prosecution's going to strike her, guaranteed.
And so that is something that prior to that time frame, you hadn't had a firearm in your residence, or you hadn't felt the need to protect yourself that way?
I had not ever had a gun in my possession.
Oh, hey, stream, I'd like you to welcome Goblin Goblinius to the stream. Goblin Goblinius is a walking charity case, and has an IQ that is lower than the average temperature most days in Alaska. But it's really great that someone helped him type in the link so that he could show up
31,
today.
I think,
Very proud of Goblinius for being here.
You had mentioned that, and tell me if I have this right, that there was a question about
Goblin, please make sure you put on your helmet
Thanksgiving, or
today.
you were going to have Thanksgiving. So your nephew was a police officer in Kenosha?
Not in Kenosha. He was a police officer for 10 years up in Fish Day.
Did he come down to Kenosha August 23rd, 24th, 25th?
No. Yeah, but he felt threatened even in his area, to the point that, kissing his little kids goodbye not knowing if he was gonna see him the next day because of the uproar and the riots that he was seeing.
If you know, was it equated, his decision to no longer be a police officer, was that related to specifically what had happened in Kenosha?
I think it was part of it. You know, I think the lack of police support, which we are very supportive of our police and good friends with many, that it hurt him too, but he knew he couldn't handle it anymore.
Thank you. Juror number 40 in seat 24, right behind you there. So I just have one simple question. You had mentioned, I think a couple times, that you're a foster parent. Is that right?
I have a previous foster parent. We don't have our foster parents.
Okay.
Goblin
the reason I say that is
Goblinius
I am too,
immediately
and
goes to Mutt's Law.
You had
and
known, or
suggests
you know Mary
that
Hart
Kyle will
through
be
that? Is that right?
raped in prison because Goblin
without
Goblinius
getting into too much
is a
detail,
mutt
is it something that you had dealt with
and goes straight to
Attorney
Mutt's
Hart
Law.
on a lot? Like, have you seen her a lot as it relates to this foster care kind of thing?
For the foster parent, or excuse me, the Foster Parent Association, like banquet, she was like a speaker and a guest for quite a few of those. But then she was just in at most of our court proceedings throughout.
Okay.
And the termination of parental rights.
But nothing about that involvement with her would have any impact on your decision in terms of listening to the evidence in this case. Thank you.
Can I say hi to your friend Juju Binks? Sure. Hi, Juju Binks. How you doing? Oh, okay. Judge turned off his mic. By the way, we will be getting to all of the super chats that have been sent in probably when the hearing is done. We'll wrap through those in case there's some very important questions and all of the justice chats as well. That's you know, it's always weird. I could try and start now going through some of them, but maybe we should do that. We'll see here. I turned on the sub-only chat earlier, which means it reset them all, which is a pain. Let's see. I got to remember where I was. Where did we stop this? Techno Geek says, in case you missed my text, the guy that makes that beverage you like so much is waiting for you to call him. I'm told a care package is in order. Techno Geek, I will. I've just, with Halloween, it was such a busy week for me. Combat Frito says, locked out of Twitter the instant I tweeted, I wonder what the overlap is here of people saying get well soon to Jen Psaki and people saying I hope you die to Trump. This is a good thing, right? Yeah, it's amazing. The whole let's go Brandon, right? Like that whole thing suddenly being like hate
and
speech.
No one is telling me what to do.
It's the alt-rights. I saw it was the alt-rights Sig Heil or whatever.
Let me show you what a real
All these people were
looks like.
clamoring to scream that Trump should die or whatever. They have the right to do it, by the way. They were all clamoring to do so during Trump's administration. Suddenly undermining the president or speaking ill of the president is not protected. It's Nazi-ness now. Frederick Little, are you still sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends? Raid sponsored one stream on Twitch. So if there's another campaign that I qualify for, maybe. But as of right now, there was no ongoing sponsorship. It was one stream. Next, we got Nate the lawyer says, I was going to go live. You beat me to it. Sorry, Nate. I I do not mean to step on anyone's toes. I am going to cover this whole trial except for Thursday because I teach. I teach on Thursday, so I'll have to see who's covering it.
You all had mentioned that you.
But I'm covering
were
the
aware
whole
of the
thing
case. Everybody,
as much
nobody
as
had
possible.
raised their hand when they
And
said that
it's
they
not to step on
weren't
anyone's
aware
toes.
of
If someone wants to go
what was
watch
going
someone
on.
else, please do.
Is there anybody on the panel who has really done or tried to do a concerted effort to follow the case? Meaning, every time there's an article written or every time there's something said, that you are always paying attention to it. You're keeping track of kind of what's going on in the case. Has anybody been doing that? I see no hands. So in listening to some of the things you all have talked about, I don't live in Kenosha, but my question is this: based on what had happened, looking at it from the outside in, how many people on the panel are angry about what had happened?
Can you talk about what had happened? Can you specify?
I'm sorry, the 24th and into the 25th, the whole riots thing, and why
whole
we're here.
riots
Is there
thing.
anybody here who's angry?
You say the 24th and into the 25th, the whole riot thing, why we're here. We're not here for the riot. Be clearer on exactly what you're talking about.
The 24th, and then the next day into the 25th, and into the night of what would be the 26th. So the riot the day before, and then Mr. Rittenhouse and the shooting the next day. Is there anybody here who's just angry about what had happened to the point that they don't feel like they can sit and listen to the case? Juror number 4. So can you just tell me what your feelings?
Well, it's just, just listening to it, I'm just getting really anxious. A lot of anxiety over it.
Is this butt syndrome guy?
Just reliving it. I live so close to everything that happened. It's really bothering me.
The question will always be, do you think that you can set aside those feelings and
At this point, I don't think I can.
I know
Can
I
ask you
can't
what
because
is
I've
it?
already
Is it
pooped.
the anxiety about listening to the case? Is it having to judge the case if you're picked? Can you tell me what that is?
It's kind of hard to describe what is causing the anxiety, but I just know that this whole thing is causing me. Pinpoint the exact reasons kind of hard.
Oh my gosh.
Do you think that if you're given whatever, I know the judge had talked about if you needed a break or anything like that, is it something that you think you can get through it, or is it something that you think you would be unable to do?
I'd say
Doot.
Is there any reason that you?
The judge got on his phone.
Is there anything at this point
Playing
that makes
Candy
you believe
Crush.
you can't
Look at
do
him.
that?
no, I guess not.
Okay. So anybody else who was, and I'm just going to put it, that was so bothered by what had happened that they would find it difficult to listen to the facts of the case? No other hands. Mr. Binger had
Open his
said,
phone
you know,
again.
he had asked if anybody has a problem with people protesting, and obviously no one had raised their hands.
The guy is slowly zooming in. He was trying to cover
Is
up
there
the judge's
anybody here
hands.
who believes that it's okay to damage property as a form of protesting? Anybody think that's okay? I see no hands.
I believe that is okay. I believe
Did
property
any
should be
member of the
damaged all
panel?
time.
I know no one said they were down there on, I think, the evening of the 24th. Did anybody go down and try to help clean up and see kind of the aftermath the next morning into the morning of the 25th? Anybody do that? Juror number 11.
Goblinius, one, you're a fucking idiot.
I didn't go down to
That's a
but I
completely
did
different
go down
scenario
to
than what
see
happened
had
here.
happened.
Second, the answer is
aftermath,
it might
what it was.
actually be
And
self-defense.
can I ask you where
believe it or
you
not.
were specifically, if you remember?
Making one bad choice doesn't condemn you to dying. If it did, you'd be dead because you're fucking stupid.
Okay, and you were able
How do you
to
not understand
observe
Yes,
some of the. Okay,
carefully,
I'm sorry.
very carefully.
Would
It affected me.
did it affect you in a way that would make it difficult?
Oh, no.
Okay, so you
He's a
could.
very objective person.
Okay, so what you saw, although it affected you, wouldn't have an impact on your ability to listen to the case. Anyone else who might have went down there or seen anything? Make sure I have this right. Juror 29.
I just wonder if that I went down there to board up county and downtown. I went down there to clean up.
Did you, when you were down there, did you have an opportunity? Was it before buildings were damaged or after? Okay. All right. And seeing whatever it is that you observed and however that made you feel, do you think that would make it difficult for you to judge this case fairly? Okay. Anyone else? Oh, juror number 54.
I just drove out in the area down in downtown Athens like 2 or 3 days after.
Was it, I'm assuming it was still substantial, there was substantial damage? And again, however it made you feel, any difficulty in kind of separating that from what your job would be here? Okay. So is there anyone here, you have heard the judge has told you that some of the charges involve possession of a firearm. I think Mr. Binger had asked you if you understand the workings of a firearm. My question is this, is there anyone
Strike.
knowing what you know about or your feelings about that night, is there anyone who believes that, irrespective of what the evidence would be, that if a person brought a firearm downtown, they're guilty of something? Does anybody believe that?
Goblinius does.
I see no hands. One of the charges is a violation of a curfew. Does anyone believe that if there's a violation of a curfew, that fact alone then holds them responsible for everything else that happened after that curfew?
These are good questions because there
Anybody
are
believe
legitimate morons out there who believe that the violation of a curfew or the carrying of a gun, even illegally,
I think the judge will tell you
invalidates
this. So there's
self-defense.
6 charges.
Neither of those do.
Each one
Neither of those do.
requires
And
a
if
separate
you
finding
think
by you,
either of
beyond a
those
reasonable doubt.
invalidates a self-defense
Is
claim,
there anyone who
then
would
you're
have difficulty
literally
separating?
fucking stupid, and you don't understand self-defense law. You shouldn't be talking about it. Go try
So,
not to drown in a
curfew
bowl of
violation
Campbell's
is a civil
soup, please.
But is there anyone here who would have difficulty kind of separating these out and saying, I'm going to make specific findings on each charge, irrespective of the other charge? Meaning you're going to hold the state to their burden on each one of the 6 charges. Anybody have any difficulty kind of supporting that idea?
Yeah, now I want
see no
soup.
hands.
Thanks, me.
Mr. Binger had asked you about the workings of a firearm. I think you'll hear about the firearm in this case. Okay. The firearm in this case, I think it'll be referred to.
It's fully automatic
AR-15
AR-15 style M4 assault rifle with the magazine clip ghost gun.
Referred to that. Is anybody
It's got
so bothered?
It's got a pistol grip with the bayonet and
by
an
that
underslung
type of
grenade
firearm
launcher that
they
can
don't
also
think that
launch
they
ICBMs from range.
and judge it fairly. Anybody have such a problem? Okay. I want to make sure I have it right. I'm not going to have it right. Juror number 30. Okay.
So yes, I do have a problem with it.
Okay. Can you, I don't want this to sound like a dumb question, but can you just tell me
about
your feelings on it?
Tell me about your feelings.
I just think a weapon like that should belong to the general public.
Apparently, tell me about your feelings is a dumb question. Ken's casting couch BTFO'd.
If it's legal to purchase, and you have your feelings, which are, I'm just going to complain about that. And the firearm in and of itself isn't illegal. Do you think you can judge this case fairly, understanding that it involves a firearm that you don't think should be legal?
Yeah.
Okay. So you think you would be
struck?
You would have difficulty setting aside whatever preconceived notions or whatever your feelings are about the case and judge it fairly.
Struck for cause, Judge.
Judge, I would move strike 30.
Hey. Go ahead.
Ma'am, I just want to clarify something. So there are going to be a lot of facts in this case about a lot of different things. Counsel's asked about the curfew, about
this is
the
pretty
events that night,
prejudicial.
Protests, things like that.
It goes
my understanding
straight to the
correctly
heart
that
of one of
just
the
simple
one of the
fact
specific
that
causes of
if
action.
if the evidence shows that the defendant possessed an AR-15, you would find him guilty of all of the charges just based on that fact?
Pretty much.
Get
I have
him
no
out! Get him!
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to excuse you. And please give her a note. And
please give her a note that says you can have her back. We don't want her. Jesus.
all right, ma'am, would you have answered yes to any of the questions or raise your hand in answer to any of the, would you have raised your hand and answered any of the questions asked so far?
Yes, sir.
What's up?
Just about medication. I recently started an antidepressant and
Okay.
stomach medicine that makes me extremely loopy.
It makes you
Extremely loopy.
loopy? Okay.
Yeah, like I can't comprehend anything.
Okay.
I didn't take it today just because I knew I was going to be here, but that is one of my concerns.
But
okay,
if I take
do you
it,
know
I'm
when this
toast,
is about to
Judge.
happen or
Like,
happening?
It's like acid.
I I get a weird feeling after I do take the medicine, but there's not, like, I don't have a time frame of when it kicks in. Like I said, I just started like 2 weeks ago, so
Okay.
it'll take a month or so.
You got 100 more jurors back there, Judge. Just
like I
kick
said,
her.
that's my only.
And what is, how much of a concern is it to you in terms of your fearing this happen? Not from the standpoint you're warning me about it conceivably happening, but how likely do you think it is to happen?
It happens every time I take the
Do
medicine.
it? Okay.
Judge, it's pretty likely because
And
it happens
Doctor
all
has,
the time.
suggested that you take the
Yeah.
medicine regularly?
Yeah, we're going through trial and error to figure out
Okay,
what's
sure,
going on.
sure. Okay. Any reason this lady shouldn't be excused? Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Get out of here.
And, no, you can just.
Go try and not be depressed, lady, please. That's actually a
These
real
mystery
thing.
notes that I'm
because,
talking about are just related to appearing
antidepressants
for
require a
service
build-up
later in the
time.
week on a different case.
So you, like her even skipping this day is actually probably a problem. She should have taken it this day
All
and
right,
shown
ma'am,
up
would you have
loopy. That
answered
would
yes
have
to
been
any
way
of the
fucking
questions
funny.
asked so far? Okay, thank you. Please be seated. In number 30.
Yeah, Ken says mental health meds take 4 to 6 weeks to reach full effect. It's a bad idea. Yeah. I agree. The second she said, "I take an antidepressant that's making me loopy," get out. Sorry, get out. No, you're cool. It's fine. We
So
love you. Get out.
I think, have been asked a couple questions by the court about people who know police officers, people who know sheriff's deputies, and all that other stuff. Is there any person on the panel who believes or would believe the word of a police officer over someone else in the community or any of us simply because they're police officers? That those people are more believable than everyday folks? Anybody find that to be true? Okay. How about that same question if someone, for example, has a financial interest in the case?
Ooh.
Would they? How would you, or would you believe them less because of that? Juror, I want to make sure I have it right. Juror number 40 in seat 24. Okay, so you I don't put words
I'd be
here.
more skeptical, I guess.
Okay.
I said I would be more skeptical,
Okay. Okay.
given if they had a motivation to give their correct information.
Okay. And I saw what I believe to be juror number 43 in seat 3, kind of like.
Yeah, 43.
Okay. So 43 is same. Is it? You tell me your answer to that question.
Yes, in any situation, if someone benefits from something, you have to, you have to wonder if they're pure.
Okay.
Goblin Goblinius,
anyone else?
rewind the stream and listen to it from the beginning. Instead of being
Sure.
a beta fucking cuck
31.
who comes in here and is like, I demand you answer me now. Go listen. We've already covered all these topics. Not just me, also Nate the lawyer. Go listen to the answers from your fucking betters, you piece of garbage. Go listen to people who actually know the law. You're asking questions. We've got answers. The fact that you don't want to hear them
How
is
about,
indicative of you, not us.
Mr. Rittenhouse has the right, the constitutional right to testify, and the constitutional right not to testify. Is there anybody here who would find him less credible simply because he is charged in this case? That no matter what he says, he's less credible as a witness. Anybody actually believe that to be true? I don't see any hands. How about
That's an indication Kyle's probably not going to testify, which he shouldn't. No
I think
reason for
you'll
Kyle
hear
to
from
testify in
some-
this case. Only
some
bad things
experts
come
in
from
this
that.
case. Does anyone here have
What's
any
up, John Smith?
training in medicine or being a nurse or anything like that? Okay, so juror number 31.
I'm a pharmacist, and I teach at medical school in Milwaukee.
I'm going to ask you this question. Do they teach anything about like frontline, like emergency room things? And they do. So do you have any personal knowledge of things like gunshot wounds, anything?
Gunshot wounds, but administration of like Lanoxone for opioid overdoses and things like that.
Okay, so I think you will, so you are a pharmacist. You will likely hear from some medical doctors. Do you, because they're medical doctors, do you believe them to be more trustworthy and believable than anyone else?
Depends on the context. If it's medically based, yes, it would probably be the experts.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Judge is
Anybody
talking
else
to Blue
who,
Sweater Lady.
juror number 27? Okay, and if I have this right, one of you have a PhD, or I don't know if it's called a PhD. Okay, so you are the equivalent of a doctor of pharmacy.
Nowadays, no.
Not if you're old like me.
Nowadays.
Same question to you. Do you have any like specialized knowledge or maybe more knowledge about things like gunshot wounds or
Remember,
things like
they're
that?
going to knock this down to 20 people, then knock it down to 12 people.
Okay, do you
from
know
there.
what stippling is? Okay. And I don't want to assume this, but you're going to hear from physicians. You are maybe
Mickey, I
as
can
educated or more
practice law in the
educated than they
Twin Cities, you weirdo. What are you talking about?
Are you willing to kind of
I've
listen to
done
the evidence
cases,
that they
or,
provide, or
I've
is it kind of a
advised
foregone
clients, I should
conclusion
say,
that
in the
they're-
Twin
that
Cities
they're right?
plenty of times.
I guess it's
No, I've actually practiced in the Twin Cities. What are you talking about? And I won that case.
Right. Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Eat your
Anybody
own
else
vagina, you weirdo.
who has any medical training? The juror number 13. You're a paramedic. Is that right, sir?
That's correct.
Have you ever arrived on the scene or have dealt with a gunshot before?
Not a gunshot.
Do you have familiarity with any aspects of gunshot wounds or anything like that?
Yeah, we train on it, relatively frequently.
Renal
Do you
Ryan,
know
that's
what
true.
stippling is?
Do not.
Do you know what stippling is?
Okay.
Can I stipple
Is there
you?
anything that you know that your knowledge about in terms of the work that you do that you would not be at least willing to listen to the evidence?
No.
All right. That's all I have for you. Thank you. Anyone else? I thought I saw one more hand, but I could be wildly mistaken. And I am. I think Mr. Binger asked you about if some of you had working knowledge of firearms. I think he asked that. I see a show of hands of people who have working knowledge of firearms. And so juror, if I could, juror number 2.
My greatest creation.
Would you be willing to tell me what the basis of knowledge is and things like that?
Well, I've shot 22s, shot birds. Never gone hunting. Got some target practice. Shot some squirrels inside my buildings, but I'm not a hunter. I'm not an enthusiast. Collector. Small.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else in that back row that
KCC
has
says, what does
juror
working
number
knowledge mean?
43 in seat 3?
That's actually the interesting thing. What does the juror believe the working knowledge means?
That you personally
That's the
have?
relevant part.
So, okay. And have you? I'm assuming you've taken that out, and
Yes, I have shot it a couple times, but I've taken a concealed carry class.
can I ask? Is the primary use just for target practice and things like that?
Safety as a female at home.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. That's all I have for you.
You want her on there, by the way. You want the
I
woman
just want to make sure I have it
who
right, sir.
is
I'm sorry.
concerned about safety as a female and is trained with a firearm.
Juror number 58 in seat 6.
Hunter safety training, hunting before.
Great loner, low odds on the judge
Dog
having seen any of
practice,
my
family
videos covering this.
Firearm.
He's going to be more concerned
Would
about
you
what
say
the
that
New
you have a
York
pretty
Times,
good
LA
working
Times,
knowledge of
CNN, what they're saying?
how they work and things like that?
Yeah, basic.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody else in the back row? Juror number 45.
Michael
and
09
seat
says
number
discussion
8.
of stippling is because Rittenhouse's injuries.
Hunter
I think he means Rosenbaum's injuries. He said Rosenbaum. I read it wrong. We're a very close range. So if I'm not mistaken, stippling is the idea that there's
So
other
when you say,
particulate,
I'm not as familiar, when you say proficient, does that
around
just
the
mean you're
wound,
good at
right? From a close
like,
range
shooting?
shot. So you're going to get some wadding.
Yeah,
You might get some
shooting
burn
the
wounds,
operation
stuff
of
like
how the
that.
door you know.
from the muzzle. Is that correct? I'm not a medical. I don't know.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else in the back row?
Michael
Juror
Burke, I don't know
number
what happened to
11
closed
in-
captioning. They must have
I'm
turned
sorry.
it off.
Juror number 52 in seat 10.
I've shot him before. Grew up with guns, hunting safety, his family.
Okay. And is there anything about firearms involved in this case that would make it difficult for you to listen to the case? Thank you. Juror number 11 in seat 11.
Gunpowder burned is sibling cool.
Just kind of a
That's why I love streaming. You
working
guys are
knowledge. You have a
literally
working knowledge
Wikipedia,
of firearms.
but better because you're not gay.
Very safe with them. I did not attend any kind of safety course. I never went hunting. However, I do a lot of target practice and again for personal safety.
Okay, thank you. The judge would describe that as the second row. Anybody in the second row that has, and you are
21.
Cheeto.
You are 21.
I want to judge
Okay.
share in my home. Oh.
It's just, we have it for home defense, but I know your basic on safety and I know how to take it apart and put it back together.
Okay. Anyone else who spends time with or is familiar with firearms? I'm sorry. This is juror number 20. I know this, 29.
Hunter safety. I'm in the rubber range for target practice. And I also own my
Okay. And is it, if you don't mind me asking, is it more, well, you go to a range, so is it more for just practicing? Is it more for personal safety?
Random Graham,
Both?
no one has issued
Okay.
any jury
All right, thank
strikes
you.
at this point.
And
Everybody's
just
gonna
so I'm
the,
clear,
the
this is
prosecution and defense
juror
get to ask all their questions first, and
28,
then they'll
28
issue their
in
strikes
seat, okay, 28.
after
Yep.
that.
M16.
They're motioning for dismissal for cause at this point.
12 gauge.
And those are things that you've used before?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. 27 and 27.
I own one. I'm shooting with my husband. He has some carrying. He's also a hunter. I don't do that though.
Is your use of it more just to go kind of spend time with
Burden
your
Rev,
spouse, or
this
is
is
it
defense. This
personal
is
safety, or
this is Sharif C.
I guess I was robbed at gunpoint. So
so you've been the victim of a crime with a firearm?
Yeah.
Okay. Can I ask you, would that have an impact on your ability? Can I ask you, how long ago was that?
2012. So 9 years ago.
Was the person arrested?
Yes. I had to go to
Okay.
pick them out. Picked them out. They went to, I went to court. They were arrested.
I can only assume that that was an incredibly traumatic experience. Hearing about firearms in this case and firearms being discharged and what you obviously know we're going to talk about, would that have an impact on your ability to listen to this case?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you. 26 and 26.
I shoot recreationally and I take safety classes.
I didn't hear that, I'm sorry.
I shoot recreationally and I take gun safety classes.
Is it something you do regularly?
About once a year.
Once a year. Okay. All right. Thank you. 26 in seat 26.
25.
I'm sorry, 25 and 25.
Big hunting family, like 3 generations now. I also shoot regulation. I also for protection.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Anyone else? I'm sorry, ma'am. 40 in seat 24.
My husband is an active hunter. He's got a gun collection.
An active Hunter Biden.
And he's brought me shot shooting a couple of times. But I wouldn't say I'm an expert, but by any means. He's wanting me to take a concealed carry class or a hunter safety class so that way I can be more confident and not as uncomfortable around guns.
Do you think it's important to have some comfort level for you with the firearm?
Yes. Yeah. I during all of the unrest, I was very anxious at home with 5 kids. While my husband was away at work or was working. So I didn't feel comfortable and I didn't feel safe at home. But I knew I'll be more of a danger to myself if I were to get.
Defense wants to probably toss a gun crime victim.
Where they were and where the keys were to the safe and everything, but I didn't feel comfortable with it. So that's why he's expressed interest in getting me to get more knowledge.
Defense wants everybody with a concealed carry permit or who is engaged in gun training. Anybody who recognizes what self-defense looks like, the defense wants them on there because this is one of the clearest cases of self-defense you're going to encounter.
Juror 23. Yeah, no, same thing. But it sounds like you got a gun in particular for safety.
Yes, and as it turns out, I enjoy target practice a lot. So I go shooting quite often and to gain accuracy and comfort.
So would it be fair to say it was something you did initially for safety now that has turned into something that you actually, I don't want to say it's a hobby maybe, but you enjoy doing?
I enjoy doing it and I encourage myself to do it because I want to be accurate.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, there's one more, juror 54 in seat 30.
I want to be accurate. Kyle is a very accurate shot. That's a good thing. Prosecution probably marked that lady for a strike.
Is there anything about, and this can go not only to juror number 54, but everybody, we had talked about the specific gun being bothersome, at least to one juror. Is there anybody here who's just so bothered by guns that, there are certain things that just are a non-starter for people, where they don't want to hear the evidence, they don't want to listen to it? Is there anybody here who feels that way about firearms, that they just would be unwilling to listen to the facts of the case? I see no hands.
This is still relatively rural Wisconsin. I know it's close to Chicago, but the whole county isn't necessarily part of a Chicago suburb. So you've still got a bunch of people here who are going to be very comfortable around guns because they grew up with guns, right?
So that being said, I just wanted it noted that, no, I don't believe a machine gun should be in anyone's hands.
What do you mean machine gun?
So I don't know a whole lot about firearms. Can you tell me what your definition of a machine gun is?
A machine gun that is able to shoot multiple rounds.
When you say that, by you just hold the trigger down and then bullets just keep coming?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I don't think that type of gun is necessary.
Gone. Judge dismissed for cause.
Well, you're going to, this case is going to involve a gun that you may be, I don't want to say uncomfortable, but your feelings on it, okay? So I don't think I'm going to sugarcoat this. You're going to hear that that gun is out and about in Kenosha. How would...
Then it shouldn't be.
Okay.
Gone.
With that belief,
pretty clear.
Do you think you can still listen to the case and judge it fairly, or are you bothered enough by your feelings about the type of firearm that you would be unwilling to set that aside?
It's not even unwilling.
I appreciate you being honest about it. I think everybody does. So,
yeah. Judge moved to strike for cause.
I try my best to try to be very neutral about it.
Judge moved to strike for cause.
So the judge has asked, do you think somebody could do a better job than you sitting in your chair?
Nobody wants to be in this chair, I'll tell you that.
You said nobody wants to be in
Nobody
that chair?
wants to be in this chair. I'd be rather sitting in a hard bench.
Okay, I'll get back to that in a second, but I'm really just, and I think everybody just wants the people that are going to be as fair as possible. And if there's something that is telling you that you don't think
He
that
needs
you
to
can
get her
be
on
as
the
fair as
record saying
possible, I
she
think
can't be impartial.
everybody
is
on
what's
this
going
side
on.
would want to know that. Do you think, with the feelings that you have, I think it's a, I don't want to say it's a yes or no, but what are your feelings on that?
I would try to be fair for everyone's both sides of it. I just really feel as if I'm taking it away from just the gun itself. I don't like that gun.
I think I'm going to interject. I'm going to invite correction by the lawyers.
gotta
Because you've
strike her
used the
for
term a
cause.
machine gun. And there was a time 50 years ago when a machine gun was a gun that on a single depression of the trigger would fire multiple rounds. That type of gun still exists and, for example, is used in the military. They are unlawful in almost all instances for sale to individuals. That's called now a fully automatic weapon.
They're not unlawful at all. You just have to have a
That
special
means that the
licensure.
single trigger depression can discharge as many bullets as the firearm is capable of discharging for as long as the trigger is depressed. Then there are guns that are semi-automatic.
Depress the trigger. You're
where
worthless. You're not any
they're
good at
capable
life.
of firing a large number of rounds, but every time requires a single trigger pull. There have been devices created which can render those effectively
Michael Berg,
fully
jurors
automatic.
have all been sworn in.
They are not lawful for sale in this country, but I think the old ones are still out there, which would make the gun the equivalent of a fully automatic weapon. So there's semi-automatic, single depression discharges only one bullet, and it's as fast as you can pull your trigger, the number of times you can pull the trigger. And there's the fully automatic, which will fire as long as it's held down. Does that make sense? Anybody have a question about that accuracy of
Strike
that?
her for cause,
Okay, go ahead.
Judge.
Would it matter? Would it matter to you whether or not how would it change your opinion if you knew that it was not fully automatic, that it was a single depression? Would that change your opinion and how you feel?
No. Just be honest.
To shoot a particular person
Mhm.
or thing would be more deliberate than if it was a machine gun and you're just taking down everybody. Machine gun being automatic, I guess, is a word.
Clearly that didn't happen here, even if it was
So-
a machine gun.
I just want to make sure that I understand your position on it. Okay, so the judge
This is
has
a
told
defense
you
strike.
about
Garen, if
no one
the
here
judge
is going to
doesn't
allege
remove her,
that
this is a
there was an
defense strike.
automatic weapon used. Okay, so it was a single depression as many times, as the judge said, as fast as you can pull the trigger, but it's a semi-automatic weapon. Knowing that, does that have an impact on your feelings in terms of being able to judge the case fairly?
Again, he has to get on the record that she's not impartial to get a free strike. That's what he's trying to do.
See how it all mapped out with the evidence.
Would you do your best to try to?
I will do my best.
Okay. Can I ask you this? You had said, and you had.
This is why he
brought something
keeps
else up.
asking questions.
You had
He's
said
trying
nobody
to
wants
get
to
out
be
of
sitting in
her
that chair.
the wrong admission, the admission that he needs.
Ask any of us.
Okay, well, I might. What about, is it the anxiety of potentially being on a case like this? Is it just,
It's scary. The last case I was on, it was a former patient of mine that was murdered.
Anna, what is wrong? How do you not know? How?
I'm scared to go home. I live very close to Antioch, where he is from. When we thought the riots were going out,
Hashtag
yes, it's
disappointed.
so scary. I live so close to where he's from.
would your fear if that's the right word, would that impact your ability to decide the case fairly? Would you be worried about outcome?
No. My fear is walking out of any of the days of court and just wondering what we're walking out to. What are our cars going to look like when we're going out?
Removed for cause. Get her out.
Am I going to be able to get home safe? That's scary.
Just to interject, there are measures that will be taken with the jury that is selected to deal with those fears. And I think your fears would be substantially diminished.
No, strike
once
her.
you're made aware of them, but I'm not going to
Strike
talk
her.
about them right now because they're less effective if I do. So we'll leave it at that.
I appreciate your honesty. Is there anybody else trying to follow up on that? Since it's anybody else who feels that sitting on the jury, on this particular jury, would be difficult because of either the pressure, anxiety from any of the things that Juror 31 had said, fear of what a verdict might do or be, what it means to the community? Anybody here have those fears? Juror 4, if I remember this, 40 and 24.
Yeah, I think I'm more afraid of the community, and I should say all the outsiders from our community that are coming in because this is such a public case.
Got that Arby's.
Just brings it back to August last year. The civil unrest or the possibility of the unrest and the unknowns it just makes you feel uncomfortable.
Do you have concerns that a specific verdict could be a problem for the community?
Potentially.
Okay, so there's
Strike this lady. Oh my God, you have every reason on earth to strike this lady. She's terrible.
But that doesn't stop the politics from outside the court. You know what I mean? So people are going to do what they're going to do. Does that make it right? Absolutely not. But I can only, you know.
how do you would it impact your ability to be fair though, having lived through whatever you lived through, however you felt about it, would that
Roscoe,
impact
you're
your
right.
ability
I am
to
the Michael
judge
Drejka.
this case fairly
I kill
because
the
of those
competition.
concerns?
No. I think it's more so like she had mentioned, like what happens when we leave the courthouse and all of the unrest that could possibly be there.
But you still spammed, so get the fuck out.
Let me just tell you that I've been in this business for over 50 years in the criminal courts, and I have never, ever had any incident in any of the courts, not just in my court, but in other judges.
Stop reassuring this lady and just strike her. She's obviously not fit for jury duty in this case.
We've had some pretty person people in here over the years.
Goblin, yes. You can provoke people by lawful conduct. Go back and watch. Nate and I discussed this. I get that you're fucking idiotic and you have no brain and you can't reason through things and you can't read the law and you can't read case law and you can't read statutes. I get it. We explain everything to you. Just go back. God, you're so fucking dumb. The real question is, when you get in a car, do you have to have an assistant so you don't run yourself over? What is wrong with you?
Are you okay? Meaning, are you willing to listen to the case, judge the evidence, understanding that a specific verdict, whatever you think might bring out, as you call them, the crazies, are you okay saying, look, I'm still going to do what I'm going to follow the law.
They've spent like
listen
8
to the
minutes
instructions
on
the
this
court
lady.
gives,
Just strike
and I'm
her.
going to render a verdict that I believe to be correct with all of that kind of background noise.
Yes, just because I got my own self-integrity thing. And so, yes, I don't think that it would factor into me being unbiased to being able to look at it, look at all the evidence and to make a decision. And it's my anxiety.
Okay, thank you. I think juror 15. Did you have your hand up, ma'am?
All right, so she's on the defense's strike 7 strike list.
Yes.
About the influences of family and friends. And we were gonna, we stopped after the prosecution questioned me. We were going to let it off. We were going to prosecute because, as you put it, they didn't sit impartially. I don't think they could. And it
Tim
had
Christ,
to be
prosecutor's not talking. This is
others
Kyle's defense attorney,
better
Michael
served
Sharifsi.
to
Michael Sharifsi is the attorney's last name.
the interaction, not discussing the case, but the end result.
Yeah, you can prosecute a prosecutor for perjury. It's just really, really exceptionally rare.
Is it something that would... I want to do this delicately. I don't want to...
Let me ask this, is there objection to excusing this juror?
You don't think you can be fair, is that right, ma'am? Based on that.
All right, I'm going to excuse you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank God.
What is it, 62?
Yes,
Stolen Scream name. Yeah, this is just jury selection. And jury selection will either be done by the end of today or it'll be done tomorrow.
All right. Look. Well, even though we haven't started the trial yet, I think there's one thing we can all agree on. He is very fashionably dressed. Don't you agree? All right. I'm sure we've got a few Cub fans in here, but anyway, would you have raised your hand and answered any of the questions? What's up?
I have classes that affect my water license that I'm scheduled in the next few weeks for my water license, and I also have a 24-hour call shift coming out. Call shift?
Water license.
I'm a water operator.
Okay, and the clerk is nodding yes, since you grew up on a farm, so this obviously is something rural, right?
No, this is like.
No?
Work for that county.
What's that? Oh, a municipality. You work in Lake County? Do you wear that shirt to work?
It won't let me, but I would.
All right. So this is something that's essential for your employment?
Yes, sir.
What would happen if you didn't do that?
My license and I could also not get raised.
Well, is there objection to this gentleman being excused?
No.
Okay, thank you. What's that? Yeah, she. Yeah, and she's a big Cub fan, so she's gonna.
Juror number 63.
All right, sir, would you have raised your hand in answer to any of the questions asked so far? Which ones?
I have a conflict with the schedule. And also I have a yes question for one of the question about the AR-15, which one of the jury said that.
Nope. Go.
I agree with her. And that's why I think there's someone more qualified for this.
Okay, let's break it down a little bit. And
Psychic
Maybe you'd be more
Wars.
comfortable
The
in
short
chair
answer
over
is
there.
yes, but we
Why
have
don't
no
you come on
evidence
up and sit in
anyway
seat 15,
about that.
and then you won't have to stand there and answer questions. All right, thank you.
Diamond Duck, he was asking about something about the AR-15. If
You
someone's asking
indicated
about a
you
specific
had
gun,
generally in agreement with the lady who was excused about her views on the firearm involved?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is your personal belief on the subject?
I believe that there's someone here who qualified for.
No. My question wasn't clear. What is your, I don't remember the exact question that was asked of the lady, but it had to do with whether or not she would be able to be fair on all of the crimes that are charged and the particular elements of them. And that simply because the defendant is alleged to have been in possession of that type of a firearm, that she would just vote guilty regardless of the proof.
okay, Goblin Goblinius,
That's not a
I'm never
totally fair
answering
statement,
you
but
again.
it-
Go back
want
and
to
watch the
improve on that?
video. You
You
don't
asked the
understand
question.
self-defense. You don't understand Wisconsin law. You don't understand the facts of the situation. These are basic fucking facts that you have gotten wrong over and over and over. So I'm telling you
honestly
right
listen
now
to the
publicly,
facts
I
of
will
the
not
case.
respond to you again. You're fucking retarded. You're too stupid to understand what's going on willfully. That's the worst part of it. It's not that you have a mental
you said you had a schedule
disorder or
conflict?
something like that. It's that you're willfully stupid. So you can go educate yourselves. We've covered all these topics. I will not respond to you again. I don't care what you say. Find a bridge.
May not take at least 2 weeks.
Well, it would take us up to the 19th would be the Friday after we're supposed to be done, hoping to be done. So I don't think that's going to be an issue. But I'll let Mr. Sharafi examine you further on the weapons issue if he wishes, and I'll allow the state to respond as well.
So, juror number 63. So, just trying to follow up, and I want to have you answer as honestly as you can. Are you willing to listen to the evidence, understanding some of the evidence is going to involve possession of a semi-automatic firearm that looks like an AR-15?
It is an
Are you willing to listen to the evidence and judge this case based solely on that evidence, irrespective of your feelings about that firearm?
Yes.
Okay. So are you willing to judge each individual charge that involves that firearm based on the evidence that you hear in the case and is presented to you, setting aside and understanding the fact that you have
he's
these
trying to
feelings about this firearm?
This is a weird thing that they have to do. They have to get on the record the reason for cause to strike these people. Otherwise, they have to burn their own strikes on it.
Thank you. I was asking, I'm sorry, Judge, you raised your hand?
I need to scratch my eye.
Sorry. I think that, and I'm not looking to point fingers, but I think juror number 46 in seat 17, there was questions about fear of sitting in those seats or anxiety about sitting in those seats. And I know you didn't raise your hand, but your body language was telling me that you were not thrilled about this. So is that true? Can you tell me what everybody's
Oh my
interested
God,
in?
we
is, and I
passed
understand there's
3,500 likes.
anxiety.
Hold on, I'm trying to
Probably for
soak up the existing liquor.
Is it something that you can?
Oh, well, just the other day, I was driving down 60 and they're already boarding things up, which freaked me out. Like, come on, you know. So, yeah, I'm worried about the safety. And I even didn't even drive a car here today. I took a Lyft because I don't want anybody seeing my car. So I'm just kind of freaked out about that, yes.
Okay. Would it impact your ability to render the verdict that you thought was correct?
Oh, no, it wouldn't impact. No, it wouldn't impact that.
Okay. Anyone else that have concerns about being on the panel in terms of safety or I'm sorry.
Cable, no. Dismissal for cause
34.
is not using one of their own strikes.
So I really want to serve on a jury.
The
I
7
really do
strikes
not
that
want to serve
the
on this jury.
attorneys
I
have
only want to
are
serve on a
for
jury
no
where the
cause.
people involved directly have an opinion. I figure
Cheers,
either
chat.
way this goes, you're going to have half the country upset with you, and they react poorly. I also drove somebody else's car here, and while it wouldn't, it is my duty, and you're a guilt tripper up there on the bench. And so I'm a big Hamilton fan, and you keep mentioning the founding fathers, but it's
Big
scary
Hamilton
because
fan.
you don't know how
Strike.
people are going to react.
Get
And I
it-
watch
get her
too
out.
much TV, and so of course you worry. I want to know who's going to have the list of jurors. I'm grateful that you mentioned that we're not photographed. Not only would I not have control over my good side, but I don't want it to be known. I don't want people to know that I'm on a jury, or, I mean, if I'm on a jury, I wouldn't want them to know, and I wouldn't want them to have my list of my name or my address. I don't want people standing outside of my house. It's scary when you think all of a sudden, and
The
it's
funny
on
thing is, the
news
people
all
who will
over the
do
country.
that to this juror
not
are the
just
New York
Washington
Times,
County.
CNN,
So, I mean, it is
LA
scary, and I would be
Times.
very interested to hear how the jury is protected, because
And those are legitimate questions, and they recur in cases. Without commenting on the enormity of this case or its particular facts, the aura of fear that would surround it. If you were here over the years that I've been here, you would have a better idea about the degree of risk that's involved for jurors. I can tell you, one of the things I'll tell whoever selected on this case, whatever their verdicts are, I will talk about you're never obliged to talk with anybody about the case, but you're welcome to talk about it as little or as much as you want. I tell them that if anyone bothers them, that they should let me know, and we'll put a stop
I
to
do
it.
a collaboration with Report of the
And
Week.
you know
for
what?
food
In
review.
50 years of trying
Whenever.
cases, and I tried cases as a lawyer, and now in 38 years as a judge, I've never had a juror threatened. I've never had a juror bothered in any way. I have not been bothered, and I don't have any special arrangements either. I am involved differently. Obviously,
I get what
than
the judge is
jury,
saying
but,
here.
as you'll find later, if there's a
we're
verdict
not
of guilt
anywhere we
returned
were
a
in the
criminal
past
trial,
50 years.
then I'm in the sentencing business, and I think that the fear that people have is greater than the reality of risk. I'm not going to say it could never happen. By the way, when was the last time you read about a juror being harmed?
well, I watched a movie the other
He had to
Very
say
good.
that
I'm a
ironically.
Netflix girl.
Okay, all right, I got you. But yeah, you don't hear about it. You once in a decade, once in maybe 15 years, you'll hear about a judge getting assassinated, or not. Yeah, that assassinated, because there are some that happen in the family court's very volatile. The divorce court is very volatile. So you'll hear about those instances
Hockey
once in a
mask
decade.
time.
In terms of a judge actually being targeted, I would say that's once every 20 years you read about something like that. And these are people who are dealing with this on an everyday basis. So the risk, I can't emphasize enough. And the same thing with prosecutors. So if I could tell you, well, there's no risk at all, but I wouldn't be being honest with you. I am telling you that I've never seen it. even anything even close to it. And as far as these people who are spouting off all over the country, but when you have a case that gets this much publicity, we get people. I'm going to leave it at that.
Judge, you're making your case.
I can't
Stop.
strongly enough tell you that I think that the risk of which you're concerned, I don't want to minimize it, but on the other hand, I don't want it to assume proportions that it doesn't deserve. Okay?
Well, I appreciate your comforting words.
Even if I'm, what did you call me?
Comforting words.
No. Before that, what did you say? Guilt tripping.
Oh, I did call you a really good guilt trip.
That's going to last. All right, go ahead, Mr. Sharef.
My only question is, with that,
I'm a degenerate.
Understandable
At Arby's. I just eat the
pressure that
giant
you
roast
feel,
beef
or
sandwich.
anxiety that you feel.
It's not
I think
good,
everybody's concern is
but
that
it's good
that
enough.
pressure then makes you decide something that you don't actually believe in because you feel pressure to.
I don't think there's a right answer. I don't think, some cases, I think they probably, if you decided guilty, it would get, it would be better. Or if you decided innocent, it would be better. I feel like it's as divided as politics and as racial tensions are. I think that there are no winners. I think.
But ma'am, who else is going to decide?
No, I agree. And honestly, we could all say whatever to get out of the chair. I mean, if we weren't here to be honest and to try to come with an honest verdict based on evidence, I don't think people would still be sitting here. I mean, because you could say some really off-the-wall things, and I've had lots of suggestions from people about what to say or what to wear to get off the jury, but I don't believe that's true. And I also don't believe in perjuring yourself to get out of civic duty. I'm just saying, I feel like whatever the verdict is, there's going to be half the country that's going to be up in arms about it. And we've seen what that did to the city of Kenosha. Last year, I don't live in the city, so I wasn't personally affected, but so many people, even leaving here today have been.
Strike.
And it's just scary. And I don't want people to have my name, and I don't want to be seen on TV, and I don't want people to come after in their haze of praise.
Maybe the country will calm down.
Well,
See a verdict at a fair trial.
that would be amazing if that happened. I love your optimism as well.
Thank you, ma'am. My last kind of area is nobody's going to hide this point, and it was raised a little bit. Is there anybody on the panel who does not believe in the concept of self-defense as a defense in court? That you should not be able to use self-defense to defend yourself?
No one's going to
I see
raise
no
their
hands.
Terrible question.
What I think you will hear, what I know you will hear, in this particular case is that in a case like this where self-defense is raised, once it's raised, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that it wasn't self-defense. Not that we don't have to prove that he was acting in self-defense. They have to prove that he wasn't, which it might be unusual. Is there anyone here who thinks it's unfair to make the state hold that burden of proof that Mr. Rittenhouse, in fact, did not act in self-defense? Does anybody think that's a problem?
No one's going to raise their hand to that.
I see no hands. The other thing
Again,
is,
a terrible question.
which is a little unusual, is I think you will be asked to view that self-defense from the shoes of Mr. Rittenhouse, not from all of us
These are
sitting
weird,
here.
like technical questions.
Semi-comfortable.
Easy to not raise hands to.
Today.
I think
So you'll
we
be
should
asked
ask
to
more
view it
open
from the
questions.
Does anybody think that is also unfair?
Does anybody think there are limitations on the idea of self-defense?
I see no hands.
Raise your hand.
And
Okay.
lastly,
Let's talk about what do you think is a
the
limitation
judge
on
had
self-defense?
commented on
provocation.
the idea
Oh, okay, fine.
of
Stuff like that.
presumption of innocence when he was talking about the founding fathers.
These
So the
these questions
idea
are too technical.
is that as he sits here right now today,
So I think
with
it's a
everybody
lawyer
having your
problem.
feelings about what
Gotta
you've
be a real
seen,
guy.
what you've heard, what you've watched, as he sits here today, presumed to be innocent. Everybody gets that. Does anybody think that that is unfair to, I guess it would be to the state? Does anybody think that it should start kind of in the middle, that there should be no presumption of innocence? Does anybody
I know
think
a bunch of
feel that
people
way?
are mad about the Barnes thing, and you're welcome to be mad about it, but it's
see no
done at
hands.
this point. So now we have to just analyze based
And
on
I
what
have
they
no
got.
other questions.
All right, folks, I think we're going to take about a 10, hopefully 10, maybe 15-minute recess.
I've had to pee for
And then we're
so
going
long.
to be calling jurors into the library, one at a time, and asking some questions that we didn't bore into here, that are better asked outside the presence of the other jurors. And during that time, please remain in your seats. We're going to take a little bit of a break too.
Have a family you need. Ask how long this case
First,
will go for.
and then after
Probably
that,
about
please
2
remain in your
weeks.
seats, and you're welcome to talk about anything you want, including that gentleman's
In
very
case
fashionable
Barnes
shirt.
is supposed to be allegedly supposed to be involved in the jury selection
or anything else other than
with a
something that
team of,
relates to the case or the
behavior
evidence or
experts,
the
and
people
they
or
were-
anything like that.
They were
And then
removed.
we'll start
or
tolling
they removed
and
themselves. Not quite sure.
stay
in the
alert,
past couple
everybody,
days.
because there may be some additional people who will be excused, and some of you folks will be called up to replace those people. So you need to be just as attentive, and across the street too, just as attentive as before. Once we get started again, but there won't be anything happening right in your presence. So it's going to be done.
Max Grift, I
in
can't play
library,
the Whiskey Peeing
outside
lawyer
the
song
presence
on
of
this
the other
one.
jurors. Media, we're going to allow at least one media representative in the library while we do this. Maybe two. I guess I already committed to two, so we'll find the chairs. It's because the room is smaller, and I think also two from each party, two additional folks from each party. Any questions, anybody? Okay. And these questions are going to relate to the very issues you were asked about here, only perhaps more in depth. Okay, so
yeah, Andy Marcelli.
bear
I
with
know what
us,
Barnes says, and I
and,
believe him, but
let's
I
everybody
I don't
try to
know
be
the
back in
circumstances.
your seat
So
at
I'm just trying to be
some
as fair
some-
as possible.
what's the word I want?
I believe Barnes, but
time
even from Barnes,
free.
I've
comes and
I
set these
haven't
clocks so
personally
that they're
heard the
2 minutes,
full
2 or 3
story.
minutes ahead, which
So
is
I'm not
which
going to
is
go
not
out
good
and
for a
accuse
guy like me. But,
someone of something or like
we're going to
blanket
use,
say
I guess, the
something unless I
clock
can back it
time.
up.
There's clock time that's showing on that clock, and we'll start at. We'll try to start at 20 after on that clock up there, which is more
Wait,
likely 17 after. Is that right?
15
Yeah.
minutes. Well, 12
Okay. Any
minutes.
question? Okay. Thank you.
All right, guys. I'm going to be right back, and I'll hit some super chats and answer some questions and interact with chat in a minute. But I just really have to go to the bathroom. I actually had to go before we got before we got back from lunch. Nate and I were talking. I didn't want to interrupt that. I figured I'll just, I'll take the hit on the bladder or whatever. I'll be right back. See you guys in just a minute. Oh my goodness. Whoo. Oh, that was great. If you're spamming, you're going to get banned, man. Stop. What is your problem? Also, I know it's you. You're asking the same question. What did happen to the camera? It's not a beef and cheddar, Hydrosphere. This is just a half-pound roast beef. I don't get the beef and cheddar. I last year, or in the last year, I should say, developed a lactose intolerance, which sucks because I used to eat ice cream every night, and now I basically never eat ice cream. It's my favorite food. I don't eat that anymore. But with that, I try to limit the amount of cheese. Not all cheese activates it, but I try to hashtag not all cheese. I try to limit the amount I actually eat. Because it does make me a little uncomfortable. No, it was long before COVID, John Doe, unfortunately. I don't get to blame it on anything. It's just a product of getting older. Your body starts to suck. Okay. Russell Hall says, why is Judge Biden assigned to this case? Not measured ultra handsome Jack maybe says, Jesus, Nick, early coverage. I'll have to see after work. Yes, we will be here basically every day for the trial, except on Thursday, I teach at 9 in the morning. So Thursday, what I'm going to try and arrange, if Lady Rackets is amenable to this proposition, I'm going to try to arrange where I'll go teach for the first hour, and then I'll shoot back home right away. And we will do maybe we'll start the coverage an hour later or something like that. My class like 45 minutes or 50 minutes. I can't remember, somewhere in there. So it might be an hour and 15 minutes. And then we'll pick up on the coverage. I think I'll be able to convince Lady Rackets to stay there with the kids this week and bring them home. I'll just drive separate.